Autry.
I'm back in the saddle again, out where a friend is a friend, where the longhorn cattle feed on the lonely country. I'm back in the saddle again.
America's favorite cowboy, Gene Autry.
In the sky cease to shine, dear, till the sand of the desert grows cold, till the last petal falls from the roses, and the silver in your hair turns to gold, till the sun and the moon hide in darkness, and we wait for that great day to shine. Oh, my darling, that's how long I will love you. Till the end of the world, you'll be mine. And the moon hide in darkness, and we wait for that great light to shine. Oh, my darling, that's how long I will love you. Till the end of the world, you'll be mine. Thank you, folks. Thank you. Well, hi there, friends and neighbors, and welcome once again to Melody Ranch. I am tired and I'm weary, but I must toil on till the Lord comes to call me away. Where the morning is bright and the lamb is the light, and the night it is fair as the day. There'll be peace in the valley for me someday. There will be peace in the valley for me, I pray. No more sorrow and sadness or trouble will be. There will be peace in the valley for me. There the bear will be gentle, the wolf will be tame, and the lion will lay down by the lamb. The host from the wild will be led by a child, and I'll be changed from the creature I am. There will be peace in the valley for me someday. There will be peace in the valley for me, I pray. No more sorrow and sadness or trouble will be. There will be peace in the valley for me.
Guess what whimsical bit of practical skullduggery I just pulled on poor old Johnny Bond.
Frankly, I can't imagine. What?
Well, you know that old pocketbook trick? The one where you just happen to leave a wallet full of money on the ground?
Yeah?
Well, just like the perfect sucker he is, old stupid John fell for it, hook, line, and sinker. Picked it right up and put it in his pocket.
Look, dishonest Pat, I hate to tell you this, but Johnny got the money.
So?
Well, what are you laughing at?
It was your wallet. Yeah.
Pretty smart.
Yeah, pretty good. Wait a minute. What are you laughing at?
That was the money I was going to pay your salary with.
Will somebody please tell me how come I always wind up the sucker?
Maybe it's because you always ask for it.
You know, you might be right at that. Now, you take, for instance, the other night. I had a date with my girlfriend. Lena Genster is her name. And the only thing, when I got to her house, there she was sitting on the Davenport holding hands with another man.
Oh, no.
Oh, yeah. But leave it to old Pat. I fixed them good.
Oh?
Yeah.
What did you do?
Turned out the lights so they couldn't see what they was doing.
Oh, you fixed it all right.
Yeah.
Say, you know something, Buttram?
Huh?
You're always thinking you're so smart. You know that?
Pick, pick, pick. That's all both of you do. Just pick on me all the time. Why don't you do something to help me for a change?
Now, wait just a minute there, Barrel Belly. When you were sick last year, who rode 15 miles in a blinding snowstorm to get you to a doctor?
You did?
Yeah, and last spring when you fell in the river and almost drowned. Who saved your life?
Gene did.
And what about the time that horse ran away with you? Who stopped him and saved you from breaking your neck?
You did?
Well?
Yeah, but what have you done for me lately?
I'll wait for you while you're away, dear. So always know my heart beats true. Don't stay too long, 'cause I'll be lonely, my one and only. I'll wait for you when we're apart. I'll never forget you. I'll still recall the things you do. For you I pine, for you I pray, dear, both night and day, dear. I'll wait for you. When you return, I'll be the same, dear. I'll have your love to see me through. Don't stay too long, 'cause I'll be lonely, my one and only. I'll wait for you.
Okay, buddy, step right up and pick a card. Any card. Just pick a card.
Now, wait just a minute. Wait just a minute. Suppose I don't want to pick a card.
Well, in that case, do it anyway. Go ahead now. Take one.
Okay. There.
Good. Now, I'll just bet you $10 you took the King of Hearts.
You're all wrong. It was the 3 of clubs.
Well, no wonder you picked the wrong card.
Fine thing. You just never learn, will you, Pat?
What do you mean by that?
Do you really want to know?
Well, from that look in your eye, I ain't quite sure.
Well, nevertheless, you're going to hear it anyway. For instance, Do you by any chance remember one time, about 3 years ago, when I went out of town on business? And do you just faintly recall that on the same day I left Melody Ranch, you used Champion to ride into town? And by just the slimmest possibility, do you remember strolling into the lobby of the Travelers Hotel with that big country blank look on your silly face, sitting down in a chair, and then just a few minutes later having a stranger walk up to you and say,
Hi, cowboy. How'd you like to pick up a couple of fast bucks?
Sure, why not?
So, you followed this sterling character up a back flight of stairs to a room on the second floor, where you met another sterling character who asked you to make yourself at home and said,
Tell you the truth, cowboy, my friend here and I were just passing through town, and, since you looked like a fairly sporting type of gent,
Well,
we thought you might like to sort of pass the time away with us.
sure, why not?
Now you were hooked. But, like the cat with the mouse, they decided to let you just smell of the cheese a little first. So, well, they talked you into playing a little game. A game in which all you had to do to win was tell them which shell a certain pea was under. And you did.
Well, cowboy, sort of looks like you've kind of taken us over the coals.
Boy, howdy, I'll say. I'm $6.12 ahead.
Look, pal, since your luck is running so good, maybe you'd like to raise the stakes a little.
Okay, how much?
Oh, say $5,000.
Well, suits me. Did you say $5,000?
Well, we'll make it more if you like.
Look, mister, I ain't even got 5,000 cents, much less $5,000.
Well, then, what about that horse we saw you ride up on? Why not bet him?
Are you kidding? That ain't my horse. Belongs to my boss.
Well, so what? The way your eyes follow that pea, you're almost a cinch to win $5,000. Your boss will never even have to know.
Well,
Ah, come on. How about it?
you sure I'll win?
Well, I don't see how you can miss. Here's our $5,000.
Wow. Huh. Okay, I'll do it. Only go real slow, 'cause this time I can't lose.
Don't worry. Now then, I just pick up the little pea like this. Switch the shells around like this. Now, which shell is the pea under?
That's easy. I can't miss. Saw it plain as day. The pea's under that shell right there.
Okay, we'll just lift it up like this.
See? What the... Holy smoke. It ain't there. Oh.
Sorry, cowboy. Better luck next time.
But what about Gene's horse? I've lost Champion. Oh, me. I wish I was dead. So, Gene, that's exactly what happened.
You know, if you were anybody else, I'd punch you right in the nose. How could you do it?
I don't know. I thought it was just a friendly game.
Oh, sure, a friendly game with a couple of professional crooks. Now I'm beginning to think this whole thing was just a frame-up to get Champ.
Huh? What makes you say that?
Well, because when I got over to the city today, the guy I was supposed to see said he'd never written me a letter in his life.
Oh, no. Oh. Look, if you want to leave me alone in the next room with a loaded gun, I'll be glad to do the rest.
Oh, no. You haven't got enough up there to hurt you. Forget it. It's done, and that's that. But there's one thing sure. I'm going to get Champ back if it costs you every cent you've got in me, too. And so, Pat, 20 minutes later, you and I were back at the Travelers Hotel. Only by the time we got there, your friends had checked out. Nevertheless, we still went up to their room and started looking through waste baskets, dresser drawers, closets, any place that might give us a possible clue as to where they went. But then, just as we were about to give up the whole thing, I spotted the answer we were looking for over on the telephone stand.
Look, Gene Autry, will you please tell me what in tarnation we're doing clear down here in the railroad freight yard?
You'll find out soon enough. Follow me.
Oh, fine. I've been following you for 20 minutes now, and I still don't know any more than when I started.
Will you quit your griping? What's the number on that cattle car?
How should I know? Wait till I rub off the dirt.
Well?
WP71608.
Good. Well, we're getting closer. Come on.
I'm coming. Still don't see what you're trying to prove, though.
Hey, wait a minute, Pat. Hold it.
What's the matter?
I think this is it. WP72870.
You mean you actual think Champ is really in this here boxcar?
I'm positive. Just keep down and follow me.
Okay. I sure hope you know what you're doing.
Don't worry. Here's the door. Stand back while I slide it open.
Right.
So far, so good.
Yeah, but what do we do now?
Take a look inside. Come on.
Kind of dark in here, ain't it?
Looking for something, mister?
Huh?
Don't reach either one of you.
Hey, look, Gene. There's Champ.
Don't worry, boy. Don't worry. We'll get you out of here. You hear what the cowboy said, Joe?
Yeah, got a pretty fair sense of humor, ain't he?
I don't know. Let's see if he has or not. What time is it?
4:20.
Good. That makes it just perfect. 10 minutes more and this heap will be pulling out. Only they'll be too dead to enjoy the ride. By the way, Autry, how'd you like the way we suckered your dumb chum here into losing your horse?
You should be real proud of that.
You don't know the half of it. You see, whether you know it or not, this horse of yours has quite a reputation for his speed.
So?
So this. Nobody's ever seen him run. That is, nobody from back east, except Joe here and me.
Meaning?
Meaning we wait till just the right time, enter him in just the right race, and clean up. Pretty nice, huh?
Yeah. Except for one thing.
Now, what's that?
Why could the people riding the horse? I'll stick you like this. How you doing, Pat?
Great. One more like this or to do it. There.
Nice going, kid. Now, both of you get up.
What are you going to do with us?
Same thing you were going to do with my horse. Give you a one-way ticket back east. Come on, Pat. Get Champ and let's go home. And so, that was the story. Except for one small thing. Just to make everything nice and legal, I took Joe and Al back to the station master's office where I played them one game of Find the Peas. My ranch against champions. You know what? I won. Well, Patrick, does it all come back to you now?
Okay. So I made a fool of myself. But there's just one thing about that story I never did figure out.
And what's that?
How did you know them crooks had Champ in that one particular boxcar?
Very, very simple. I found a telephone pad in their hotel room back in Spring Valley.
So you found a telephone pad. I still don't get it.
Well, the original page had been torn off. But an impression of what had been written down before was on the next sheet.
You mean that number, WP72870?
Right.
Yeah, but how'd you figure out what that meant?
Well, you forget that years ago I used to work on the Frisco Railroad.
So?
So one of the things I learned was that they stencil different numbers on different types of cars. In this case, WP stood for Western Pacific. And since the number was in the 70,000s, I knew it referred to a stock car. After that, all I had to do was go down to the Western Pacific Yard and find a stock car number WP 72870.
Well, I'm a monkey's uncle.
Now, you sure are, sonny boy. Incidentally, next time you're down at the zoo, say hello to your nephew for me. Now, friends and neighbors, here to my way of thinking is one of the most beautiful examples of musical Americana to be found anywhere. Written by my good friend Carson Robinson. Its simple yet unforgettable melody combined with the sincere thought expressed in its lyrics make it truthfully an all-time classic. Listen and see if you don't agree as the boys and girls join me in singing. I hear the banjos ringing, those melodies that linger in my heart. I hear the voices singing, those good old songs that make the teardrops start. Oh, how I long to go back again, back to that blue Dixie sky, down on the old plantation.
Well, good friends and neighbors, looks like that just about closes up shop for this current business. But we'll all be right back here at this very same stand, same time, same radio station. And now, this is Gene Autry asking you to keep thinking of us until we're back in the saddle again. Out where a friend is a friend, where the longhorn cattle feed on the lowly Jensen weed. I'm back in the saddle again, riding the reins once more, holding my old 44, where you sleep out every night and the only law is right. Back in the saddle
presents The Great Gildersleeve. The Kraft Cheese Company, who also bring you Bing Crosby every Thursday night, present each week at this time Harold Perry as The Great Gildersleeve, written by John Wheaton. We'll hear from The Great Gildersleeve in just a moment. Well, popcorn days are here again, and if everybody in your family likes popcorn as much as I do, you don't want to miss this bet. The next time you pop up a big, crispy bowl full, do this to make it extra good. Drench it with plenty of melted Parquet margarine. Yes, Parquet margarine, Kraft's delicious spread for bread. Parquet makes popcorn extra tempting because it's so thrifty you can use all you want. And good? Oh, say, you'll relish that delicate Parquet margarine flavor. It's as delicious melted over popcorn as it is spread on bread or rolls. And remember this, Parquet margarine is wonderfully nourishing. It's an excellent source of food energy. And every pound contains 9,000 units of important vitamin A. So for table use, yes, and for baking and pan frying too, remember delicious, economical Parquet margarine. Now at the top of tomorrow's shopping list, write down Parquet, P-A-R-K-A-Y. Parquet, the margarine that's made by Kraft. Now, on with the show. As it must to all men, the first of the month came last week to Throckmorton P. Gildersleeve, and with it, bills. For 5 days, they've lain unopened on the desk in his den, but this morning we find him shuffling through them for a hasty glance at the bad news before rushing off to the office.
Bills. Look at them. Phone company, a lot of calls we didn't even make. Summerfield Light and Power. Ooh, the robbers. Peavy's Drugstore. Sodas, 45 cents. Leroy!
Nobody left the school, Uncle Mort.
It's lucky for him. When he comes home, you tell him I want to see him, Marjorie.
Yes, Uncle Mort.
Bills. Bill from Dr. Pettibone. Well, he didn't lose any time. Hogan Brothers after me again. Oh, we got to quit buying all this stuff we don't need. It's unpatriotic. A1 Grocery. Ooh, I wonder how we came out on that. Oh, I won't pay it. Bertie, Marjorie.
What is it, Uncle Mort?
Bertie.
I'm coming. What's the trouble?
Bertie, what did I tell you last month?
Tell me.
Yes.
Last month?
Yes.
Me?
Yes.
I don't know.
Look at that grocery bill, Bertie. $8 more than the last.
Well, that's the way it is, Mr. Gildersleeve.
I know, but why is it? I thought we agreed to hold the grocery bill down, Bertie.
Yes, and we agreed, but the A1 Grocery didn't.
You have to realize, Uncle Mort, that prices have gone up. They're going up every month.
Yeah, you take eggs. I remember when you could buy eggs for 39 cents a dozen. Now they're getting so the hens won't even do nothing unless they cough them up.
What? Yes, well, we've simply got to cut down somehow, Bertie. Because if we don't, we won't be able to buy our war bonds. Do you want that to happen?
No, of course not.
Bertie, do you?
Not me. Got to get them war bonds to keep Hitler from getting us.
That's right.
Takes bonds and taxes to beat the Axis.
You're right, Bertie.
Got to give out our ermines to lick the Germans.
Absolutely.
Got to pour in the dollars till Hitler hollers.
Whoa, wait a minute. You've got the right idea, Bertie. But we can't do all that if we don't save our money and cut down our expenses.
Yes, but how?
Oh, I tell you how we can cut them down.
Yeah, how, Bertie?
I'll take that leftover veal we had last night and make stuffed peppers. You can stuff a pepper with almost anything.
So I've discovered around here. A thing like that can be carried too far, though, Bertie.
Now, Uncle Mort, if we're going to cut down, you're going to have to make sacrifices at the dinner table.
Yeah, but you've got to think about morale, too, my dear. Morale is very important. I don't know of anything worse for the morale than a stuffed pepper.
Well, now, I wouldn't say that.
As a matter of fact, Bertie, I was thinking of cutting down in other ways, too. I thought one way I could cut down would be to take my lunch to the office every day and eat it at my desk, like Donald Nelson.
Could you take care of that, Bertie?
Oh, sure I could. What does Mr. Nelson eat?
Well, I imagine he has sandwiches, 2 or 3, or 4 or 5. Cream cheese and jelly, probably, wouldn't you say, Marjorie?
Oh, undoubtedly.
And sardines. Fish, is brain food. He's got all those priorities on his mind.
Sardines we got.
And maybe a piece of pie to keep up his energy. He has to handle all those people. And anything else you think would be nice.
How about some pickles?
Oh, Nelson is very fond of pickles. He'd have to be to take on that job.
Well, I'll go make lunch right away.
Marjorie, I've been thinking. There's another way we could save money.
What's that?
If we stayed at home more in the evenings. People burn up their tires and their money running around looking for a good time when they can have a better time at home.
How?
Well, the way people used to in the old days. You won't believe this, my dear, but I can remember spending whole evenings at home.
Doing what? I'm willing to stay at home if I have to.
We had fun. Sometimes we'd sit in front of the fire while Papa read aloud to us from a good book.
Oh.
Or we'd pop corn, maybe, or play parcheesi. Or sometimes we'd gather around the piano and sing. We had fun, my dear, and we didn't have to keep putting nickels in the piano either.
Well, I love to sing.
Everybody does. People ought to do more things like that. Oh, my goodness, I'm late. I gotta get down to the waterworks. Hey, Bertie, where's that lunch?
I ain't finished it yet, Miss Gildersleeve.
Well, bring me what you've got. I gotta go. That's what this country needs, my dear. More quiet evenings at home.
We'll have to try it sometime.
Yeah, stay at home. Save money. Save tires. Keep out of trouble. Strengthen family ties. We'll do it tonight. No, tomorrow night. What a day. Nothing like a brisk walk in the sunshine. Oh, here comes old Sawbones. Hello, Dr. Pettibone.
Hello there, Gildersleeve. My, you're looking fit.
Fit as a fiddle and ready for love.
Glad to see you followed my instructions.
Your instructions? I threw them right out of the window the minute you left. I never felt better in my life.
It won't last.
I'll tell you a secret, Doc. I just learned how to live.
Yeah, how's that?
Cut down. Stop running around nights. Stay at home. Most wonderful feeling in the world. Build a nice crackling fire and spend the evening in front of it with the kids around, telling stories, playing games, singing, laughing, and along toward the end of the evening, a little snack of some kind. It's wonderful.
You make it sound mighty attractive. How long have you been doing this?
We're starting tomorrow night. I'll be seeing you, Doc.
Hey, Commissioner.
Oh, good morning, Judge.
How are things at the waterworks?
I'm just on my way down to find out. Fine day, isn't it?
Yeah. Why so cheery, Gildy?
Well, I'll tell you, Horace. For the first time in months, I'm at peace with my conscience.
How did you ever manage to square that?
We've decided to cut down over at our house and put every spare nickel into war bonds.
How are you cutting down?
Well, from now on, no more going out nights. For instance, tomorrow night, Marjorie and Leroy and I are just going to build us a nice, cozy fire and spend the entire evening popping corn and roasting chestnuts.
Chestnuts. I haven't roasted chestnuts since I was a kid.
Sure, people forget about those things. We'll have some donuts, probably, and cider.
I love it.
And we'll play games and sing songs while you're down at that lodge meeting paying out your dues. For what? The whole evening won't cost us a penny.
I envy you, Gildy. I really do.
Think it over, Judge. I think I've got something there.
Mr. Gildersleeve.
Hello, Peavy. I'm in a hurry. I just dropped in to say I got your bill this morning. And hereafter, if Leroy comes in here and tries to charge anything, don't let him have it.
Just as you say, Mr. Gildersleeve.
If he gives you an argument, tell him from now on he's frozen.
Very well.
While I'm here, you might as well let me have a couple of cigars.
Oh, certainly. Did you say only two, Mr. Gildersleeve?
Yes. I'm trying to cut down expenses. You ought to cut down, too, Peavy.
Well, no, I don't know about that.
Everybody should. Save your money and put it in war bonds. You know a good way to save money?
What's that?
Stay-at-home nights. You do too much running around, Peavy.
Well, no, I wouldn't say that.
We all do. It's a fact.
I'll admit I enjoy a good motion picture now and then. So does Mrs. Peavy. And for a while there, we did go several times a year. But after Ruth Chatterton retired from the films, we slowed down again.
My goodness, look at the time. I can't stay here arguing with you. I've got to get down to the waterworks. You, my cigars.
Oh, yes. Shall I wrap them for you?
No. I'll just stick them in my pocket. I've got to rush.
I'd be glad to wrap them for you, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Never mind.
I'm always glad to wrap any purchase, however small.
Oh, Peavy, give me those cigars. Good morning, Miss Fitch. How are we this morning?
I'd say we were a little late, Commissioner.
Yeah. Well, I try not to make a practice of this. Well, let's get down to business.
Yes.
Have you got anything to report?
I know. Everything's going all right.
Is the water flowing nicely? All the mains in good condition? Pressure satisfactory?
Yes.
Well, I guess that takes care of the waterworks. Oh, any money coming in?
Yes, collections are just about as usual.
Good. Glad to see everything running smoothly. Miss Fitch, I wonder if I could ask you to do a few things for me.
That's what I'm here for.
Thank you. If you're not too busy, I wonder if you'd go out sometime today and buy me a Parcheesi board.
A Parcheesi board?
Uh-huh.
I don't know what you have in mind, Mr. Gildersleeve, but I do not play Parcheesi.
Oh, no, I wasn't going to play it here, you know. Dear me, no. Perhaps I ought to explain.
I think you might.
Well, as you know, I have a niece and nephew living with me, and I decided I ought to do a few things to, well, make home more attractive to them and...
Keep them out of pool rooms.
Yes, and juke joints.
And you think Parcheesi's going to do that?
Well, I thought of some other things, too. I made up a little list of things on the way down to the office.
Yes.
You might take this down. First, a corn popper.
A corn popper.
That's for popping corn.
I guess that.
And some popcorn.
That's for the corn popper.
Yeah, you guessed that too, didn't you? And I must order some firewood. You can't pop corn without fire. We better get some cider. Popcorn makes you awfully thirsty, you know. And some donuts to go with the cider. Could you think of anything else?
Bicarbonate to go with the donut.
Yeah, very good. I was going to get some games. We've got the Parcheesi.
You'll be wanting bean bags.
Oh, I don't know. Do you think they like bean bags?
If they like Parcheesi, they'll like bean bags.
I think we might pass up the bean bags.
How about darts?
Darts? Not with Leroy. He got some darts last Christmas and I couldn't sit down until New Year's. There'll be no darts. Oh, the piano. I forgot the piano.
Piano?
Miss Fitch, do you play the piano?
Well, I once learned McDowell's To a Wild Rose.
Get your hat quickly. You've got to come out and help me buy a piano.
Just a minute, Mr. Gildersleeve. Do you mind if I ask you something?
Oh, of course not.
Have you the slightest idea what you're doing?
Certainly. I told the children they could spend a quiet evening at home tomorrow and like it. And by George, they're going to like it. I've got to put this over, Miss Fitch. I'm going to make it the darndest quietest evening you ever saw. Let's go buy a piano.
The Great Gildersleeve will be with us again in a few seconds. But first, I'm sure you wise homemakers don't just shop for food these days. You shop for good nutrition for your families. And that's why you all should know about Parquet margarine, the delicious spread for bread that's an economical source of important food elements. First, Parquet margarine is one of the best energy foods you can serve. Now, that's important. We're all working harder these days, and we need plenty of wholesome energy food. Second, Parquet margarine is a reliable year-round source of vitamin A. Now, that's important, too, because vitamin A is one of the essential vitamins. And best of all, Parquet margarine helps provide these necessary food elements not just once a day, but 3 times a day. Parquet tastes so good, you'll want to serve it as a spread at all your meals. You'll want to use delicious Parquet margarine in your baking and pan frying, too. So for all these reasons, ask your food dealer tomorrow for Parquet, P-A-R-K-A-Y, Parquet margarine made by Kraft. Now let's get back to Summerfield and see how the Great Gildersleeve's quiet evening at home is working out. There's a pleasant fire roaring in the grate. Aesop the cat is curled up asleep on the hearth, and Gildersleeve is about to try an experiment on his nephew.
Well, Leroy, this is what I call living.
You do?
Yes, sir. Here we are, snug as a bug in a rug, no cover charge, no traffic jams, and I'm about to read you one of the greatest books ever written. A classic by Sir Walter Scott.
What's the name of it?
Ivanhoe.
Never heard of it.
Well, it's a great story. If you've never heard of it, you should be ashamed of yourself.
Oh, yeah? If it's so good, how come they haven't made it into a picture?
Yes, I dare say they have, and they probably will again. But I'm going to read you the book.
Oh, gosh, can't I wait and see the picture? You'll spoil it for me.
Spoil nothing. You'll hear a great masterpiece, just the way it was written. And you'll thank me for it someday. Now listen.
Okay.
Let's see here. Find the beginning. Oh, here. Ivanhoe, Chapter 1. In that pleasant district of Merry England, which is watered by the River Don, there extended in ancient times a large forest covering the greater part of the beautiful hills and valleys which lie between Sheffield and the pleasant town of Doncaster.
Are you kidding?
Leroy! The remains of this extensive wood are still to be seen at the noble seats of Wentworth, Warncliffe Park, and around Rotherham.
Why, Uncle Mort, reading aloud. What a wonderful idea.
Oh, you think so, my dear?
Yes. May I listen?
Of course. Sit down here by the fire. I'll start over so you won't miss any of the story.
Oh, gosh, Uncle, have I got to hear all that again?
2 sentences, Leroy. You can stand it very easily.
Of course you can. What's the book, Uncle Mort?
Ivanhoe.
Oh.
What do you mean by that, my dear?
Nothing. Just... Oh.
You must have meant something.
I know.
You keep out of this. Have you ever read Ivanhoe, Marjorie?
Well, I tried to read it, Uncle Mort. I tried when I was in high school.
You tried? That's ridiculous. Once you get into it, you'll be on pins and needles.
But, Unc...
Leroy, you listen to it whether Marjorie does or not. And if Marjorie has any regard for my wishes, she'll listen too. Now...
Go ahead, Uncle Mort.
Good. In that pleasant district of Merry England, which is watered by the River Don... strode hastily down the forest glade, driving before him, with the assistance of Fangs, the whole herd of his inharmonious charge. Well, that's the end of the first chapter.
First chapter? It should be the end of the book.
What do you say? Shall we have another one, children? It gets even better as it goes on.
Let's save it, shall we, Uncle Mort? Yeah, so we'll have something to look forward to. As a matter of fact, it's nearly 8:30, and I just remembered I have sort of a tentative date with Doug.
But Marjorie...
It's nothing definite. He just said if I wasn't doing anything.
But do you call this not doing anything? We don't have to read if you don't want to. I brought all these little games.
Well, if you're going to feel badly about it, I won't go.
Well, gee, I don't like to insist, but I thought we agreed we'd all stay in tonight and just have a quiet evening at home.
I know. Maybe Marge could ask Doug to come over, and I could ask Piggy Banks.
You don't think it would work with just the 3 of us, huh? And I thought it would be nice if we didn't have anybody in, but just, spent the evening together.
Well, Uncle Mort, if that's what you want, that's what we'll do. Won't we, Leroy? Okay, sure.
Well, I don't want to force you.
No, I think it'd be nice. I think it'd be fun.
Oh, Marjorie, you're a sweet girl.
How about me? Aren't I sweet too, Unc?
Yes. You're sweet too, my boy. Come on, let's give it a trial, shall we? You can't tell. You might even have a good time. Leroy, you get out the Parcheesi board. Uh-oh.
Who's that? Oh, Bertie's out. I'll go, Uncle Mort. Hello, Marjorie, honey. Oh, hello, Mrs. Ransom. Won't you come in?
Well.
I can't stay but a second, but your uncle said I must drop over and see the new piano. Hello, Throckmorton.
Hello, Leela. Glad you came. Leroy, take Mrs. Ransom's coat.
Oh, I can't stay but a second. Just throw it anywhere. Your uncle told me about the wonderful evening he had planned for you. I'll bet y'all are having more fun.
Yeah.
Now, where is the piano?
A piano? Right in here in the living room.
Must I close my eyes?
Well, if you'd like to. There. Now you can look.
Oh, I think it's just lovely.
It's a Wembley.
I declare it just makes my fingers itch.
Oh, well, try it. Go ahead.
May I? Oh, it has a gorgeous tone.
Yeah, you'd never know it was secondhand, would you? Play something, Leela.
Oh, I couldn't.
Oh, yes, please do.
Well, I'm terribly out of practice.
We'll never know. Go ahead and play something.
Well, I'll tell you. I'll play Throckmorton if you sing.
Oh, I can't sing.
Please?
Sure you can, Uncle Mort.
Pretty please.
Well, what do you want to play?
Well, what do you want to sing?
Does anybody mind if I go to the movies?
You stay right here, young man. How about The Road to Mandalay?
No, I know a better one.
Why do you love me? Leroy!
Yes, Unc?
Out in the kitchen, you'll find some donuts. Suppose you go out and get them, huh?
Donuts?
Yeah, and some popcorn and the popper, and bring those.
Okay, Unc.
Well, shall we start over again?
Just a minute. Marjorie.
Yes?
Suppose you go out and help Leroy, huh? Would you mind?
Of course not.
Good. Now. Why do I love you? Why do you love me? Why should there be two happy as we? Can you see the why or wherefore I should be the one you care for? I'm a lucky boy. You are lucky too. All our dreams of joy seem to come true. Maybe that's because you love me. Maybe that's why I love you. Answer that, Leroy.
Why do I love you?
Oh, why do you love me?
Why should there be two
Happy as we.
Hooker!
Well, why should there be two? Why shouldn't there be three? Go right ahead, it's beautiful.
Who let you in, you old buzzard?
My young friend Leroy. Hello, Leela.
Hello, Joe.
Well, I thought you were spending the evening alone, Gildy.
I was till you butted in.
I just this minute arrived, and I can't stay but a second.
Oh, don't go on my account, please. There's always room for one more, isn't there, Gildy?
There always seems to be.
Well, thank you, Leroy. I'll take two. They're small.
Why beat around the bush? Take the whole platter.
Well, that's generous of you, Gildy. I hope you don't mind my dropping in like this, but when I got to thinking about what you were doing over here, nice, quiet evening at home, it sounded so good to me I just couldn't stay away.
Nice, quiet evening. Look at it. I talked myself into it, and I guess I've talked myself right out of it. Quiet, everybody. Quiet, please.
Now, quiet. Throckmorton has a poem.
Oh, do let's hear your poem, Trocky.
Yeah, well, I have to have it quiet. It's very dramatic. 'Twas a balmy summer evening, and a goodly crowd was there, which well nigh filled Joe's barroom on the corner of the square. Answer that, somebody. Marjorie, will you?
I've got it, Unc.
Hello there, young fellow. Is your uncle at home?
You know darn well I'm at home.
Well, if it isn't Pettibone, come on in, Doc. Join the happy throng. How are you?
Hello, Judge. Well, Mrs. Ransom.
Yes, but I can't stay but a second.
Gildersleeve, how are you?
I'm slipping.
Just thought I'd drop in, see if you're taking care of yourself. Well, popcorn.
Would you have some, Doctor?
Thanks. Matter of fact, I didn't have anything to do this evening, Gildersleeve, so I decided I'd just combine business with a little pleasure.
Fine. I suppose I'll get a bill for this.
Great kidder, isn't he? Great idea you've got here, Gildersleeve. I don't know why people go running around when they can spend an evening at home like this.
Mr. Gildersleeve was just about to do a recitation for us.
Oh, good. Have you ever heard my imitation of Harry Lauder?
Just a minute, Doctor. If you don't mind.
Yes, Mr. Gildersleeve first. Now, quiet, everybody.
It was a balmy summer evening, and a goodly crowd was there.
The crowd's getting bigger.
Come in.
Oh, excuse me.
Come in, Peavy.
I hope I'm not intruding, Mr. Gildersleeve. Mrs. Peavy has to sit up with a sick friend this evening, and I thought I'd...
Never mind the alibi, Peavy. Come on in. Make yourself at home. You know everybody. Give the man some popcorn.
Yeah, here you are.
Leroy.
Yes, Unc?
You better take your bicycle and go down and get some more donuts and some cider.
Again?
You'll have to. Here's some more money.
Boy, this is going to break us.
Quiet, please, everybody. I have an announcement.
Quiet, Doc has an announcement.
Mr. Throckmorton P. Gildersleeve, our popular singing water commissioner, will now give his famous recitation, The Pace on the Barroom Floor, following which he will offer to wrestle any man in the crowd for $5. Come on, Gildersleeve. Come on.
No, I don't want to do it now.
Oh, come on, Gildy.
No, I'm all out of the mood.
Oh, please, Throckmorton. I'm dying to know how it comes out.
It was a balmy summer evening. All right, who is it now? The cops? Miss Fitz, come in.
Well, I didn't know you were giving a party, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Neither did I.
I worked late at the office, and I had to pass here on the way home.
Don't bother to explain, Miss Fitch. It's open house here, Liberty Hall. Come on. Give Miss Fitch a donut, somebody.
Folks, I got a suggestion.
The judge has a suggestion.
I think we all vote a thanks to our friend Gildersleeve here for a great idea. Why don't we meet together this way every Saturday night?
Great idea.
Wait a minute. That's not my idea.
After all, as Gildy says, why spend your money when you can stay at home and have an evening and fun and jollity like this, and it doesn't cost a penny?
Doesn't cost who a penny? Piano, popcorn, parcheesi, 8 dozen donuts.
What do you say, folks? Next week, same time, same place.
Just a minute, Hooker.
Yes, Gildy.
I've got something to say to all of you. You've invited yourselves in here, you've eaten my donuts, you've drunk my cider, and you sat by my fire and played my piano. And now, by George, you're going to listen to me.
All right, Gildy. What is it, old man?
It was a balmy summer evening, and a goodly crowd was there. Well, folks, I muffed it again. I was trying to do the right thing, but I let it run away with me. It's a good idea to stay home, I guess, but I didn't have to go out and buy all that stuff. That's what makes inflation. We all know that. People are making more money today than they've ever made, and there are fewer things to buy it with. If we all rush down to the store with our money in our hand and start bidding against each other for the few things left on that counter, prices will go zooming up. We've seen that happening already. That's why they're urging us now not to buy anything we don't absolutely need, but to make our old things do. If there's money burning a hole in your pocket, sock it away in war bonds and stamps. Well, I'm a fine one to be telling you this. Buying all that junk I did, I could kick myself. But I'll never do it again, folks. I swear I won't. Good night, everybody.
Original music heard on this program was composed and conducted by Billy Mills. This is Ken Carpenter speaking for the Kraft Cheese Company and inviting you to tune in again next week for the further adventures of the Great Gildersleeve. If your family turns up its noses at leftovers, here's a tip. You can change leftover vegetables, chicken, or fish into taste-tempting treats with Pabstet and do it in a hurry, too. You see, Pabstet is the delicious golden cheese food that's just right for making cheese sauces that really make leftovers sing. Just melt Pabstet in a double boiler, stir in a little milk, and season. That's all you do for a scrumptious sauce that's full of rich cheese goodness.
You like Pabstet, too, for sandwiches and snacks because it slices and spreads so easily. And remember, Pabstet is an excellent source of food energy. Milk protein, the milk minerals, calcium and phosphorus, vitamin A. Yes, and Pabstet is digestible, too. So keep Pabstet on hand. Your dealer has it in the handy round flat package. Yes, tomorrow ask for Pabstet. Pabst-ETT. Pabstet, the delicious golden cheese food of 100 different uses. This program reached you from Hollywood. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
The Great Nuts Flakes program, starring Jack Benny, with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Dennis Day, Rochester, and yours truly, Don Wilson. And now, here's the nationwide weather forecast. I slipped past the old censor. I made it up myself. Tomorrow morning will be bright and sunny in all areas where delicious, malty-rich Grape Nuts Flakes are served for breakfast. Furthermore, all parts of the country will find Grape Nuts Flakes a swell breakfast treat. They'll experience rising enjoyment to be followed by a second dish. In fact, the popularity of Grape Nuts Flakes will be so great, there'll be a general shift to Grape Nuts Flakes every morning. And that, friends, is just my way of saying it's always fair weather when you and Grape Nuts Flakes get together. Because the distinctive, delicious flavor of Grape Nuts Flakes is a blend of two delicious grains, sun-ripened wheat and malted barley. It's that same delicious Grape Nuts blend in toasty brown flake form. So to make my forecast come true, say Grape Nuts Flakes, please, to your grocer tomorrow. Now, ladies and gentlemen, the elections being over, we bring you a man who was swept into office by an overwhelming majority. The new sidewalk inspector of Beverly Hills, California, Jack Benny.
Thank you, thank you.
Hey, for Benny!
Thank you, sir, thank you. Hello again, this is Jack Benny talking. And first of all this evening, I'd like to thank my many friends in Beverly Hills who had the confidence and foresight to elect me Chief Inspector of Sidewalks, Driveways, Curbings, and Gutters. That's Beverly Hills for gutters, folks. So thanks again.
Well, tell me, Jack, why in the world would you want to
Just a second, Don. And I'd also like to say a word to my worthy opponent, Elmer Snout. Better luck next time, Elmer.
Well, tell me, Jack, why in the world would you want
Just a second, just a minute, Don. And I'd also like to state at this time that my campaign slogan will be faithfully executed. Sidewalk Jack will fix that crack. Yes, sir. Oh, hello, Mary.
Hello, Governor. Congratulations.
I didn't run for governor. I'm starting out at the bottom.
Well, you can't get lower than the gutter.
Never mind.
Tell me, Jack, why in the world would you want to run for the office of sidewalk inspector?
Well, it's very simple, Don.
Sure, Jack's always walking around with his head bent down, so he might as well get 20 cents an hour for it.
That's 22 cents, sister, and I get priorities on arch supporters.
Where are you getting your arches?
From Little Rock, Arkansas. I can go along with a gag, you know. Anyway, I was elected by an overwhelming majority, according to my campaign manager.
Oh, by the way, Jack, who handled your campaign?
Jim Farley. And he really put me over.
Say, did Jim Farley come all the way from New York just to handle your campaign?
This isn't the Farley you're thinking of, Don. This is Jim Farley. He's Chinese. He runs the Kumquat Inn over on Camden Drive. You know?
Chinese manager. Well, how much did the campaign cost you, Jack?
Oh, I'd say somewhere between 7,000 and 8,000 yen. But it was worth it.
My goodness, 8,000 yen. How much is that in American money?
$2.40.
It was more than $2.40 for the picnic and outing alone. So what are you talking about?
Hiya, Jackson. Congratulations on your election.
Thanks, Phil.
How does it feel to be in the White House?
Phil, I'm just sidewalk inspector. I'm not going to run for president for years.
Well, Roosevelt's going to be glad to hear that.
The only thing I can't understand about that gag, how did Phil know that Roosevelt was president? Say, Maestro, what's that letter you've got in your hand there?
Oh, a kid gave it to me out in the hall. It's from one of my fans, no doubt, Lee.
Let's see that. This letter's for Mary. It says Mary Livingston, see?
Oh, yeah, I should have known. Her name is longer than mine.
Got different letters, too.
Yeah.
Here it is, Mary.
Thanks. Oh, Jack, this letter's from Mama.
Come on, read it to us, Mary.
Yeah, what's Ration Brain got to say? Let's hear it.
Plainfield, New Jersey, November 5th. My darling daughter, Mary.
Pretty dull so far.
Don't worry, Mom will get rolling.
Oh.
My darling daughter, Mary. Just a line to thank you for your lovely letter and your generous check. I say generous because I'm your mother.
Boy, is she mercenary.
You'll be glad to know that your Uncle Willie hasn't been arrested since the dim out. Nobody leaves their shades up anymore.
Too bad. What else has Frizzletop got to say? Go ahead.
Your father and I went to New York last week and saw Jack and Ann Sheridan in their new picture, George Washington Slept Here.
Well.
There were a lot of laughs, especially when your father accused the man next to him of stealing his shoes.
You're probably cold with no socks.
Incidentally, Mary, I don't know if I ever told you this, but George Washington is supposed to have slept right here in our little stone house in Plainfield.
Washington slept there?
So when Jack comes east, why doesn't he visit us and live in the same room that the father of our country did?
Well, that's sweet of her.
I don't know what Washington paid, but it'll cost Blue Eyes $3 a day.
Good thing she called me Blue Eyes.
No more news, so we'll close with love to all. From your mother, 5 by 5 Livingston.
Ha. Ain't she the one? Well, Phil, it's about time.
Oh, wait a minute, Jack. Here's a P.S.
Oh.
Just heard from your brother Hillard, who's in the Air Corps. He must have received his wings all right, as he has just been promoted to Yardbird.
Well, I'm glad that's over. Mary, when you answer that letter, tell your mother she ought to get a fountain pen with funnier ink.
You ink, too, once in a while.
Never mind. Now, let's have a band number, Phil. I don't know why Mary's mother hates me so. That was Massachusetts, played by Phil Harris and his Cape Cod Cut-Up. Incidentally, Phil, that's a peculiar title for a song, isn't it? Massachusetts.
Well, after all, Jack, they've got a song called San Francisco, and they got one called St. Louis Blues, and then there's that new one, Kalamazoo.
What about it?
Well, Massachusetts is a big city. Why can't they have a song?
Phil, Massachusetts is not a city, it's a state.
Oh, yeah, it's on the eastern sideboard.
Yes. Well, thank heaven, here's Dennis. Hello, kid.
Hello, Mr. Benny. Congratulations on your election.
Well, thanks.
Beverly Hills is going to have swell sidewalks now, by golly.
You said it.
That new one in front of your house looks wonderful.
Dennis.
Uh-huh.
What are you hoeing about? Just so happens I inspected my sidewalk first, and I fixed it up. And now...
Hey, Jackson, that's a pretty tough job, ain't it? Crawling around on your hands and knees all day looking for cracks in the sidewalk?
Well...
Who crawls around? He's got an anteater on a leash.
That's not an anteater. That's Barney Dean, my assistant. He's a short fellow with a flexible nose. And now, folks, for the first time this season, we shall delight and thrill you with an original one-act play written by Mr. Don Wilson, our old fat Noel Coward. Take it, Mr. Wilson.
The scene, ladies and gentlemen, is the little cottage of Mr. and Mrs. Oglethorpe J. Twink in Glendale, California. It is breakfast time, and Mr. Twink, played by Jack Benny, the eminent politician...
Hooray for Benny!
Thank you, sir.
...is awaiting the arrival of Mrs. Twink, his wife, who is a welder on the night shift in one of our huge aircraft factories. Curtain, music.
Oh, dear. 7 a.m. and Clarabelle isn't home yet. It's payday, too. I hope she didn't get into a crap game with some of the girls. Oh, well, she works hard. She's entitled to a little fun, I guess. I wonder who that is. Come in. Why, it's the Ice Girl. Hello, Gloria.
Any ice today, Twinkie?
Darn you, Gloria, for the third time today, no. I'm a married man.
Oh, come on. Don't you want a cake of ice, sweetie?
No, and take your foot out of the door. My wife finds you here. Heaven knows what'll happen. Now, scram.
Okay, cutie. I'll see you tomorrow.
That Gloria's fresher than the Fuller Brush Girl. Well, I might as well get started getting breakfast ready for the twins. They love those toasty browns, sweet as a nut, grape nut flake. I'm dreaming of a white Christmas, just like the ones I used to know, where the treetops glisten. Clarabelle, where have you been? It's almost 8 o'clock.
Now, honey, stop nagging and give me a kiss.
Get away from me with those greasy hands. I've got a clean apron on. Now, you tidy up.
Okay, hand me the Dutch cleanser. I want to wash my face.
Here you are. I'm dreaming of a white Christmas, just like the... You want some breakfast, dear?
Yes, but first give me my kiss.
Now, Clarabelle.
Come on, kiss
Not
me.
so early in the morning. Oh, God, don't be so rough, Clarabelle. Now, you broke the clasp on my slave bracelet. Look.
Well, I'll take it to the plant tonight and weld it for you. By the way, Oglethorpe, aren't the twins up yet?
Joe and Josephine? Here they come now. Hello, Joe.
Hello, Dowdy.
Hello, Josephine.
I want to be Joe.
You're Josephine. Now, sit down, children, and have your toasty brown, sweet as a nut, grape nut flake.
Oh, dirty. Toasty brown, sweet as a nut, grape nut flake.
Aren't you going to have breakfast, dear?
Not till you give me that kiss. Come on.
Clarabelle, not in front of the children. Now, you let me go.
Mama, kiss a daddy. Mama, kiss a daddy.
Children, behave yourself. And you too, Clarabelle. Now sit down and eat your grape nuts plate.
You left out Toasty Brown, sweet as a nut.
Oh, yes. I'm dreaming of a white Christmas, just like the ones I used to know. Oh, it's Gloria.
Say, Twinkie, honey, did I leave my ice tongs here?
Jiggers, Gloria, my wife is home.
Oh, so she calls you Twinkie, honey, eh? So you've been playing around with that ice girl.
I have not. I'm dreaming of a white Christmas.
You're going to have a white Christmas. Bandages.
Clarabelle, now put me down. Clarabelle, out! Out!
And so we leave Mr. Twink chin up but with blackened eyes and with a happy knowledge that his wife's entire family is about to enjoy a breakfast of those toasty brown sweeters and that grape nut flakes. I thank you.
Well, Don, that really was a very good sketch.
Well, thanks, Jack.
And now, Dennis, it's about time for your number. What are you going to sing?
Well, I was going to sing White Christmas, but you just did it in the play.
All right, so I sang it. What's the difference?
That song is washed up, brother.
I only hummed a little of it. Now go ahead and sing. Washed up.
I'm dreaming of a white Christmas, just like the ones I used to know. Where the treetops listen and children listen to hear sleigh bells in the snow. I'm dreaming of a white Christmas, with every Christmas card I write. May your days be merry and bright. And the grass is green, the orange and palm trees sway. There's never been such a day in Beverly Hills, but it's December the 24th, and I am longing to be up north. Just like the ones I used to know. May your days be merry and bright, and may all your Christmases be white. May all your Christmases
That was I'm a-dreaming of a white Christmas, sung by Dennis Day. And very good, kid. That was all right.
Speaking of Christmas, Mr. Benny, what are you going to give me for a present?
Now, wait a minute, Dennis. No need of worrying about your present so soon. Christmas is almost 2 months away.
I mean last Christmas.
You got a very nice gift for me last year, a beautiful pipe.
An opium pipe. I'll get pinched if I use it.
That pipe is for blowing soap bubbles. What an imagination that kid's got, huh? Oh, you're talking. I'll have to slug him one of these days. You know, fellas, this Christmas, I'm not going to buy... I hope it's that cute ice girl. The play is over now, you know. Come in. Well, look who's here. Wait till I say look who's here. Well, look who's here. How are you? He's in such a hurry to get on. Andy Devine, how are you? Well, Andy, it's about time you've been paying us a visit. Why haven't you been around before?
Well, we've been pretty busy on the farm, Buck. Got a lot of harvesting to do.
Well, that's really a problem now with the shortage of help and everything.
Well, it worked out swell for us. We got 12 pretty college girls helping us pick tomatoes.
Pretty, eh? Say, I bet that makes your pa happy, eh?
Oh, he loves it, Buck. I caught him out in the field with all the girls yesterday, and he had a sultan suit on.
A sultan suit? You mean he was dressed like a sultan?
Yeah, a turkey towel and a pair of mom's red bloomers.
What?
He was loaded.
Well, Andy, isn't your more jealous? I mean, your father out in the field chasing all those pretty girls?
Oh, he'll never catch him, Buck. Pa's got a flat iron tied to his beard.
Well, that's one way to keep the old boy down. Well, it's nice of you to drop in, Andy. So long.
So long. Oh, by the way, I nearly forgot. Are you still interested in buying a horse?
Yes, I've been looking at horses all week, now that I haven't got the Maxwell anymore.
Well, I got just the animal you want. Paul's out in the hall with her right now.
You got a horse out in the lobby of NBC?
Yeah, I'll show her to you.
Now, Andy.
Come on in, Paul. Bring Leona with you.
I don't want a horse in this studio.
Don't worry, she's gentle as a lamb.
Oh, my goodness. Hold her back.
Hold her back, Paul.
I've got her. Hold Leona. Hold her. Look out. Look out. Watch out for the orchestra. Oh, for Pete's sake. What a mess.
Say, Paul, you remember Jack Benny, don't you?
Hey?
Jack Benny.
Hey?
He's a little deaf, but Jack Benny, Paul.
Oh, yes, hiya, Buck.
Glad to see you, Mr. Devine.
Who's the brunette?
Well, that's Mary Livingston. This is Andy's father, Mary.
Hello, Mr. Devine.
I wish I had my bloomers on, doggone.
Why, Mr. Devine.
Well, how about the horse, Buck? Leona's a mighty good buy.
A good buy?
Goodbye. So long, everybody.
Mr. Devine, come back here. Now, Andy, I want a horse, all right, but this one's pretty old.
What are you talking about? Leona's a glamour girl.
Glamour girl, look at that sway back. Her stomach is touching the floor.
Hey?
I said her stomach is touching the floor.
I know I'd give her a gurgle to the rubber drive.
Well, I wish I knew how old she was.
Well, look at her teeth, Jack. That's a good way to tell.
Oh, yes. Would you mind showing me her teeth, Mr. Devine?
Glad to. Here you are.
Put them back in her mouth. Oh, I don't know what to do about that horse.
Oh, buy it, Jack. The wheat ration coming in may come in handy.
Mary, stay out of it.
How much will you give it for her, Buck?
Well, let's see.
Better hurry up. I might not got her sold to being sold.
That I can believe. Well, I'll tell you what. $10 is the...
I'll take it.
Well, here you are, Mr. Devine. Here's a $5 bill.
Thanks.
And here's 5 1. That's 6, 7, 8, 9. Hold everything. I'm not taking that horse. Give me that money back.
Oh, there's nothing to get excited about. He's just got a little cold.
A cold? Bless you. Well, I guess I'm hooked. Might as well have the horse. Come on, Leona, you go out in the hall. Get going now. Come on. Oh, whoa, Leona. Leona, look out. There she goes again. Leona, hold still. Whoa, Leona. Hey, Jackson, this phone call's for you. Well, I'll be... Hello?
Hello, Mr. David Rochester.
Whoa, Leona, whoa. What do you want, Rochester?
Everything's all set for but just for the horse.
What? I told you to look at horses, not buy one.
But this one's a bargain. I got a bag of oats, a racing farm, and a jockey with it.
Now, look, Rochester, I just bought a horse for $10.
Well, the one I bought is breathing. I said 18.
Mine's breathing, too. Whoa, Leona, whoa. Dennis, watch out. Dennis.
What's wrong?
Leona just kicked you in the head.
He did? I'm going to get the wrestling.
Now, Rochester.
Yes, sir?
Whoa, Leona, whoa. You take that horse back to the man and get your $18.
I can only get 10. He paid me $8 for making it.
And get the $10. You don't want two horses around the house. Whoa, Leona. Whoa, goodbye, Rochester. Leona, give me back that cigar. Andy, will you please take that horse out in the hall and sign her up?
What am I trying to do?
I don't know what paid for anything.
Okay, come on, Leona, come on.
Thank heaven, that's it. Well, at least I got a horse. Play for it.
Friends, just because you find that meat and some of the other nutritious foods are growing scarcer and more expensive, don't deprive yourself of the nourishment you need for robust health and well-being. For instance, if you're eating less meat, then eat more of the other things that supply many of the food values of meat, such as whole grain cereals with lots of milk. For whole grain cereals like Great Nuts Flakes are plentiful, nutritious, and thrifty. In every helping of toasty brown Grape Nuts Flakes and milk, you get remarkably well-balanced nourishment. You get protein and minerals such as iron, calcium, and phosphorus. And Grape Nuts Flakes give you 2 of the important B vitamins, niacin to help prevent loss of appetite and weight, plus vitamin B1, the nerve and energy vitamin, essential food factors we need more than ever. So to help keep your family up to par, serve them delicious, malty-rich Grape Nuts Flakes and milk every day.
That was the last number of the 6th program of the new Grape Nuts Flakes series. And next Sunday, we're broadcasting from the Naval Air Base at Terminal Island, California. I'd like to announce that the part of Andy Devine's father was played by his father, Norris Goff, who is Abner of Lum and Abner.
Doggies, now he's got me all mixed up.
Yeah. Hey, I'm going over to Phil Baker's program now, see if I can win $64. Well, so long, Mary. I got to lead that horse home first.
10 to 1. She never makes it.
She'll make it if I have to put casters under her. Good night, folks.
It's Texaco time with Fred Allen, Hugh Herbert, Joan Edwards, Portland Hoffa, and Al Goodman and his orchestra. This is Arthur Godfrey inviting you to the Texaco Star Theater and saying you're welcome for Texaco dealers from coast to coast. You know, I bet there's a lot of folks listening to us tonight who wouldn't be home if it weren't for the war. They'd be out driving in the family car. But they're sitting by the radio these evenings, cutting out every bit of driving that isn't absolutely necessary. You see, they know that it's the patriotic duty of every American driver to save his tires for essential driving.
Let's all be smart and follow their example. Don't use all those gasoline ration tickets just because you've got them. Save that priceless rubber. And see your Texaco dealer regularly for car and tire care. Ladies and gentlemen, we regret to announce that the comedian originally scheduled to be heard at this time will be heard. And here he is, Fred Allen.
Thank you, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Well, now that you have the program started, Arthur, don't you think you'd better go and lie down? You look all in tonight, old boy.
I know, Fred. I haven't been getting much sleep lately.
What's wrong?
It's coffee. Coffee has been keeping me awake.
Keeping you awake? You may...
I can't sleep.
Oh, our people are versatile. They make up words you've never heard before. The script is only a device. We don't bother with this. Well, what's wrong?
If you don't pick that up, we're lost.
It's a coffee. Coffee's keeping you awake. You mean that you found a place to buy coffee, Arthur?
I have to stay up all night looking for a place.
Yes, well, that's the new game today, you know. The new game is chasing Sanborn. It's the new game.
Well, never mind me, Fred. You look well-rested tonight.
Well, I am well-rested, Arthur. I went to see Jack Benny's new picture this afternoon.
George Washington slept here?
George wasn't the only one who slept there. I slept every time Benny came on. Yes, sir, I feel like Rip Van Winkle did the day he got up, Arthur. And as Rip did, I think I shall turn to the latest news of the week. The March of Trivia presents its weekly lowlight from the world of news. New York City, New York. State OPA director announces that fuel oil registration is off to a slow start. Only small percentage of householders who must apply for fuel rations have filed applications for their quotas of oil and kerosene. Tonight, the March of Trivia interviews a brace of nobodies on their reactions to the fuel registration. Now, first, a gentleman from Queens, Barladuke Klepser. Now, Mr. How do you feel about the fuel problem, Barladuke?
Well, everybody can cut down on fuel by conserving hot water.
Conserving hot water?
Yes.
That is your system?
Yes. Every morning when I get up, I fill the bathtub up to the ring with hot water.
Yes. I see.
Now, when I get into the tub to take a bath, I carry 3 slices of toast, a tea bag, and 2 eggs.
You carried these into the tub with you, huh?
Yes. In exactly 3 minutes, the eggs are done, the tea is ready, I have breakfast in the tub.
And then?
Then I shave and relax a minute.
Oh, naturally.
Then I pull my laundry into the tub with me and wash it.
You sure make that hot water go a long way.
Oh, I'm not through yet.
Oh, no?
No. The water is still boiling hot, so I take it out in the backyard and pour it on my victory garden.
Well, doesn't that hot water hurt your vegetables?
Oh, it helps them, really.
It helps them, huh? Well, what came up in your victory garden this year?
A New England boiled dinner.
Well, I hope your cabbage wasn't hot-headed. And thank you, Barladuke Klepser. Now, next, a housewife from Flatbush, Mrs. Nemo Falvey. Are you anticipating any heating problem this winter, Mrs. Falvey?
With me, it's the same headache every winter.
Well, how do you mean, Mrs. Falvey?
We bought one of them houses they advertise in the paper.
Oh, one of those development abodes?
It's a gopher hole with shingles on it.
The place is flimsy, is it?
Flimsy? If you blow your nose upstairs, all the doors downstairs slam.
No kidding.
Termites come through the walls in one bite.
Well, what about your oil quota this year, Mrs. Falvey?
What difference does it make?
Well, you mean it doesn't?
The house has got more holes in it than Rommel's flank.
Well, how do you...
Well, when we turn on the furnace in the winter, the heat all goes outside through the walls.
Well, how do you keep warm?
When it gets good and cold nights, I go out and sit in the yard. It's cozy.
Well, this winter, you know, with less oil, the heat isn't going to go so far.
So I'll sit nearer the house.
Well, you won't be so apt to get homesick. And thank you, Mrs. Nemo Falvey. Now, an uptown resident who isn't worried is Rensselaer Rabinowitz. You have your fuel problem under control, Rensselaer?
Confidentially to you, I'm saying everything is hot-to-hot.
Everything is hotsy-potsy,
Yes, sir.
Well, how do you, You have the biggest part in your hair, Mr. Rabinowitz. Well, how do you mean everything is hotsy-potsy?
Well, this winter, my wife and I wouldn't need any oil.
Don't need any oil? Why not?
We got no stove.
Oh, you mean the finance company?
No. I will explain it.
Well, I wish you would.
This I am doing.
Well, I wish I'd appreciate it.
2 weeks ago, could be Tuesday.
Yeah.
My wife is saying, Rensselaer, in the stove, putting a squirt kerosene.
Yes?
I am picking up the kerosene to put maybe in a squirt.
Uh-huh.
My wife is lighting a match. Better I shall seeing the stove.
Your wife lit a match too near the kerosene?
Poof. My wife, the stove, me together, everything is blowing through the building.
It blew the three of you?
In 20 years, for the first time with my wife, we are going out together.
You should be as old as that joke, and thank you. Rensselaer Rabinowitz. Well, I guess that takes care of it.
Apamo, Silly Billy, Falstaff's here, willy-nilly.
Now, Openshaw, you are not on the premises with more poems, I trust.
Oh, yes. Have you heard, I stopped strumming my mandolin when I heard her order the Anacin?
No, I don't think so.
The albatross sat on the moss and winked her eye at the big brown horse?
No, I haven't heard that.
My mother can't get up, officer. Someone put lead in her bustle.
Now, wait. Final straw. You have finally unnerved me, Falstaff. Tonight we are taking up oil and fuel rationing.
Precisely why I am here. I have written a poem.
What is your fuel poem called?
Some Rules for Fuels.
Well, how does it go?
You must conserve this winter. You can't waste oil or fuels. To show you how to save your heat, I've written out these rules. Have your burner cleaned, adjusted. Something inside may be busted. Don't heat rooms you aren't using. Heat you waste is fuel you're losing. At night, when you put out the cat, remember to lower your thermostat. If your chimney flue is sooty, rush it out. It is your duty. Let's conserve our heat for Uncle Sam. Wake up, folks, let's go. We'll keep the home fires burning, but we'll keep them burning low.
Well, thank you. Thank you, Falstaff. Now, tonight, ladies and gentlemen, we welcome to our midst the charming chanteuse, one of the singing stars on your hit parade, Miss Joan Edwards. Miss Joan Edwards. Joan, it's nice to have you with us tonight.
Well, thank you, Mr. Allen.
What would you like to sing?
I'd like to sing This is the Army, Mr. Jones.
Thank you.
A bunch of frightened rookies were listening with awe. They listened while a sergeant was laying down the law. They stood there at attention, their faces turning red. The sergeant looked them over, and this is what he said. This is the Army, Mr. Jones. No private rooms or telephones. You had your breakfast in bed before, but you won't have it there anymore. This is the Army, Mr. Green. We like the barracks nice and clean. You had a housemaid to clean your floor, but she won't help you out anymore. Do what the buglers command. They're in the Army and not in the band. This is the Army, Mr. Brown. You and your baby went to town. She had you worried, but this is war, and she won't worry you anymore. They wake you up each morning, you tumble out of bed. The sergeant says, "Step lively, you guys look like you're dead." You'd like to take the sergeant and fill him full of lead. But this is the Army, this is the Army, this is the Army, Mr. Jones, and you must do what the buglers command. They're in the Army and not in the band. This is the Army, Mr. Brown. You and your baby went to town. She had you worried, but this is war, and she won't worry you anymore.
Thank you very much, Joan. That was lovely. Well, now we...
Say, Fred.
Yes, Arthur?
What would you do if you saw me going around these chilly days in a Palm Beach suit, a straw hat, and open-toed sandals?
Well, I would say you were Dottie and the Crumpet, Arthur.
Well, you know that...
Man bet it wouldn't get a laughy one that we're all upset about.
You know, lots of people are doing something just as wacky, though.
Dressing that way? You mean they're still wearing their summer clothes?
No, Fred, but they're still driving their cars with last summer's lubricants. And when you do that, brother, you're just flirting with a big repair bill. Or worse still, you're fixing to wear out some part that may be hard to replace, and then your car's going to be completely out of action. A dead duck.
A defunct mallard, hey? Well, what is the remedy, Arthur?
An ounce of lubrication is worth a ton of car, Fred. Drive to your neighborhood Texaco dealer and get that car ready for cold weather service. He'll put the right grade of insulated Haviland, Texaco's famous motor oil, in the engine. He'll replace that worn-out summer lubricant in the transmission and differential with Texaco gear lubricant, and then he'll give the chassis a Marfac job, Texaco's super-duper lubrication that protects 40 vital points. Remember, if you're careless today, you may be carless tomorrow. So see your Texaco dealer and get that car set for cold weather tomorrow morning.
That was Gobs of Love, played by Al Goodman and his orchestra. Not quite Gobs, really.
Mr. Allen!
Well, Portland. What the... What is that? What is that? You sound like a man with no tongue trying to sing the Fuhrer's face. What is that?
I'm shivering. It's cold tonight.
Yes, it is cold. The election this week changed the weather. Everybody said it would be a cold day when the Republicans got in again, and it was. The whole weather. But tell me, thank you, a man from Albany. Thank you very much. Tell me, did your mother register for her fuel quota?
Well, I don't think we're going to need any fuel. Uncle Phil is a Democrat.
Oh, being a Democrat is going to keep him warm?
Uncle Phil says the heat's on.
Oh. Yes, there were a lot of surprises this election.
I read about one man who was elected senator, and he can't even get to Washington.
Elected senator and he can't get to Washington? Why not?
He's a Republican. He hasn't got the fare.
Well, never mind politics, Portland. You'd better get some heavier things on.
Mama started to take our winter clothes out yesterday.
What happened?
Mama opened the door,
and the moth pulled Mama into the closet.
The moth pulled you... Well, you have the jumbo moths, I think. The moths in our house are patriotic.
Oh, how can a moth be patriotic?
Well, all week long, these moths gobble up anything in my closet, but on Meatless Tuesdays, they only eat my soup and fish. They patriotic. Well, so much for levity, Portland. Let's turn to our guest.
Who's coming tonight?
Hugh Herbert. You've seen Hugh in pictures, of course.
I'll say, is he silly?
Is he silly? Well, you and Mr. Herbert may have something in common. We'll soon find out. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to have you meet a refugee from Hollywood, a man you have laughed at many times, and we're hoping for the best tonight, Mr. Hugh Herbert.
Thank you.
Well, Hugh, what brings you here tonight?
Oh, doctor's orders, Fred. Doctor's orders. I'm a nervous man. Doctor said I gotta have absolute quiet.
Absolute quiet? Absolute quiet, and the doctor suggested that you come on this program for the...
You heard your show last week.
Well, last Sunday before election, Hugh, things were quiet all over. But not tonight. Now, to start the laughs rolling, how about giving us a thumbnail sketch of your rise to fame? I imagine, like most actors, that you came from poor but honest parents.
No. My family was rich and crooked.
Rich and crooked, huh?
Crooked and rich. Well, we were crooked before we were rich.
Well, tell me, as a baby, were you pretty?
Oh, I was very pretty, very, very pretty. But I outgrew it a little, you know.
Yes, you certainly look like a mess tonight, Hugh. Your head looks like a soccer ball that somebody let the wind out of.
I know my head is flat. Yes. People keep leaving things on top of it all the time. See? I found a cup of the saucer up there the other day, you know.
Well, you should keep your hat on when you eat in those cafeterias. But tell me, Hugh, was your family social?
Social? We were the cream of society. Oh, but it could happen to anybody, you know.
Well, what could happen?
We curdled.
Well, frankly, Hugh, for my information, is Hugh Herbert your real name?
Well, Hugh is my middle name, Fred. My first name is Prentice.
Prentice. Yeah. Prentice Hugh Herbert.
I couldn't stand the Prentice. Oh, no. Everybody thought I was a Harvard man, so I dropped it.
Well, couldn't you just use the initial?
Well, I did it for a while. It didn't sound so good. Funny sound. P.U. Herbert. No. Yeah, how can I live up to a name like that? P.U.
Well, you're doing a whale of a job, Hugh. But you said before now that your doctor sent you here to New York.
Yes, Fred. I'm a sick man. I went to one doctor out in Hollywood. He gave me 6 months to live.
What did you do?
I went to another doctor. He gave me 6 months to live. Now I got a year, you see.
Well, what you need, Hugh, is a good rest. Yeah. You ought to settle down on some farm.
Oh, don't mention a farm to me, Fred. Oh, I'm a sick man. My nerves might... Oh, say. Oh, no, my nerves.
Well, what's wrong with the farm, Hugh?
Farm made a nervous wreck out of me, Fred. Oh, the racket, the noise, the vegetables growing.
Oh, now, wait. Wait, look, Hugh. Vegetables don't make any noise.
No noise? Have you ever heard radishes coming up?
Well, I don't know much about those decibel olives, Hugh. But tell us about your farm.
Well, I bought a little place out in San Fernando Valley. Well, it was lonesome. There was no one to talk to, so I thought I'd get a parrot, you see.
Where could you get a parrot, Hugh?
Well, I went to an auction at a pet shop. The auctioneer put it up, and, this parrot, I bid $1. Somebody bid $2. I bid $3. I said $4. Two of us kept on bidding. I finally got the parrot for $85.
$85? Well, could the parrot talk?
Talk? The parrot was bidding against me.
Did the parrot keep you company?
Yeah, but I bought the parrot. See, I had to get some chickens to keep the parrot company there.
Well, you just sat around with your foul friends,
You see, Thanksgiving was coming on, and the parrot said to me, Hugh, you ought to raise turkeys. With 2 Thanksgivings, you'll clean up.
And you got some turkeys, did you?
I put in 500 turkeys. They wouldn't eat. I tried everything. I even brought the turkeys into the house to eat with me. Yeah? They were laying eggs all over the joint, closets between bookends. I was going nuts.
Well, I can imagine.
Yeah, that noise. At sunrise, every morning it would start. The chickens would go, tuk, 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 tuk. Then the turkeys would go,
Now, wait a minute, you.
Yeah, that's all day long. The chickens would go, cluck, 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 cluck. And the turkeys would go,
Well, I know, I realize it was noisy, but couldn't you get somebody to take care of the barnyard?
Oh, yeah, I finally got a turkey man. He bought the feed. He waited on the turkeys day and night.
Wasn't it pretty expensive, Hugh?
Every time I sat down to a turkey dinner, the turkey cost me $200.
$200 for a single turkey?
That's without the cranberries.
Well, gosh.
I didn't have any incinerator on the farm, and the swill was piling up.
What did you do?
I had to get a big pig to eat all the swill.
A big pig, eh?
The big pig had little pigs. 16 little pigs.
16 little pigs. They were cute, weren't they?
Cute. Oh, yeah. Every Sunday morning, 16 pigs. Yeah. Then the chicken. Then the turkeys.
Now, wait a minute. Look, Hugh. How did the pigs work out?
Oh, terrible, terrible. The pigs needed milk, so I had to buy a cow.
You had to buy a cow?
Yeah.
Well, did the cow give much milk?
Give nothing. It took two of us to take the milk away from her. And then, every morning, the noise got worse. Every morning there was a cow. Woo! Then the 16 pigs. Oh, I get them all mixed up. The chickens. Then those turkeys.
So you're through with the farm, huh?
Oh, don't mention the farm to me, Fred. That cow. Woo! And those pigs. And the chickens. And the turkeys.
Well, I hope you get a good rest while you're here in New York, Hugh.
You bet, Fred. New York's nice and quiet, isn't it?
Yes, New York is nice and quiet, except every morning, of course, that riveting. Those newsboys, Worcester, those automobile horns. Woo! 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 Say, Hugh Herbert.
Yeah, Fred.
Now, you're going back to Hollywood shortly. I've written a picture scenario. Do you think you can help me sell it out there?
You'll never sell it, Fred. Never.
Why not? I can crash those studios out in Hollywood.
You're wasting your time, Fred. You know what an author has to go through in Hollywood?
An author has to go through? No, Hugh.
Well, I'll show you, Fred. When you go out to Hollywood to sell a story, now here's what happened.
All right.
Schnorrer Brothers Studios. I'm sorry, no casting today. Schnorrer Brothers Studios. Oh, sorry, Slim Somerville is in conference. Schnorrer Brothers Studios.
Oh, good morning. I'm Fred Allen.
We're not making any Frankenstein pictures this year.
Well, I'm not here for casting, miss. I want to see one of the Schnorrer brothers. I've written a scenario.
You'll have to take it up with T.J.
Oh, is T.J. one of the Schnorrer brothers?
He's only a half-brother.
Oh, only a half. Will he see me?
He'll see anybody. His hobby is slumming.
Well, where is T.J.?
His office is through that door.
Well, thank you very much.
Yes, what is it?
I'm Fred Allen.
Don't sit down, Mr. Allen. You won't be here that long. Now, what's on your mind?
Well, I have written a story. I think it'll make a good picture.
Sounds great. I'll call a story conference. Come in, boys. Yes, T.J. This is Mr. Allen, boys. Yes, T.J. Oh, haven't I told you boys not to yes me until the conference starts? Yes, T.J. Now, Mr. Allen here has a story. You have the ball, Mr. Allen.
Thank you. Well, gentlemen, my story is about a boy and a girl.
Great,
T.J.
They meet at an airport.
Sensational.
Sensational, T.J.
The airport is in Chicago.
Terrific,
T.J.
They take this airplane to fly to Hollywood.
Dynamite, T.J.
You like the story?
Can't use it.
Well, why not?
Well, it's the airplane. Have the boy and girl got priorities?
Well, no.
Well, without priorities, how can they get plane reservations? The story is out.
Well, this story will make a great picture even without the airplane.
Maybe the boy and girl can go on a train. I've got an idea. The boy and girl can go on a train.
Great, T.J.
Now, here's what you do, Alan. Can you have the boy and girl meet in the depot?
Yes, sir.
Well, we'll start shooting next week. Oh, there's just one thing.
Yeah?
My brother H.B. checks on any stories I buy.
Oh.
He'll have to get his okay.
Oh, H.B. Schnorrer. Well, where can I...
H.B. is in the next office, through that door.
Well, thank you very much.
Yes, what is it? I'm a busy man.
Mr. H.B. Schnorrer?
Not Mr. H.B. Schnorrer, Captain H.B. Schnorrer.
Oh, I didn't...
I enlisted at the Brown Derby this noon.
Oh, you're a Vine Street commando,
Great
eh?
conditioner, the Army. Keeps a man fit.
You drill every day, Captain?
Not exactly. Instead of riding to the Brown Derby for lunch, I hike.
Oh, I see.
Instead of sitting down for lunch, I stand up.
Fine.
I eat, marking time. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1. If I had a sandwich, I'd show you.
Well, I get the idea.
Now, what's on your mind?
Well, I've written the story, H.B. It'll make a great picture.
Wait, I'll buzz for the 2 men who hold me.
2 men who hold you?
Yes, sometimes if I don't like the story, I beat the author's brains out.
Oh.
These men hold me, I can't get loose.
Oh, I see. I understand.
Yes, Captain?
Hold me, boys.
Okay, I got the right arm. I got the left.
All right, Alan, now what's this story of yours?
It's a boy and girl, H.B. They meet at a depot in Chicago. They take the train to Hollywood.
What are they going to Hollywood for?
Oh, just taking a trip.
A trip on a train in wartime? Why, non-essential travel is unpatriotic. Nope, it's out.
Well, it's a great story, a boy and a girl.
But not on a train. I've got it. Have them meet on a bus.
On a bus, all right.
Let go of my arm, boys. You can go.
Yes, Captain.
Then you buy my story?
It's all set. There's just one thing.
Yes?
My brother F.L. is the treasurer of the company. He'll have to okay your story.
Well, where is F.L.?
His office is right next door.
Well, thank you, H.B. I'll see F.L. right away.
800,001, 800,002. Gad, this money. Yes?
Mr. F.L. Schnorrer?
Yes. Pull up a stack of that money and sit down.
Well, if you're busy...
I'm just counting this money we had to take back from actors with that new salary ruling.
Oh, I didn't
Yes,
know.
800,000.
Your brother H.B. just bought this story I've written.
What story?
It's a boy and a girl. They meet in a bus station in Chicago, and they both take a bus to Hollywood.
That's out.
But H.B.
We can't make a picture with a bus. Where can we get the gas? Where can we get the tires for a bus?
It's a terrific story.
But not in a bus. I've got it. Can you have the boy and girl hitchhike?
Yes, F.L.
Sensational. We'll start production tomorrow.
Fine.
There's just one thing.
Another brother?
Yes. He's president of the company. He has to pass on everything. It's just a formality.
Well, where is his office?
Right through that door.
Well, thank you, F.L. I'll see him right away.
Close that door. The draft has blown the aspirin off my desk here.
Oh, I'm sorry, sir.
How did you get in here?
Well, I've written the story. T.J., H.B., and F.L. sent me to see you.
I'm B.O.
B.O.
Yeah, I'm president of the company.
I see.
I got more ulcers than any man in Hollywood.
Well,
Yes.
look,
I worked my way up from a nervous breakdown. Today, I'm the president of the company. Look at me. I'm president. Look at me.
Yes, sir, but my story...
Oh, yeah, you wrote a story. What is it?
It's a boy and a girl.
Oh, one of each, eh?
Yes, one of these. They meet in Chicago.
Well, the way I'll put this picture on, I'll make a fortune.
The boy and girl hitchhike from Chicago to Hollywood.
It's out. It won't do.
Why not?
Hitchhiking from Chicago to Hollywood, we'll run out of film before we get to Omaha.
But B.O.
Hitchhiking is out. I've got it. Put the boy and the girl on a plane.
Now, wait a minute, B.O. I had them on a plane. You can't get plane reservations. I had them on a train. The trip was non-essential. I had them on a bus. The bus couldn't get gas or tires. Now, you tell me they can't hitchhike. How can I get the boy and girl from Chicago to Hollywood?
I've got it.
What?
The boy and the girl can stay right in Chicago.
Fine. I'll rewrite my story. The boy and girl meet and go to a farm.
No, not a farm.
Why not?
A farm, those pigs. And the chickens. And those turkeys. Oh, no, nothing like that.
Well, thank you, Herbert. Next week, ladies and gentlemen, our guest will be the famous international comedian, Miss Gracie Fields. This is Fred Allen speaking for Texaco dealers from coast to coast, reminding you to drive under 35 to save rubber and to drive into your Texaco dealer regularly to have your tires checked. Remember, you're welcome. Good night. Thank you. Good night.
This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
In just a half hour at 10:30 this evening, CBS World News brings you its weekly report to the nation, a dramatic summary of the news highlights of the week. And tonight, an important message from Undersecretary of War Robert P. Patterson. Be sure to hear Columbia's Report to the Nation. 10 p.m. BULOVA Boulevard Watch Time. WABC New York, 880 on your dial.
The the shadow knows.
Once again, your neighborhood blue coal dealer brings you the thrilling adventures of the shadow. The hard and relentless fight of one man against the forces of evil. These dramatizations are designed to demonstrate forcibly to old and young alike that crime does not pay. We do not have to worry about coal this winter. The anthracite industry expects to produce several million tons more than it did last year, so you can be sure there will be enough coal for everyone. However, your fuel dealer needs your patriotic cooperation to aid in planning deliveries so that everyone will have enough coal for immediate needs. Remember, we must share and share alike. Don't demand delivery of more coal than is actually needed for your present heating requirements. There is no need to hoard. Cooperate with your fuel dealer. He can and will schedule deliveries so that your heating requirements will be taken care of this winter. The Shadow, the mysterious character who aids the forces of law and order, is in reality Lamont Cranston, wealthy young man about town. Several years ago in the Orient, Cranston learned a strange and mysterious secret. The secret of hypnotic power to cloud men's minds so that they cannot see him. Cranston's friend and companion, the lovely Margot Lane, is the only person who knows to whom the voice of the invisible shadow belongs. Today's drama, The Wailing Court.
Mr. Van Dyke, as your lawyer, I protest against this fantastic idea.
Danforth, my mind is made up. You have your orders? Very well. I'm sending Joan to my place in Carolina. She will hear nothing of this. I will not have my daughter touched with sorrow. She is very dear to me. You understand? Stop here, please. This is the establishment.
Shall I wait?
No, thank you. Goodbye, Danforth.
Goodbye, Mr. Van Dyke.
Yes? Huh? Oh, didn't see you for a second. The light is dim.
We do keep it rather subdued in here.
I'm Ellsworth Van Dyke. I phoned you.
Yes, sir. Please sit down and we'll discuss the type of funeral you want. Casket?
That's it. Is it possible to have a special casket made?
Yes, but of course you realize that the price...
Money is no object.
Oh, I see. Well, now, what would you like?
The casket must be made of some material that will withstand decay. I prefer glass.
Glass?
Yes, I must have it. Now, how wide is the average coffin?
Approximately 3 feet.
I want this one 5 feet wide.
5 feet wide? But it will take time to have it made, Mr. Van Dyke.
It must be ready within 2 weeks.
At that time, you can have the body changed to the special casket. But naturally, you proceed with the funeral immediately.
There's not going to be any funeral. Yet.
No funeral? But surely you can't wait.
I can wait, Mr. Griswold.
Eh?
Yes. You see, I am to be the occupant of that coffin.
Mr. Cranston, in all my years as an undertaker, I've never seen anything like this coffin I've just delivered. You are interested in the strange and weird, so I came to you. Oh, I'm very glad you did, Mr. Griswold.
A glass coffin?
That's not all, Miss Lane. He insisted that the coffin be ventilated.
Oh, not really.
Go on, sir. I can see there's more. Mr. Van Dyke demanded some means of communicating with the living from his coffin.
A telephone?
Yes. It's connected with a speaker in his house. He's to be placed in a mausoleum on his estate.
Oh, he must be afraid of being buried alive.
Oh, there's another angle, Margot. I've heard that Ellsworth Van Dyke believes that the dead can communicate with the living. Mr. Griswold, I know he has a young daughter. Any other relatives? His brother, Arthur, and his wife live with Mr. Van Dyke. Excuse me. I left this number. It may be... Hello? Yes, he's here. What? Oh. Well, I'll tell him.
Lamont, what's wrong?
Ellsworth Van Dyke has just died suddenly. He's being placed in his mausoleum immediately.
Confound these newspapers, making a sensation of Ellsworth's funeral. It was that fool Carlton of his, Clara. Now everybody will be watching us, prying into things.
There's no need to break down, Arthur, and act like a nervous idiot.
Yes, you can talk. Thank heaven Joan isn't here to ask questions.
What sort of questions, Uncle Arthur?
Joan, darling, how did you get here?
By train, Aunt Clara. I came as soon as I heard that Father was dead.
But who told you? You weren't to hear.
Oh, it wasn't your fault, I heard. Someone phoned me about Father.
Who did that?
I don't know. They said it was a friend.
Oh, Joan, you poor darling.
Don't touch me, Aunt Clara. You think I can't see through you. You hated my father. Both you and Uncle Arthur.
Joan, how can you say that?
How? Because I know. You hovered over him like two vultures, waiting for him to die. Waiting for his money.
Joan, I realize you're not yourself.
My father wouldn't believe what I told him about you and Aunt Clara. And now he's dead. Father's dead.
What are we going to do about her?
She's our responsibility now. If she goes on like this, she'll cause a scandal.
We've got to do something.
Yes, people will talk.
Quiet, Arthur. Is that you, Sarah?
Yes, Mrs. Van Dyke. Did you ring for me?
It must have been Miss Joan, Sarah.
Miss Joan? Is she here?
She just came home.
Oh, poor child.
Sarah, you must help us.
What do you mean, sir?
Joan has her mind filled with all sorts of strange ideas.
Yes, I know.
You realize that they're ridiculous, don't you? That she's suffering from hallucinations.
Well, why don't you answer?
I'd better go to her, sir. She needs me.
Sarah. Oh, Sarah.
There now, child. I'm here.
Sarah, what would I do without you?
There, dear. There. You must rest. Perhaps if I turn the radio on low.
No, please.
No, I'd better not. Might keep you awake. It's late and you must sleep now.
Sarah, Father thought the dead could send messages to those they loved. Could it be?
You mustn't think, Joan. Just rest. Rest. There, dear.
Joan.
Yes, Father, did you call? It was Father's voice.
Joan.
Father! Why don't you answer me? Father, where are you? Where are you? Answer me. And so I came to you, Commissioner Weston, to tell you what had happened.
Miss Van Dyke, you're sure you heard your father's voice?
Positive.
Lamont, suppose I take Miss Van Dyke into the other room for a minute.
Good idea, Miss Lane. Good idea.
Come on, Miss Van Dyke. Come with me.
Well, what do you think, Cranston? Sounds like a very strange business, Commissioner. If it's true. You think that the girl is unbalanced? Perhaps. I've got a hunch, Commissioner, that she did hear something. Oh, now, Cranston. Not the voice of her dead father. Commissioner, he was afraid of being buried alive. So he arranged to communicate with the people above and be rescued if he were. You think it's possible he actually was? Good heavens, what a terrible idea. Yes. Well, what are we waiting for? Let's go to the Van Dyke estate and find out. Come on. Mr. Van Dyke, you understand that the police can exhume your brother's body if circumstances justify it.
Commissioner Weston, surely you don't take the ravings of a poor hysterical girl seriously enough to act on them?
Uncle Arthur, you must listen to me.
No, Joan, my brother is dead. He must be left in peace.
Well, if he's really dead, how do you explain the voice?
Voice? What voice?
Miss Van Dyke says that last night she heard her father calling to her.
She heard his voice?
Just after 2 o'clock, I was awakened by my father calling my name.
Oh, it was a dream.
No, I was fully awake. I know my father's voice.
Mr. Van Dyke, Did you hear the voice?
No, I heard nothing. If it had been my brother speaking from his tomb, everybody would have heard it. The merest whisper there is magnified into a shout in that receiver he set up in the hall.
Mrs. Van Dyke, did you hear anything?
Nothing.
Sarah, you were with me until I fell asleep. Did you hear anything?
No, child. I heard nothing.
You were looking at me as though I were out of my mind or something. I tell you, I heard my father crying. Oh, doesn't anyone believe me?
Joan, you must be calm. When you've had time to rest, you'll feel less excited.
I want an investigation. I demand it.
I won't have it, you hear?
Why not? Why are you afraid to have anyone examine him? I know why. Because you murdered him.
That's a lie.
One moment, please. Murder, eh? Now we're getting somewhere.
He has no proof.
Maybe we'll find proof. We've got a motive.
Motive? What possible motive could I...
Money.
Right. Van Dyke, if you could get this girl shut up as insane, perhaps you could grab his money. That's motive for murder.
My brother died a natural death.
It was pretty sudden, wasn't it?
He slipped away in a coma.
What was the cause of death?
It was certified as heart failure.
There was nothing wrong with my father's heart.
We'll find out. I'm going to have an autopsy.
May I speak, Commissioner? I was Ezra's lawyer.
What is it, Mr. Danforth?
I have kept silent till now, but Mr. Van Dyke will expressly forbid exhumation of his body.
Now what? Just a moment. If the police decide to exhume...
The heirs would lose their money. Under those conditions, any one of them could stop you by an injunction, Commissioner.
Then Mr. Danforth, you're against me, too.
Oh, now, Joan, dear.
You're all against me. All of you.
Joan, wait.
Margot, come here a moment.
What is it, Lamont?
Let's slip away. I want to pay a visit.
A visit?
Yes. I want to spend an hour tonight in the tomb of Ellsworth Van Dyke.
Our government has asked everyone to work together on a plan which will permit delivery of some coal to every bin. Consumers who have large supplies of coal on hand have been asked to withhold orders for additional deliveries. Those who need coal at once should order only enough to take care of immediate needs. There is no shortage of coal, but your dealer has a real wartime delivery problem. You can help solve this problem by notifying your dealer of the approximate amount of fuel you will require for the entire winter. This will enable him to carefully plan deliveries so that everyone will be taken care of. Planned deliveries will also cut down on gasoline consumption as well as save wear on tires. Another thing, remember there is no advantage in placing duplicate orders with two dealers because this only complicates distribution. Your blue coal dealer has received hundreds of new orders for coal, and he is anxious to see that everyone is taken care of. Your friendly cooperation will make possible the delivery of enough coal so that no one needs suffer from cold. And now, back to the shadow.
Lamont, this is spooky. I wish we'd brought Commissioner Weston.
Poor Weston. He's trying to find his way out of legal red tape.
But we can't wait.
No. Something dreadful is going to happen here. Come on. I want to see inside the tomb. It's a beautiful mausoleum, Margot.
Yes, if only we didn't have to go inside. Shall I turn on my flashlight?
No. Someone in the house might see it. And here we are. Well, it's unlocked.
Ooh, what a noise.
Step inside.
You go first.
All right. Yeah, shut the door. All right. Now the flashlight.
Why, it's just an empty room. Listen to the echo.
Speak low.
Where do they keep the bodies?
In the crypt below, I suppose. That big metal cover slides back. Must be a lever here somewhere.
Oh!
Look down into the crypt.
Hold them out.
Turn the light that way. There it is.
Ellsworth and Dyke's coffin. Why, it's huge. But there aren't any stairs going down.
So it seems.
Well, no one could get down there without help.
Don't stumble, Margot.
Hush. 2:00.
Joan.
That's it, Lamont. That's the voice she heard.
Joan.
Father. Father, you've come back again. Father, speak to me.
Clara, are you awake?
Yes, Arthur.
Did you hear it? That voice.
Voice? I didn't hear anything.
It was Ellsworth's voice calling. Joan was right.
No.
I heard it.
Then you're insane, too.
I've got to investigate. I've got to find out. Where did that voice come from? Oh, there's a light in that room. Who left the light on? Is anyone here? No one. Somebody left that phonograph turned on. This time of night? What? It's Ellsworth's voice. It's on that record. So that's what Joan heard, a record. Someone is using it to fool her. Poor child. But who? Who would do that? Who is it? What? It's you. You! To think how I've trusted you. And all the time you've been using this record to torture that poor child. Wait! Put down that gun! Put it down, I say!
Well, Cranston, I think somebody murdered Arthur and tried to make it look like suicide.
Not a very skillful job, either.
Yeah.
Weston, did you notice this phonograph? Somebody's been playing it.
Now, forget that stuff. I'm thinking about Ellsworth Van Dyke's will. Listen, it makes Arthur Van Dyke guardian of Joan until she's 21, with full control of her money. If he dies, the management passes to Clara.
I wonder if Ellsworth Van Dyke had a special reason for that.
Well, the point is, 5 years control of that fortune, and you could be sitting pretty. Cranston, I think our case is solved.
Where are you going, Commissioner?
Clara Van Dyke?
Yes, Commissioner.
Clara Van Dyke, I arrest you for the murder of your husband.
But Lamont, why come here to the Van Dykes in the middle of the night? Arthur's dead and Mrs. Van Dyke is in jail.
Yes. So the person behind this thinks that the coast is clear. Margot.
What?
There's a light in the tomb. Come on, quick.
Why, the door's open.
Yes. And candles burning.
Look, Lamont. You were right. There is a staircase going to the crypt.
That wall is a sliding panel. Someone opened it. Come along, Margot.
Down into the tomb? Well, what do you think we'll find?
The end of this mystery, Margot. And the criminal. Hurry. All right. Flash a torch around it.
Oh, there's no one here. Lamont, what was that?
The panel's closed. We're locked in.
Oh, Lamont!
Say, I know that voice.
Yes. Yes, you know it.
Sarah! Why, it's Sarah speaking from over here.
Yes, through that opening.
You'll pay for your meddling, you fool.
Sarah, it's you who killed Arthur Van Dyke.
Yes, I killed Arthur. And I made Ellsworth Van Dyke want to die.
Sarah, how did you do it?
I lied to them, all of them, about each other.
Oh, what motive could you have?
To drive Ellsworth Van Dyke's daughter insane. Insane. And you can't stop me, for you're going to die too. Die. Down there.
Lamont, we're locked in. What can we do?
I'm not sure, Margot. But I think that...
What's that? Lamont, that noise. There's someone here in this world with us.
Steady, Margot. Turn your flash that way.
Lamont. Lamont. In the coffin. The body's moving.
He's tapping on the glass.
The coffin. It's open. He's sitting up.
Margot, stop. It's all right. He's alive. It's Ellsworth Van Dyke. Come here.
It was Sarah.
Mr. Van Dyke.
It was Sarah.
all the time.
You help me hold him up, Margot. He's very weak.
Yes, Lamont.
You've been drugged, haven't you, Mr. Van Dyke?
Oh, horrible.
No, I did it myself. Had to.
To find out who in your house was plotting?
Yes. I nearly went crazy, wondering.
If you feigned death, you thought matters would come to a head.
Yes. Sent Joan away.
But Joan's here, and in danger.
Joan's here?
Yes. Look, Ellsworth, I must escape from here. How do I release the panel?
The carved wreath. Up there.
Yes?
Pull down. Pull down. It opens the panel.
Margot, he's fainted. You stay with him. The shadow has work to do.
Joan. Wake up, Joan.
What's there? I was dreaming. I had such bad dreams. I'm glad you're here.
Yes. I'm here, Joan.
Pains in my head are awful. You've told me how bad they are so many times. I've listened to you.
Listen to me now, Joan. What was that?
The door opened. Is someone there?
No, it must have been the wind. No, Joan.
Tell me that I'll get well, Sarah.
No. No, you'll never get well. Slowly you'll sink down into the quicksands of insanity.
No.
Your brain will turn soft.
No.
Your eyes will stare sightlessly from your head.
Sarah, don't say that.
You will pay for the pain you've caused me.
What have I done to you?
You stood in my way. Always.
Sarah, I didn't know.
No, Joan, my darling, you didn't. But you'll pay just the same. I swore I'd avenge myself on you all. And I have. Your father is dead. His death hastened by the worry I planted in his mind. And you, my dear, are going insane.
No, Sarah. No.
I murdered your Uncle Arthur, and your Aunt Clara will pay for it with her life. Now, there's only you.
I'll go to the police. I'll tell them.
No, you won't, Joan, my dear.
I will.
You will do as I say, Joan.
Sarah.
Here. Sit down. Sit down, I say, at your desk. Now write this. I can't live without you.
Without
Father.
Father.
I am following you.
I'm following you.
Sign your name. Sign your name. All right. Everything's ready. Now, there's no reason for you to live, is there?
No reason.
Open the drawer of your desk.
A gun. Yes. A gun.
Place it against your heart.
Now I can go to my father.
Pull the trigger, Joan. It'll be very easy. Pull the trigger. Why did you throw the gun to the floor?
She didn't. The shadow did.
Shadow? Where are you? Where did you come from? I can't see you.
The shadow cannot be seen by mortal eyes. I've come to right a wrong, to save this girl from your evil plans, and to make you pay for your crimes.
You can't save her.
It isn't safe to defy the shadow. Tell the truth. Why did you commit these crimes? You said Joan stood in your way. How? Tell me.
Her father loved me.
Go on.
And he would have married me if his brother and that wife of his hadn't told him it was unfair to Joan.
So you plotted against his family.
I hated them. Ellsworth went away without a word to me. Then I hated him, too.
That didn't give you the right to commit crime. You must pay.
I'll never be brought to justice. Never.
Drop that gun.
Oh, terrible.
Death is not as terrible as a crime like hers. Corroding hate drove her to it. And then, to death.
Oh, Lamont. What a nightmare. But you say Joan's all right.
She's taking care of her father. And that'll help her to forget the horror she's been through. The doctor says he'll recover.
Why, Lamont, he must have been mad to do such a thing.
Well, half mad for the moment.
But did Joan really hear him calling from the tomb?
No, Margot. He was in a stupor for 60 hours from the drug he took. As for the voice, years ago Ellsworth made a phonograph record of his own voice calling Joan. Sarah played it.
But, Lamont, how could Joan hear the record?
Well, the phonograph was connected to Joan's radio with a wireless pickup from the other room. Every night as she left Joan, Sarah would fiddle with the radio pretending to turn it off, but really setting it for...
Faster than a speeding bullet. More powerful than a locomotive. Able to leap tall buildings at a single bound. Look! Up in the sky! It's a bird!
It's a plane!
It's Superman!
Yes, it's Superman, strange visitor from another world who came to Earth with powers and abilities far beyond those of mortal men. Superman, who can change the course of mighty rivers, bend steel in his bare hands, and who, disguised as Clark Kent, mild-mannered reporter for a great metropolitan newspaper, fights a never-ending battle for truth, justice, and the American way. But before we join Superman, here is an important message.
Fellows and girls, I'll bet when you saw the newspaper headline saying, United States troops take over Algiers, you were just as thrilled and as proud as you could be. And when you heard of the exploits of General Eisenhower's men, you wished you were old enough to join them and get on the scrap yourself. Well, those of us who are too young or too old to join the armed forces have almost as important a job to do. Our job is to help win this war by providing our armed forces with all the war materials they need. How can we do this? Simply by turning all our dimes and quarters and 50-cent pieces into war-saving stamps and bonds. You see, it's the money from the war-saving stamps you and I buy that finances this war, that pays for guns and tanks and planes and ships needed to beat the Axis, to save the American way of life. Let's look at the American war effort this way. Just imagine a huge funnel leading into a tremendous machine. Picture a broad rushing river of nickels, dimes, and quarters pouring through this funnel into the puffing, grinding mechanism. Then visualize a steady stream of ships and planes, cannons and rifles, bullets and shells coming out of the other end. Now, doesn't that make buying war-saving stamps exciting? I'm sure it does. So let's pledge right now to drop our dimes into the American war machine funnel regularly. And let's make up our minds for the duration to do without a few of the things we would normally want, so that the money we would spend for those things can be put into war-saving stamps and bonds. And the materials of which those things would be made can be used for the manufacturing of fighting equipment. Begin now to tell your mother and dad and other members of your family that you would prefer to have them give you war-saving stamps and bonds for Christmas. Tell them you would rather do without the toys and things you would usually want so that America can win the war sooner. And don't forget, every time you've got a dime, buy a war-saving stamp, because a stamp a day will pave the way to victory.
And now, the adventures of Superman. Superman in the guise of Clark Kent, editor Perry White of the Daily Planet, Lois Lane, girl reporter, and Jimmy Olsen, copy boy, are now visiting Sebastian Beauvais at his hunting lodge in the Hudson Bay region of northern Canada. Niles Graham, actually the sinister character known as the Laugher, who has tried desperately to keep Perry White from ever reaching the hunting lodge, is also a guest there. It was long after dark, and White, Kent, Jimmy, and Beauvais were gathered around a huge log fire in the main room of the lodge. A cold wind blew outside, and a frosty moon lit up the snow-covered landscape. Suddenly, a wolf howled, and Sebastian Beauvais said it was the howl of Wendigo, a werewolf, whose eerie call foretold the appearance of the headless Indian, and he who saw the headless Indian 3 times would surely die. As our last episode ended, the wolf had howled for the 3rd time.
You say that he who sees the headless Indian 3 times will die?
Oui, that is so.
And you've already seen him twice?
Oui, twice.
Well, then just don't look at the headless Indian for a 3rd time.
Sure, that's the answer to it.
No. You do not understand, my friends.
I cannot help myself. When the cry of the Indian is heard, I shall feel forced to go to the window. Something pulled me. It is like when the snake charmed the bird.
Well, you're not going to be charmed this time. I'll see to that.
Great Caesar's ghost. What's that horrible wail? That is the cry of the headless of Indian. I must go to the window.
Grab him, Chief.
I've got him. No, Perry. Do not try to stop me. Soon the headless Indian ride across the ridge. I must see him. I must.
Come to the window, Jim.
Oh, you bet. Any headless Indian is going to ride across the ridge. I want to see him.
Perry, let me go. Let me go.
Take it easy, Sebastian. You're
Let me
on
go.
the ball.
No.
Kent, I can't handle this maniac alone.
It is him. You must let me go.
Kent. Oh, golly, look. Coming across the ridge. The headless Indian.
A headless Indian riding a great white horse.
He's sort of on fire. See how he glows in the dark?
I must see him. I must get to the window. I must.
Kent, he got away.
Leaping mackerel. You knocked Beauvais out cold, Mr. Kent. Gosh, you pack a wallop like Superman.
Superman never retires. I'll take his place, Jim. Stay here with Sebastian, Mr. White. I'm going after that headless Indian.
Don't be a fool, Kent. You can't go out there alone. I'll go with you.
I said stay here.
I've never taken orders from you, Kent, and I'm not starting now. I saw a rifle around here a moment ago. Where is it?
There it is, Mr. White, in the corner.
Oh, yes. Loaded, Joe. All right, Kent, come on. I'm ready.
Mr. White, will you please stay here? I won't be able to do anything if...
I'm going along with you, and that's final.
All right. Jim, take care of Sebastian when he comes to.
Okay, Mr. Kent.
Now, come on, Kent. Stop dawdling. We should be able to follow the tracks of that horse in the snow if we hurry. Our coats are in the front hall. Good heavens. Certainly is dark here. Can you find the coats, Kent?
Wait a minute, Mr. White. Someone's standing near the door. Someone with a rifle.
What? Are you crazy? How can you see anything in this pitch black?
Mr. Kent is quite right. Someone is standing near the door. I am.
What? Who is it?
It's Mr. Graham.
What on earth are you doing out here in the dark, Graham? Kent, strike a light, will you?
Just a minute.
Yeah, that's better. Well, you are carrying a rifle, Graham. What for?
I might ask you the same question, Mr. White. As a matter of fact, I was cleaning it in my room and decided to come in and show it to you. Rather good looking, don't you think?
No gun is good looking. And anyway, right now, Kent and I have something to do.
Really?
Yes, we've just seen something that I never would have believed possible. The headless Indian.
The headless Indian. Why, he's nothing more than an old Northwoods legend, Mr. White.
Well, he's a lot more than a legend right now. He's made a raving maniac out of Beauvais. I don't know what kind of hocus pocus is going on around here, but I'll get to the bottom of it if it's the last thing I do.
One must never make rash promises.
Chief, are you coming or not? We're wasting precious time.
Right with you. Lead the way. See you later, Graham.
Yes, you'll see me later, Mr. White. And much sooner than you expect. This rifle. Beautiful weapon. Beautiful. So Perry White and Clark Kent are going to follow the headless Indian, eh? Well, I must follow Perry White and Clark Kent. The hunt is on.
Out into the wind-swept night goes the Laugher, following the tracks of Kent and Perry White, the gleaming rifle swinging from his fat, bejeweled hand. Meanwhile, totally unaware that they're being trailed, Kent and White have found the tracks of a headless Indian's horse on the ridge and followed them into the snow-covered woods.
Well, you know, Kent, I can't understand why Sebastian never followed these tracks before. He could do it a lot easier than we can. He's a skilled woodsman.
Probably afraid. Sebastian is superstitious, and the mere thought of a ghost like the headless Indian...
The headless Indian is no ghost. The proof's right there in front of us.
Proof? Where?
Well, see that low-hanging branch of that tree where I'm pointing the flashlight? You see where the snow was knocked off?
Yes, you're right.
Yeah.
The Indian hit that with his shoulder as he galloped through here.
He didn't gallop. He slowed down to a walk after he got over that ridge and out of sight.
What?
Well, you can tell by the hoof prints of the horse in the snow. A galloping horse throws back earth or snow from under his hoofs. These prints are clean and sharp.
Hey, Chief, you're not a bad woodsman yourself.
Forgotten most of what I used to know.
Nevertheless, you're right.
Wish that wind didn't bite so. We may have a long trail to follow.
Yes, you're right, Chief. Why don't you go on back to the lodge?
Not on your life. I want to get my hands on whoever's masquerading as a headless Indian.
I don't mind the wind as much as you do. I could go on alone.
And probably lose the trail. I'm the woodsman in this outfit, Kent.
Oh, excuse me, Daniel Boone.
Now, don't be so clever, Kent. One of these days, you will outsmart even yourself.
I'm sorry, Chief. Just having a little fun.
Here, wait a minute.
What is it?
Nothing, I guess. Happened to turn around, wanted to be sure of our bearings so we can get back to the lodge without any trouble.
Yes?
And I thought I saw something ducked behind a tree. Just the effect of the moonlight shadows on the snow, I guess.
Hey, Mr. White, how do you figure all this?
Figure all what?
Sebastian's headless Indian, that werewolf. Any inkling as to the reason for it all?
No, none at all. Unless it's to scare Sebastian away from these parts. Though why, I don't know.
I did notice some strange things at the lodge this afternoon, though. You know, there were some other guests beside our party. I don't know much about sportsmen, but it did seem to me that most of them looked, well, pretty tough.
The face has changed for the worse, and that's not like Sebastian.
What do you mean?
And Sebastian was always very careful about his guests. If he didn't think you were up to his standards, he wouldn't have you here.
I see. Well...
Wait. Hey, something's happening to this trail.
Yeah. Yes, the hoof prints are becoming lighter, not quite so deep in the snow. That doesn't make sense.
No, it doesn't. Those prints should go right down through the snow to the earth. But they're getting lighter and lighter as we go along.
Funny, I can't understand it.
Kent, something strange is going on here.
Yeah.
Something strange is going on here.
Yeah, not so many trees through here.
Yeah, the trail's growing fainter. Looks as if it'll end.
Look out, Mr. White! I got you.
Oh.
Yeah, you're all right.
I can't. It's a precipice. So deep I can't see the bottom.
Yes, and you almost went right over it.
Yeah, right.
Well, it's a good thing I was right behind you there and grabbed you.
Yeah, well, I don't know. Wait till I get my breath back in a minute.
Yeah, you're all right.
Whew. That was close. Now, Kent, what does this all mean? Those hoof prints ended right here on the edge of this canyon. That horse either leaped off or... No, I don't believe in flying horses.
He could never have jumped to the other side. I can just see it from here. Must be 50 yards wide.
Those hoof prints in the snow growing lighter. Look here. There, right on the edge of the precipice. His hoofs were barely touching the snow. Barely touching the snow, Kent. You realize what that means?
Well, if I see the picture rightly, the horse took off and flew up into the sky.
Exactly. No, it isn't possible. Horses can't fly any more than Indians can ride without heads.
Come on, Chief. Let's look around and see what we can find in the way of clues.
Wait. Shouldn't we make our way down into the canyon and see if the horse and rider are at the bottom of it?
What?
Might have been an accident, you know.
Well, that doesn't explain the hoof prints. The light impression in the snow as if the horse were taking off.
No, that's true, but I can't believe that the horse actually spread his wings and took off.
Look out, Perry White and Clark Kent. For as you stand on the edge of that canyon, outlined perfectly in the frosty moonlight, back in the darkened woods, at a spot where he can command an excellent view of you both, stands the laugher. He chuckles softly to himself as he examines the rifle in his hand, making sure there is a bullet in the chamber. Slowly, carefully, he raises the rifle to his shoulder and takes careful aim.
There's only one thing to be done, Kent. We've got to go back and wait until tomorrow morning.
Well, I doubt if we'll find anything. I don't believe that horse sprouted wings and flew, but neither do I believe that he jumped off the edge of this precipice.
Well, we'll tell better in the morning.
Oh, Mr. White! Oh. Chief!
Look out for yourself, Kent. I've been shot.
With a warning cry to Kent, Perry White drops to his knees in the snow, struck by a steel-jacketed bullet from the laugher's rifle. Is this the end of the trail for Perry White? Don't miss tomorrow's thrill-packed episode, same time, same station. Tune in and follow the adventures of Superman.
Yes, fellows and girls, don't fail to tune in to this station at the same time tomorrow for another thrilling episode in the adventures of Superman. And don't forget what I told you at the beginning of this program about the American War Machine. Keep on buying war-saving stamps every day if possible, so that your nickels and dimes and quarters will continue to pour into the funnel and come out in the form of guns and tanks, planes and ships. Uncle Sam's soldiers, sailors, and Marines need these war materials to win the war and to knock out the Nazis and the Japs. The American armed forces are doing their job and doing it well. Let's do our part just as well. Remember that every stamp you buy helps to keep the boys on our fighting fronts well supplied. So every time you've got a dime, buy a war-saving stamp. A stamp a day will pave the way for victory.
Faster than a speeding bullet. More powerful than a locomotive. leap tall buildings at a single bound. Look! Up in the sky! It's a bird!
It's a plane!
It's Superman!
Follow the adventures of Superman every day, Monday through Friday, same time, same station. Superman is a copyrighted feature appearing in Action Comics magazine.
This is Mutual.
Follows will not be broadcast in its present form. None of the material has received official clearance. This is a trial record only.
Feeling unlimited.
Hello, Americans. This is Orson Welles. This radio program is brought to you by Lockheed Vega.
Feeling unlimited. Garrett. Where's Garrett? Hey, you guys.
Navigator, the pilot. I'm at the waist guns.
Where are the others?
Blacked out. Oxygen line pooped out.
Hey! This crate is beginning to look like a piece of lace.
Yeah. I sure hate to get caught in the rain now. Left rudder. How do you like that, Turkey-Aki? Discouraging, ain't it?
As it turned back on its homeward journey, a running fight between the bomber and 18 Jap pursuit planes continued for 75 miles. 4 ships attacked from each side and were shot down with the side guns. The radio operator was killed, the engineer's right hand was shot off, one gunner was crippled, leaving only one man to operate both side guns. Although wounded, he kept firing, bringing down 3 more Zeros. While this was going on, one engine went dead, another was shot out, one gas tank was hit, windshield smashed, the radio was shot off, the oxygen system entirely destroyed. Out of 11 control cables, all but 4 were shot away. The rear landing wheel was blown off, 2 front wheels were both shot flat. 2 shells left gaping holes in the wing, and part of the tail was shot off. But it landed on its own airfield, under its own power, at night, broken, crippled, but safe. And it would fly again. This is a true story, and there are many like it. That's the story of an American plane that got home. It's called a Flying Fortress. Ladies and gentlemen, tonight we have an all-star cast. Introducing Snoozy, Cactus Sal, Rose O'Day, Dry Martini, Birmingham Blitzkrieg, Johnny Reb, and Big Punk. Flying men like their planes too well not to name them. Ever hear of a boat or a horse without a name? Rattler, Phyllis, Baby Doll, Berlin Sleeper, Big Stuff, Alexander the Swoop, all flying fortresses. That last name is a little confusing, Alexander the Swoop. A swoos is a cross between a swan and a goose. Just a pet name because a flying fortress is just what it sounds like. A fortress that flies. Am I right?
They can't shoot our fortresses out of the air. Brother, they've tried to.
We're out riding the best pursuit ships they've got.
We come home with 1,000 holes, but we come home. She's built like the Brooklyn Bridge.
We brought down 13 Nancy fighters over Rouen without losing a plane.
Hey, we've got Gehring so nervous he's eating his medals.
Those boys ought to know. They're the flight crew talking. They're over the target day and night, fighting fog and fire, riding the murderous sky, slugging it out with the best Hitler and Hirohito have to offer. We can take their word for it. Their testimonials are signed in blood.
And did you hear the Flying Ford crew who came riding in on the tail assembly?
Yeah, the rest of it was shot away.
Ladies and gentlemen, we want you to get acquainted with the Flying Fortress. It's your plane, and it's a great plane. You're paying for it. Your sons and husbands are flying it. This is your personal war. You win or you lose, each of you. You're therefore requested to listen. The roots of aviation lead back to poetry and legends and dreamers. The first man to truly experiment on the theory of flight was Leonardo da Vinci, painter, philosopher, scientist, and inventor of the 16th century. He is the man who succeeded in all things but failed in one, to build a machine that would enable man to fly like a bird. Next we come...
Excuse me, Mr. Wells.
Yes?
I don't think I'm given quite the credit I deserve. If we'd had engines in the 16th century, my airplane would have worked.
Leonardo da Vinci. What are you doing at the Lockheed Vega airfield in California?
Well, you see, Mr. Wells, out there in limbo, I can't sleep nights hearing those flying fortresses roar by. I decided to come down and see what the century is up to in aviation.
You've come to the right place, Leonardo. I'd be delighted to show you around. We've made some improvements on your models. May I introduce Rose O'Day? She's a big girl, isn't she? Ready to go places. Without an escort, too. Yes, Rose O'Day can take care of herself very well. We'd like you to meet the organized miracle of her motor, Mr. Da Vinci. The timing, the pistons hot in the cylinders, the valves, the wrist pins, the stroke, the bore, the crankshaft, the counterweight, the magneto spark plugs, gas lines, oil fields, filters, superchargers, and 1,000 tiny parts down to bolts and nuts and cotter pins. How does she sound, Mr. Da Vinci? There's a lot of horsepower pulling at the bit. Thousands of horses coiled in the tight cylinders, ready to roar down the roadway of the sky. Let's hear it. We put enough life into your mechanical dream, Mr. Da Vinci. We've given your bird a great heart. We've given her claws, too. Machine guns and cannons. That's the Rose O'Day. That goes to the others. All the others. Proud in their sky. We've built this murderous, beautiful plane, Mr. Da Vinci, because we're fighting for our life. We're at war, and we've got to win.
If you recall, Mr. Wells, in my own experiments with war machines, I laid great stress on armor.
She's got that, too. Armor plate, and she can go 300 miles an hour and better. 35,000 feet. She can drop her bombs in a smokestack.
Sounds unbelievable.
The enemy learned to believe it the hard way. They learned to believe the 103-foot wing spread and 73-foot length and 16-foot tail height. About 30,000 separate parts that go into a fortress. 3.5 miles of wiring and lots of rubber. Are you listening in, Adolf? I'll take it all down. If you're waiting for the bomb sight figures or production figures, you won't get them. We can give you a hint, though. Pencil ready? Rate of production on this plane has increased 300% since Pearl Harbor. That hurt, didn't it? Well, put that in your pipe and choke on it. The rest is no military secret. You read the communiques, or should we refresh your memory a bit? Rouen. Railroad yards demolished. Abbeville. Wrecked aerodrome. Over North Sea. Battled off 20 Nazi fighters. Shot down 6. No losses. Amiens. 15 direct hits on yards. Rotterdam. Shipyard blasted. Modes. Demolished aircraft factory. 1 fort down 13 fighters. Lost up to September 6th. 2 fortresses. All precision bombing at high altitude. 10 to 20,000 feet. Scientific, Mr. Da Vinci, and very deadly. An old American custom. That's not counting the Pacific area. The flying fort that carried MacArthur out of the Philippines. Colin Kelly sank the Aruna with a flying fort. There's New Guinea and the Battle of Midway, where 30 fortresses helped scatter a Jap invasion fleet, and the Solomons. Yes, they're writing history in the sky, and don't think the Axis doesn't know it.
Wir müssen eins für alle Mal unsere deutschen Vaterland sicher machen gegen diese Flying Fortress.
Flying Fortress.
Non ci sarà riposo per l'impero italiano. Gli interi italiani non sapranno distruggere this Flying Fortress.
Yes, it's on their minds, day and night. They're worried. They've seen it, heard it, tasted it. Over Rouen, Cherbourg, Abbeville, yes, Havre, Utrecht, Rotterdam, Bremen, Oxford, Una, Rabaul, and the points east, west, north, south. They didn't get much sleep this past summer. They're going to get less from now on. It'll be one long daylight of hell. It'll be another deep, only a real one this time, one way. And the forts will be up there like an umbrella.
Hey, just a minute. Where's your visiting bag?
Oh, right in my pocket.
Oh, well, you'd better wear them on the outside, both of you. It's healthier. Your first visit inside the plant?
That's right.
Oh, you interested in statistics?
Oh, very much.
If I may ask, what about the tools?
Oh, you beat me with that $64 question. I was just going to talk about tools. You know, it takes over 200,000 tools to build a flying fortress.
200,000? Are there that many?
Well, if there isn't, we make them. If we had more time, we'd teach the fortress how to talk. Just look over there. A wing jig 3 stories high, 1 unit, and here in my hand, 1,000 units. This little grommet is so small you can lose it under a fingernail. Look, I've got 1,000 of them in my hand.
Truly an amazing spectacle, this assembly line.
Just an American way of getting things done quickly, Mr. Da Vinci. We did it with the automobiles, now we're doing it with the planes. 24-hour shift, men and women working like bees, joining the plane together unit by unit. Then the motors are miraculously hoisted down, set in place. Quickly, quickly. The hand seemed to say, let's put it together quickly. We're fighting time. They need this plane somewhere. They need our work. They need our skill, our hands. We understand without whips, without fear or panic. We understand as free men do.
Your plane is ready, Mr. Wells.
Oh, thank you. Mr. Da Vinci, would you like to take a ride in the Flying Fortress?
Mr. Wells, I've been waiting over 400 years for such an opportunity.
That's patience enough. We're delivering this one to England and point secret.
You mean direct?
From factory to front, with stopover, of course, to check gas, oil, and water and have the windshield cleaned.
I am ready.
Good. First, let's meet the crew.
Not all those men.
Well, not quite. 18 of them are ground crew, bomb supply, and mechanics who know their jobs and keep the plane in vitamin shape. Here in front of the flyers. Takes 9 men to fly a fort. Baseball team. Step out, boys, and meet Mr. Da Vinci.
Bombardier. I sit in a plastic glass nose with a secret bomb sight and 2 machine guns, just in case. I lay the 8, TNC.
Navigator. I sit in back of the bombardier. I shoot the sun and stars, and anything else that comes by.
And you, sir?
I'm the high man. I watch the instruments. I bring baby home, or what's left of her.
I'm the co-pilot. If we're both out, she flies herself home. We hope.
4 of us take care of the center of the plane, more or less. 2 radio men, 2 engineers. We also double on brass. You know, the kind bullets come in.
Well, that leaves 1 more.
I'm the tail gunner. Way out in center field.
What's your job?
I give him a kiss of death and knock him down with all I got. Wonderful view back there, but lonely.
Ready to go, Mr. Wells.
Thanks. Up the flank, Mr. Da Vinci.
I'm a little suspicious about the center of gravity, but I guess you'll fly.
Get into those parachutes, boys. Regulations.
Okay. All set.
We're moving, Mr. Wells. We're moving.
We leave the ground. This huge monster of metal, heavier than a building, rising with the ease and liberty of birds. The plane quivers, breaks with the earth. These 1,000 thundering horses gallop through the marvelous air, and we're free. We defy the sun and earth's friction. The motors beat like a giant single heart. Man has learned to control the sky. Man is at the helm of his century. Man can make assassins out of angels, so he may live in freedom. He is well armed. He is lightning, riding the air. He is the stroke of thunder. Eastward to the mountains, the Rockies, Nevada, Wyoming, straddling the Wasatch over the teeth of the Big Horn, the mighty ranges, into the latitude of timber toward the origin of rivers, then the brushwood, the green states, the golden states of wheat and corn, Nebraska, Iowa, eastward towards the city with their thunder of machines and the giant promises, over the steel states, Ohio, Pennsylvania, over the coal and iron areas, over home, Kansas, Missouri. This plane is for you. Illinois, your steel is our wings. We fly for your protection. This fortress is the armor for your avenues. This plane is your promise to the free world. Virginia, Carolina, Dakota, Wisconsin, we fly over you. Take your greeting with us. Bring the name America to the burning land. We bring the hope that name is. Over New England, over industry, past the 45th meridian and the white beachhead and the blue Atlantic beneath. Speed, speed onward into the night. Oh, flying fortress. Oh, living answer to the eyes of nations. They wait in England, in Africa, in China, in the heroic streets of Stalingrad. The free people wait and watch the sky for your coming. The people enslaved pray for your coming. Fly well. Honor to your wings, your motor. Honor to the hands which built you, the workers, the men and women. Honor to our allies who receive these. Honors to the brave airmen who ride daily into battle, who perish in flame and water. Honor to the pioneers of the air, the dreamers, the builders. Honor to all, and victory.
Dream new designs and perfect them. Sweat over drawing boards. Build and rebuild. Work months, years, even decades to improve single models. That's how America's great aircraft makers got their know-how. The creative ability that is a vital big gun in this nation's arsenal today. For there's no ersatz for know-how, no shortcuts, no mathematical formula. Aircraft design is an art that thumbs its nose at slide rules and mathematical projections. Know-how puts quality into an airplane, and mass production makes airplanes in quantity. Today, America's pioneering aircraft makers are sharing their know-how with other wizards of mass production, men with a genius for turning out anything from pianos to planes in thousands instead of tens. Lockheed and Vega are proud to be members of this pioneering band of aircraft makers that leads the world in creative ability and design. Proud to have know-how that even now works to perfect still greater planes for tomorrow, while their warcraft of today serve in the battle forces of the United Nations.
Well, our time's up now. Next week, we're going to tell you one of the biggest stories of the war. The story of Army transport. Please listen. Until then, good night, Americans.
The National Broadcasting Company presents Eyes Aloft.
Army flight. 1, single, very low, scene, 10 Gabriel 4, overhead, southwest.
Eyes aloft, watching the sky, watching the planes flying the lanes up above. Eyes aloft.
Eyes Aloft. The 4th Fighter Command of the United States Army Air Forces, in cooperation with West Coast radio stations, presents this series of programs honoring the 150,000 volunteer civilian observers and filter center workers whose round-the-clock vigilance keeps watchful guard up the Pacific coast against attack by enemy planes.
Eyes aloft, night and day, will help protect the USA.
This is Ken Carpenter. Tonight, we present a special broadcast. Many ground observers and filter center workers do not understand the complete workings of the aircraft warning service. What happens after you, the observer, make an Army flash and hang up the phone? Of hundreds of ground observers and filter center workers, tonight we present an explanation of how the aircraft warning service works. Now, this program is a combination of several other broadcasts we've already presented. However, hearing the explanation a second time of so vast a system may help you to understand more clearly what is back of the great work you, as a ground observer or filter center worker, are doing. You're asked to listen carefully. And now, once again, your Eyes Aloft narrator, Gain Whitman.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Last September, this program, with the sanction of A2, Army Intelligence, released a detailed description of the operation of a filter center. Obviously, because much of the work is so highly secretive, we were not permitted to tell you the entire story. In fact, we haven't been allowed to know it all. However, what we told you greatly helps to explain how you, as a ground observer at some lonesome post, fit into this vast aircraft warning service. Today, without releasing information of value to the enemy, we wish to repeat portions of several of our September broadcasts. How much is your home worth? Wait, we doubt if you can answer that. Your banker can put a dollars and cents value on your house and property, but home, that's something more. It takes a wife, a husband, children, family, loved ones to make a home. You can't place a monetary value on such precious things. But value them as you do, what are you doing to help protect them from possible destruction by invasion of enemy planes? If you don't know about the aircraft warning service the Army has established to protect the things you cherish, if you don't know about the 150,000 civilian volunteers who help operate it, then listen now. This is the way the system works. Let it be understood first that there are more than 2,000 observation posts on the Pacific coast, dotted every few miles from the Mexican to the Canadian border. Just as an example, suppose that an observer at some isolated post back in the hills sights a plane.
Gosh, first plane I've seen this month. Got to report to the Army pronto. Army Flash.
Army, go ahead, please.
1.
1.
Bimotor.
Bimotor.
High.
High.
Scene.
Scene.
17 Harold 4.
17 Harold 4.
Overhead.
Overhead.
Northeast.
Northeast. Thank you.
Say, wonder what that plane is. Never saw one just like that before. Wonder where it's heading for.
But to where did that telephone call go? Who answered the phone? That woman's voice. To whom was the observer speaking? Well, when his local telephone girl heard the observer say Army Flash, she knew that she was to give his call immediate preference over all others. She threw a switch and connected him immediately with one of the many nerve centers on the Pacific coast. Connected him with a filter center. A filter center located at some unknown address. Yes, the local operator threw a switch, and the observer's voice was carried over perhaps hundreds of miles of telephone line to a woman, a plotter, sitting at a gigantic map table in the nearest filter center. Here is the observer's call coming in.
Army. Flash.
Army, go ahead, please.
1.
1.
Bimotor.
Bimotor.
High.
High.
Scene.
Scene.
17 Harold 4.
17 Harold 4.
Overhead.
Overhead.
Northeast.
Northeast. Thank you.
Pardon me, lady. What is that little thing you have in your hand?
Well, this is a tip.
A pip? Mm-hmm. Is that the real name of the gadget? It looks kind of like a put-and-take top.
Well, that's the real name of it, a tip.
Well, while that observer was reporting that plane, you kept twisting the tip. What were you doing to it?
Well, I was rotating its sides and pointer end. You see, it's coded to correspond with what the observer reported to me.
I don't quite understand. Would you explain?
Well, you see, the observer reported 1 bimotor. You know that for every plane in the air in this particular section of the Pacific coast, we show that plane as a target on this particular filter board.
Target?
Mm-hmm.
That sounds ominous. But do you mean to tell me that every airplane that flies in the air is accounted for these days?
Oh, absolutely. Army, Navy, commercial transport, all planes appear first on this board as a tip.
I didn't know that the Army got such complete information on all ships in the air. But why does the Army need it?
Well, someone else along the line here will have to answer that question for you. I have no authority to make such a statement.
Oh, I'm sorry I asked.
Well, it's quite all right. Now, do you want to know more about this tip I'm putting on the board now?
I certainly do.
Well, the observer reported a plane. So 1 tip goes on the board, like so. And the observer said it had 2 motors. So I turned up the side of the tip that tells me that. You see? B.
B. That means bimotor.
Yes. And he said it was high. So I turned up the part that says H. And he said he saw it, not just heard it. So I turned up the green side of the little plastic arrow on top. And then when I put it down on the board in front of me, I pointed it northeast. You see?
Yes, but how did you know just where on this mammoth map to set the tip down?
Well, the observer told me where to put it. He gave me his code number. That told me he was operating observation post 17 Harold 4. So I placed the tip on the 17 Harold 4 location on the map.
But now, wait, I'm confused. 17 Harold 4, what does that mean?
Well, that's the code name of that observer's post. You see, each post has its own code name. Some are like 17 Harold 4. Others have names like Evergreen 41 and such.
And the posts are all marked here on this big table map?
Yes. Each post is accurately marked on the particular filter board serving the area in which that post is located. You see, an observer's call is routed to a plotter who has the observer's post right in front of her on the filter board. Well, that's about all I can tell you.
I see. Well, tell me, how long does it take you to learn how to do your job as plotter?
Oh, may I answer by saying that we're all given adequate training before we're put to work on the big board.
But what do you do for a living? That is, this work doesn't pay you anything, I know.
Well, I'm a housewife. My husband works in a lumber yard. I come here every Tuesday and Friday.
The filter boards, the giant room-long maps built like a mammoth table, vary in size depending upon the area the filter center serves. And sitting around these boards are sufficient volunteer women to handle all the calls that come in from the observers. These women at the filter board wear telephone headsets. These women are the plotters. They take the calls from the observers and set the pips on the map. But more observers see that same plane as it flies over the country. An observer some 6 miles away from 17 Harold 4 now calls in.
Army, Flash.
Army, go ahead, please.
1.
1.
Bimotor.
Bimotor.
High.
High.
Scene. 17 Harold 2.
17 Harold 2.
Overhead.
Overhead.
North.
North. Thank you.
Now Mr. Whitman moves over beside the next plotter and watches her and asks questions.
Now, let me understand this. Do you put a pip on the board, too? We just received a report about the same airplane.
That's right. I put a pip down also, but my pip goes on 17 Harold 2. Now you can see the flight progress of that plane. See? It's turned and is going north now.
Well, where is it headed for? What plane is it?
Well, that's not the concern of the plotter. This lady here will explain about that. She's a filterer.
Filterer? You are a filterer?
Yes. We filterers stand back of several plotters and watch the pips appear on the board.
Well, then, each pip represents one observer's report of a plane. Is that it?
Yes, so it is up to us to filter. That is, we boil down the information we see appearing here on the board. We interpret that information.
But if you get so many pips on the board, I should think it'd become confusing.
No. Now watch this, Mr. Whitman. You heard those 2 calls to me.
Yes?
And you saw 2 pips appear on the board. Well, now with this rake, I'll pull those pips off now.
But then why bother to put them up in the first place?
Well, you see, 2 calls from 2 observers confirm the character of the flight of the plane. There is no chance of mistake now that 2 observers have reported the plane. We know there's a plane flying in that area, so we replace the pips with this gadget.
Yeah, but what is it?
It's called a target stand. You can see it's just a little wire rack about 9 inches tall. It's on a small base. And I place these celluloid code numbers in its frame.
Oh, what are those various code numbers?
Well, they correspond with the information I believe to be correct. Now, in this case, I put on several different cards which say 1 and B and 8. That means 1 bimotor flying high. There is nothing on top of the stand now. That means that at this particular moment, the flight is unidentified.
Unidentified? You don't mean it's an enemy plane flying over our coast?
Well, we consider all planes unidentified at first.
But who identifies them as friendly or unfriendly?
See the balcony around this side of the room?
Yes?
See those 3 or 4 ladies sitting up there and that Army officer walking around supervising them?
Yes. Well, what do they do?
Well, those women are the tellers. They report the movement of the targets to the operations room.
And what is the operations room?
That is a secret, Mr. Whitman. But there in the op room, so I understand, are representatives of the Army, Navy, and Civil Aeronautics Administration. They know ahead of time of every friendly plane that is going to be in the air.
In other words, all airplane flights today are scheduled?
Yes. The proposed route of each plane's flight is reported and approved before a flyer can take off. Well, now, when the teller up on the balcony here telephones into operations room and reports the plane the observer had notified us about, each representative checks his approved flight record for the day.
Well, just how do you mean? This is fascinating.
Well, for example, there's a plane that is flying this very moment over 17 Harold 2. One of the officials in operations room should identify that plane.
Okay. Suppose it's a Navy plane.
Well, then the Navy representative would claim the flight. The plane is therefore identified. The teller reports the fact to me or one of the other filterers in this room. We then place a card on top of the target stand to identify it as a friendly plane.
Yes, but what happens if the plane cannot be identified?
Oh, would you like to ask that question of the officer standing up there on the teller's balcony, Mr. Whitman?
You can't tell me?
No. Perhaps he has authority to reveal that information. He'll know if it's something that can be told.
Oh, I understand. But first, may I ask you a personal question?
Why, I suppose.
What is your work? I mean your outside responsibility.
Well, I suppose you could identify me with local society. I mean, I've always been active in charities, bazaars, benefits, work at the Children's Hospital, that sort of thing. But this work is so necessary.
Mr. Whitman asked a question, if you noticed, that the filterer didn't feel she should answer, although she knew that answer. You'll recognize how carefully guarded these conversations are. These women have been pledged to reveal no information they learn while working in the filter center. And that's why they change the subject when a friend or even a relative wants to know what they do at filter centers. Certain information can be released, however, just as we're giving it to you now. Information checked and approved by Army intelligence. Here now is Mr. Whitman up in the teller's balcony asking further questions, this time of an officer in authority in the filter room.
May I ask, sir, suppose one of those planes that show up on the board cannot be identified.
Well, every plane must be identified.
Well, yes, but what if one can't be identified, sir?
Then we must consider that plane an enemy ship.
An enemy?
Yes, till it's positively proved to be otherwise. We allow only a matter of seconds to identify a plane in the air once it's been reported by an observer. If no officer in the operations room claims the plane is under his department's schedule, then the 4th Fighter Command goes into action at once.
What sort of action?
The acts of war.
War?
Yes. First, the cities in the area of the unidentified planes are given an alert. Then the whole civilian defense machine is set into motion.
You mean air raid wardens, auxiliary police, fire watches, and such are told to stand by?
Right. In the meantime, intercept officers, with the help of other women volunteers, have plotted the course of the unidentified plane as reported to them.
Everything works like clockwork, doesn't it?
As true.
But just what units are activated, sir?
Well, these are the things that happen.
Interceptor planes are sent up to identify the plane as friendly or enemy.
Anti-aircraft artillery is set into action.
Searchlight batteries swing into operation.
Barrage balloons are sent up around vital defense areas.
Did you say, sir, our planes are sent up to shoot?
Fighter planes are sent up to either identify the plane in question as friendly or enemy. If enemy, their orders are to shoot it down at once.
Hey, this is war, isn't it?
Yes, Mr. Whitman. That's war right on our own doorstep. We're happy to say we're prepared and ready for the enemy day or night in this country.
Well, what impresses me is that civilian volunteer ground observers and filter center workers actually do the job of setting the Army's fighting forces into action. And that's a mighty big responsibility to be entrusted with.
Yes. The civilian Army is doing a wonderful piece of work and must be congratulated.
Well, we aren't forgetting that there's another loyal group of civilian defense workers who are doing an important job, too.
You mean the air raid wardens, the fire watches, and auxiliary police?
Yes. And after we've had a few moments recess from this first lesson, we're going to show you how they fit into this vast scheme of protecting and serving the home front. Okay, students, time out for relaxation.
Ladies and gentlemen, before we hear from Gordon, here is a very special announcement which we've just received from headquarters of the 4th Fighter Command. The 4th Fighter Command requests us to inform all volunteers of the Aircraft Warning Service that arrangements have been made with the regional office of the Office of Price Administration so that volunteer certification will be granted supplemental gas rations. Now, this will take care of the essential driving done by such volunteers in the interest of the service. Details will be announced at a later date. And now here's Gordon Jenkins and the sport team song, I is the long melody of the official fighting song of the Army Air Corps.
Eyes aloft, watching the sky, watching for planes flying the lanes up above. Always on guard, lending a hand, protecting the love. One if by land and two if by sea was once the sentinel's cry. But a modern 20th century fall revere must watch the sky. Eyes aloft, night and day, will help protect the USA. Off we go, into the wild blue yonder, climbing high into the sun. Here they come, to my five and boys, give her the gun. Down we dive, starting our flame from under, off with one pebble. We live in fame, won't go down in flame. Nothing will stop the Army Air Corps. One if by land and two if by sea was once the sentinel's cry. But a modern 20th century fall revere must watch the sky. Eyes aloft, guidance will help protect the USA.
I want to ask you all a question. How many of you really know the difference between an air ground observer? Well, one serves to soften the invasion ever comes. Invasion ever coming. One works for the Citizens Defense Corps. One works for America. Most people know what an air raid warden is and what his duties are. But we wonder if most air raid wardens actually know what makes their division of civilian defense tick. Pardon me, sir.
What?
I see your white helmet, your gas mask strapped to your shoulder, and your armband. You're an air raid warden, aren't you?
Yes, sir.
Just what are your duties in this gigantic civilian defense setup?
Well, the way my outfit's called a block warden.
Block warden?
Yeah, I'm the warden on the particular street in which my home's located.
You sound like a pretty valuable citizen to have around. What's your name?
Well, you can just call me Joe.
Wardens have to put in a lot of hours on duty.
Oh, we've got it pretty well worked out. Take me, for instance. I got to stay home every Thursday night. You know, stick around in case I get a telephone call that there's an alert.
You do all your work right in your own home, then?
No. You see, once every 5 weeks, it's my turn to go over to the auxiliary police headquarters in our sector. I stand a 3-hour watch.
Well, just what goes on at this neighborhood auxiliary headquarters?
Oh, not much. There's a phone there. 2 phones, to be exact. One's at the headquarters downtown.
And the air raid wardens sometimes operate with the police?
Yeah, here in our town we do, and some places they work with the sheriff's office.
Tell me, what's that direct line to the main police headquarters for, Joe?
Well, suppose there's an alert or a blackout. The police headquarters call all the neighborhood auxiliary stations on that direct phone line. They tell us either yellow, blue, or red, as the case may be. So if I'm on duty there, I get right on the regular phone and notify all the senior wardens in our sector.
And I suppose the senior wardens immediately call all you block wardens.
Well, that's right. All the boys get up and get dressed and swing into operation of their particular street.
Joe?
Yeah?
I want to ask you a question. Maybe it's about something that's never been explained to you.
Okay, far away.
Well, Joe's the telephone rings in your home in the middle of the night. Your senior warden says yellow.
Yeah, that means alert, stand by.
Well, Joe, where does your senior warden get his...
Weren't you listening when I was telling you a minute ago? I said it just came...
Wait, Joe, I heard. In police headquarters at the sheriff's office. But did you ever think, Joe, who told the police to put your city on the alert?
Well, I suppose it was Gosh, I never thought of that angle. I guess they just don't make it up out of their heads, do they?
You're right, they don't.
Hey, where do the boys downtown get their dope?
From the Army, Joe. Man's Aircraft Warning Service.
Yeah? You mean the Aircraft Warning Service has something to do with getting the information to us about when we're going to have alerts and blackouts and all clears?
Yes. You're all part of America's great civilian defense organization, Joe. Say, do you know the fellow on your street who lives 3 doors down from your house?
Bill Brown, isn't it? What about him?
He's a ground observer.
What the heck is that? You mean he stands around and observes the ground?
No. No, Bill stands around and observes the skies. You know, you boys ought to get better acquainted. I doubt if Bill Brown knows just what you air raid wardens do either.
Oh, but what is a ground observer?
You know that little shack up on the top of Lookout Hill?
Sure. Oh, is Bill Brown one of the fellows who go up there to watch for airplanes at night?
Not only at night, Joe. Day and night. 24 hours round the clock.
Well, what about it?
Well, people like Bill Brown form the Ground Observer Corps of the Aircraft Warning Service of the 4th Fighter Command. I'll tell you. Let's just see how this whole thing works. Let's suppose Bill Brown sights a plane some night.
Okay, so Bill Brown spots a plane. What's he do about it?
Bill reports it to his filter center.
Hey, that plane sure has got a funny-sounding motor. Never heard one like that before. I gotta report it fast. Army flash.
Army, go ahead, please.
1.
1.
Bi-motor.
Bi-motor.
High.
High.
Scene.
Scene.
9, Oliver 5.
9, Oliver 5.
Overhead.
Overhead.
North.
North. Thank you.
Hey, I never saw a plane like that one before. I wonder if that could possibly be an enemy plane.
But, Mr. Whitman, who was it Bill talked to? Who was that lady who answered the phone?
She was a plotter at the filter center.
Yeah? Well, what goes?
This is what goes, Joe. Suppose other ground observers have reported the flight of that plane. Suppose that at the Army Information Center in the operations room, High Army, Navy, and Civil Aeronautics Administration officers can't identify that particular plane as friendly.
Well, you mean it's an enemy plane?
If it can't be accounted for in a matter of seconds, it's considered an enemy plane, Joe.
Oh, but what happens? Something's got to be done. It might really be an enemy and bomb the city.
The Aircraft Warning Service, the 4th Fighter Command, goes into immediate action. These are the things that happen.
Interceptor planes sent up to identify the plane as friendly or shoot it down.
Anti-aircraft artillery is set into action.
Searchlight batteries go into operation.
Barrage balloons sent up around vital defense areas.
And, Joe, listen. This is where your unit fits into the system.
Yeah? How?
Here, let's dip into the telephone switchboard room at the information center. Long before that plane ever reaches the city, before fighter planes have gone up to intercept it, before guns have been in range, these civilian volunteer telephone operators were sending out calls on this CARW board over here.
Well, what's a CARW board?
Well, this is one here. We can't talk about it. It's secret equipment. Those girls are calling direct control centers, generally located at police and county sheriff's headquarters. Listen, Joe.
Santa Paula? Red.
Red? That means a blackout.
Right. The Army is throwing that entire area into a blackout.
Venice? Red.
You mean these girls are calling main headquarters that give us air raid wardens our information?
Yes. Come, Joe. Fast. We're going to go over and look in at the sheriff's office of your county. Civil air raid warning switchboard at the sheriff's office.
Gosh, look at those little red lights come up.
Operators are flashing individual sectors of the city. Listen, Joe. I think they're calling the neighborhood auxiliary police out in your sector.
Sector 23, red.
Gosh, Sector 23, that is my sector.
Come on, Joe. Let's get out there to your neighborhood auxiliary station. Let's see who's on duty.
Well, it's Monday night. Jack Jones will be on duty tonight.
Here we are, Joe. Do you know that fellow on duty there?
Yeah, sure. It's Jack Jones, one of our wardens out here.
See what he's doing? Dialing all the senior wardens in this area.
Just what I've done when I've been on duty here and there was a blackout.
Listen to him, Joe.
Hello? George Spillman? You awake, George? Okay, then get this. Red, blackout. Call your wardens pronto.
Gosh, it's wonderful to see it work so fast.
Come on, Joe. Let's go over to your senior warden's house. We'll see just what he does. Here we are. And there's your senior warden sitting in his bathrobe at his phone.
Yeah, it's good old George Spillman, all right.
CR51901.
Crestview 51901. Hey, George is dialing me. Gosh.
You're one of his wardens, aren't you?
Well, yeah, sure, but...
Come on, Joe. Out of here. Down the street, fast. Here, look. Your own house, Joe. Your bedroom. Listen, Joe. Your phone is ringing.
Oh, Joe, you dope. Wake up. Come out of it. Wake up. George Spillman's trying to call you. There's a blackout, a red. Joe, wake up. Joe! Joe!
Joe, wake up! Oh, what's the matter with you? The phone is ringing.
What? Huh?
The phone.
What time is it? Who is it, Mary?
Answer the phone.
Oh, yeah, sure.
Oh, I think I hear sirens.
Hello. Who is... Huh? Oh, that's you, George? Oh, yeah, I'm awake. A red? A blackout? Yeah, I'll dress and get right out on the street. Oh, where are my socks? Where are my shoes? And don't turn on that light yet, Mary.
I know. It's a blackout.
Yeah, get up. Pull the shades down.
I'm doing it already. This is the only one up.
Now turn on the blackout light.
Oh, don't order me around when I'm doing things.
Yeah.
There.
Tie my shoes later. Where's my leather jacket? Oh, here it is.
Don't forget your gas mask.
Yeah, I'm getting it. There we are. Good old gas mask. And my tin hat.
I fixed the tin strap on your helmet. I hope you know.
Oh, yeah. Well, thanks, Mary. Now, don't you worry, Mary. I'll just be out on the street watching.
Joe, come back here.
Mary, don't you understand? I'm in a hurry.
I know, but...
I gotta get out there.
Yes, Joe, but look at you.
Look at me. Oh, my gosh.
You forgot your pants.
Yeah, but I gotta go.
Well, of course, we were just kidding. No air raid warden ever forgot his trousers when going out on duty. But now we hope Joe Smith, air raid warden, understands more clearly what makes the wheels of civilian defense go round. Joe Smith, the air raid warden, works with the Citizens Defense Corps. Bill Brown, his neighbor up the street, a ground observer, works with the 4th Fighter Command. Both Joe and Bill, and a lot of other Joes and Bills and Marys and Dorothys, all work for America. It's necessary that each man and woman thoroughly understands his job and the job of the person with whom he works. May the watch cry ever be, Eyes Aloft. Next week, we will resume our regular Eyes Aloft program, telling true stories of outstanding observers and filter center workers. Next week, another Eyes Aloft gold trophy will be presented, as in the past. And don't forget, if you want to share in the Aircraft Warning Service work of home front protection, call your local civilian defense office. Perhaps you, too, can qualify. This is Gain Whitman saying goodnight to the 150,000 of his civilian volunteers who keep constant vigil of our home front, so that America will be safe from any attack by air. Good night.
Eyes Aloft is written and produced by Robert L. Redd. Music is composed and conducted by Gordon Jenkins. This is Ken Carpenter, charging you to always remember, Eyes Aloft.
Eyes aloft, watching the sky, watching the planes flying the lanes up above. Eyes Eyes aloft, always on guard, lending a hand, protecting the land we love.
Eyes Aloft comes to you from Hollywood. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Fiery horse with the speed of light, a cloud of dust, and a hearty hi-yo, Silver, the Lone Ranger. With his faithful Indian companion Tonto, the masked rider of the plains led the fight for law and order in the early western United States. The stories of his strength and courage, his daring and resourcefulness have come down to us through the generations. And nowhere in the pages of history can one find a greater champion of justice. Return with us now to those thrilling days of yesteryear. From out of the past come the thundering hoofbeats of the great horse Silver. The Lone Ranger rides again.
Come on, Silver! There's danger on the trail ahead! Hi-yo, Silver!
Deep in the valley, a cluster of lights glittered against the heavy curtain of night. To the two horsemen who rode slowly down the trail to the plain below, it looked like a tiny jewel against the now darkening grass. One of the riders was a tall man who wore a white hat and a black mask. He rode a white stallion. The other was a grave-faced Indian dressed in buckskin who sat a paint. As the horsemen reached the end of their journey, the cluster of lights materialized into the town of Green Tree. Slowly, the Lone Ranger and Tonto rode through the main street and up to the general store.
General store just ahead, Tonto. Maybe we can persuade the owner to open up.
Store all dark. House in back dark, too.
Yes, the storekeeper may not be there. If he isn't, we'll go on to the cafe.
Plenty light in cafe. Plenty people there.
I don't want to go beyond Green Tree without the supplies we need.
Door of store wide open.
Yes, I see it is. The place is dark.
There's someone in there. You see him move?
Yes. Steady, Silver. Pull, big fella.
Two horse in back. Full saddle on horse.
Steady. Come along, Tonto.
This place ain't open for business.
I want to speak to you.
I tell you, this place ain't open for business. I just come to get me something I needed.
Now, we've traveled a long way, and we still have a long trip ahead. If you'll sell me what I need, we won't have to spend the night in Green Tree.
Well, all right. What do you want? Make it fast.
Can't you make a light in here?
The lantern's out of oil. What do you want?
Well, I need meal and bacon and...
Ain't got none.
There's plenty oil in this lamp.
See here, you.
There is. Hello, look out.
On you.
I got the redskin.
Yeah, and I got this hombre. We got what we need?
Sure.
Then let's travel. Make it fast.
I gotta close the front door. We never should have left it open in the first place.
We had to be ready to make a fast getaway either direction.
There. Now, what about these two? Should we leave them where they drop?
Sure, we hit them hard enough to keep them cooled off for some time. Come on.
Maybe we ought to drill them to make sure.
And bring the town here with a gunshot? Come on, we're in the clear. We didn't leave any clues.
When they find out what we borrowed from the store, the folks will sure be curious. Downright curious.
The clatter of hoofs echoed on the street in a silent night as the two outlaws spurred their horses for the getaway. Behind them, in the general store, lay the inert figures of the Lone Ranger and Tonto, where they had been dropped by the surprise blows of gun butts against their skulls. Then, his head reeling, the masked man regained consciousness. For a moment, his mind groped for a clue to his whereabouts in the dark interior. Then suddenly he heard a faint rustle behind him and turned to face it.
Something back of me.
You quiet. You're not hurt bad.
Oh, Tonto.
Oh, me here.
I saw someone about to hit you. I lined against the door, arm upraised.
They get hit on head.
And the storekeeper. Oh, we're still in the store.
You wait.
I'm all right. Head'll clear in a minute.
Hands up, you're covered. Close in, boys.
Grab them, fellas. Rope the critters.
You're under arrest. We got you covered.
Don't make a move. Keep your hands up.
Somebody light the lamps.
Hold on, all of you.
Hey, slip away from me.
Hold your fire. Don't shoot. It's too close.
Listen to me. I'm up here on the counter. All of you keep back. You're covered. You with the match. Go ahead and light the lantern. Let's have a look at this place.
Hey, he's masked.
Yes, I'm masked. Otto, come up here with me.
Come.
If you don't surrender right away, we'll have more charges against you.
You're the sheriff?
I am.
Then you'll be interested in what I have to say. Otto and I stopped here when we saw the door open. We wanted supplies. Well, two men were here, and we thought one was the owner of the store.
I'm the owner, no one else.
Oh, we didn't know that. We were knocked down and out. Came to a moment before you closed in on us.
I seen you. I seen your horses out front and called my friends. I could see you hiding. The two of you hugging the floor so you wouldn't be seen.
I told you why we were on the floor. Well, what's been stolen?
I'll ask the questions here.
All right, go on and ask.
Andy, what's been stolen?
My cash is all here. It's $500, not touched at all.
There's a case that's been emptied. What was in it?
Will you keep still? Andy, ain't that the case where you kept all them Injun beads and bright paints and hunks of glass and the like?
Yeah. Why was all that stuff stolen? Aren't worth hardly anything at all.
Search those two hombres.
Stay where you are. Now, what else is gone?
Anything else going, Andy?
Hey, my stock of fancy clothes is cleaned out.
Yeah.
I had a dozen pants and coats on that there bar.
And why ain't Tunket would anyone steal that stuff and leave the high-priced silk goods in the cash? Why did you do it, stranger? Where'd you hide that stuff?
We're leaving now, Sheriff. Get your friends away from the door.
You were doing nothing of the sort. You're prisoners.
Here, Silver.
Look out, that horse!
Out of my way!
Wait, stop! You're a rat!
Shoot, you'll hit your friends. Come on, fellow.
I'll be with you.
Come on, Silver. Jump to your own horse, Tonto.
Do it.
That's it.
Get him up.
Come on, Silver.
Leaning low over their horses' necks, the masked man and his Indian friend raced for the prairie. The powerful strides of Silver and Scout soon outdistanced any thought of pursuit for the sheriff and his men, and they fired wildly into the night after the fast disappearing figures. As soon as he was sure they were safe, the Lone Ranger signaled to stop and reined in his white stallion near a clump of trees. Quickly, Tonto followed suit.
We can stay here for the night, Tonto. They'll never find us if we don't use a campfire.
That's right, but why we stay here?
We can't go far without supplies.
We not get supplies from store. We go back there, sheriff grab us.
Do you want to leave here with the law considering us thieves?
No.
Well, if we find the crooks, we'll clear our names. And Tonto, those crooks are up to something big.
What you mean?
Yeah, well, if it's cash they were after, they could have had it.
That's right.
The cash and the more valuable things in the store hadn't been touched. They didn't even steal the high-priced guns and pistols.
And steal Indian beads and other things Indians like.
Yes.
Thieves not Indian. You hear fella talk.
You're right. Those men were not Indians. They're going to deal with Indians. I want to know what they're up to.
The two thieves made good their escape and headed north. The following morning found them cooking breakfast after an all-night ride on horseback.
Benton, the whole thing worked out as smooth as silk. We got the stuff we needed, and we left a couple of hombres to take the blame for the stealing.
Well, you think those two will take the blame?
Sure they will.
Not without a squawk.
Squawking won't help them none. Here, give me some of that java.
Here you are.
Is that bacon ready yet?
Yeah, help yourself.
They were strangers in town. The one I laid out was masked.
Masked?
Mm-hmm.
You sure? He didn't say anything about that.
Yeah, he was, though.
Well, the chances are he was aiming to rob the store anyhow.
Sure thing.
It was a redskin that I got.
Yeah, I know it. That makes it all the more reasonable to suppose those two will be blamed.
Well, what about the loot?
Hmm?
What about him being knocked out?
The sheriff will figure there was another one that got away. We're in the clear. Hurry up and finish eating. We got work to do.
Well, how soon will we get to the redskin camp?
Yeah, it's just the other side of that there ridge.
You know one of those redskins, don't you?
Sure.
You can talk to him?
I told you that part was all said.
Good.
They're a bad lot, too. Poison bad.
Yeah, so I've heard.
The folks that live between here and the town are always afraid those critters will get on the warpath. Yeah, we won't have no trouble at all working out our scheme.
Maybe we should have took some fire water from the store.
Ah, no.
Well, there was some cash there, too. We should have took that.
No, we got all we need. Shucks, we'll have more cash and we can take care of when we put this deal across.
Hold it. Listen a minute.
Someone coming?
Yeah, hear a horse. Come out in the clear where we can see. Get your shooting iron ready. Got it.
Look. Great day in the morning. We're in 18-karat luck. It's a redskin.
Who?
The critter I know. The one I'm working with. The half-breed.
A breed, huh?
Yeah, name's Half-Crow. Hi there, breed.
Oh.
Where are you going?
Fear of robbery in town.
You heard of that already?
Rider come into camp at daybreak.
One of your own?
That right. One of my tribe. He told of robbery. I come see if you all right.
Yeah, well, we're here, ain't we? Sure, we're all right.
You not here alone very long.
What do you mean?
From top of hill, 2 other rider can be seen. They follow trail, come this way.
Who are they?
Masked man on white horse and redskin.
Masked man?
Him called Lone Ranger.
The Lone Ranger? Sig, that does it. That explains it. That's who that hombre was. The Lone Ranger just got away from the lawman in town.
I see.
Him come this way, follow trail, find you. That not good.
Well, it ain't bad, now that we know he's coming.
Ambush?
Why, sure, that's what we'll do. Well, how are things in the camp, in your camp?
Indians ready to act. I told story about great wealth.
Oh, you did, huh? That's good.
All Indian believe their great wealth coming on next train through here. All Indian ready to attack train on signal.
Good.
You bring Indian wealth?
Just you take the packs off our horses back there. Your outfit there. Show them what kind of stuff is in the train. Tell them there's a whole trainload of the same sort of stuff. And tell them there's a lot of fire water, too. That'll get them.
Me go back with word. You tell when train come.
Train comes tomorrow. The packs are there on the low branch of the tree. Fenton and me'll head back and waylay that Lone Ranger. Trailing us, you say, huh?
That right.
Must have doggone good eyesight.
He has. Come on, Fenton.
I'm with you as soon as the saddle.
Never mind the saddle. Ride bareback. No time to saddle. That's it, Breed. That's the stuff you want. Take her along with you. We'll check with you later on. Yep. Ready, Fenton?
All ready.
Here goes for that Lone Ranger. Get along there, boy. Come on, get up.
Quickly, the 2 outlaws spurred their horses in the direction of the Lone Ranger. As they rode, they planned how they would ambush the masked man and his Indian friend. Meanwhile, unaware that the renegades were heading back to waylay them, the Lone Ranger and Tonto held their horses to a slow walk.
Trail isn't hard to follow, Tonto. Now that the sun is up.
That right.
We wouldn't have made any time at all if we tried to follow it at night.
There are woods ahead.
Yes. The trees get pretty thick on the side of that ridge. You said there were a band of Indians nearby.
We see smoke from Indian fire at dawn. Indian in valley, beyond ridge.
This trail heads right toward the ridge. Maybe we'll find the thieves there.
Maybe.
I can't understand why they left the valuable things and stole the trash. Something's brewing. Yes, something big.
Concealed by the thick branches of trees, the outlaws crept stealthily out on a crooked bough which overlooked the trail and waited for their quarry to approach. Their small, beady eyes fastened with anticipation on the 2 figures riding toward them, unaware of the danger which lay ahead. Then, slowly, carefully, they raised their guns and squinted along the sights at their targets.
Fenton, get your rifle ready. They're coming.
I'm ready.
Shoot them when I give the word and shoot to kill. They won't take chances with the Lone Ranger. If I'd known it was him, I'd done for him in the store.
I'm all set. I'll shoot and shoot to kill.
curtain falls on the first act of our Lone Ranger story. Before the next exciting scenes, please permit us to pause for just a few moments. Continue our story. Concealed by branches and the leaves of the tree where they had propped themselves in a bough to pick off the Lone Ranger and Tonto with gunfire, the two outlaws carefully took aim on their targets. Unmindful that the men they were trailing were lying in ambush just ahead, the Lone Ranger and Tonto rode on. Suddenly, the grave-faced Indian lifted his hand and signaled a halt.
What is it, Tonto?
Me look at trail here for a minute.
The tracks of those men are mighty clean cut at this point.
Men in saddle.
Yes, I know. I meant the tracks of the horses they rode.
Me take close look at ground. You get off horse, too.
I will, Kimasabi. What is it, Tonto?
When you look at ground real close, keep eye on ground.
Well?
Maybe danger in tree ahead.
Danger?
Feller in there and hiding.
There is?
You see birds, axe train, someone in tree.
How'll we make sure?
You keep out of gunfire. Me right ahead.
And get shot? No, we'll both right ahead. Charge and take them before they're ready. They won't look for a sudden attack.
Me ready.
Get ready to jump for your saddle. Keep your head down. Ready, steady, boy. Come on, Fibber. Get them up, Skelton. Fire on them.
Racing their mounts down the line of fire, the Lone Ranger and Tonto loosened their guns in readiness. At their rider's command, the powerful white stallion and the sturdy Paint leaped with long, sinewy strides toward the tree where the outlaws were hiding. In a moment, they had reached their destination. And standing in their saddles, the masked man and the Indian quickly grasped the renegades by the heels and pulled them from their perch.
There, Fibber.
Put them, Silver. At them, boy.
Nick, fix them.
I'll take this one.
Look out there, you fool redskin.
You finish what you started last night. Hello, look out.
Me get him.
Oh, don't knock them out. We want to question them. You, get up.
Now, see here.
Come on your feet.
Let me alone. Let me be. I ain't done nothing. What's the idea, anyhow?
That's what I want to know. You knocked us down last night.
Oh, that ain't so. We never seen you before.
Yes, you did in the store in Green Tree. It was dark.
Oh, now, hold on. You got me mixed up with someone else. Me and my friend just came from Green Tree.
We followed your tracks.
Well, we heard about the robbery in the store.
Sure, we heard about it, but we didn't have anything to do with it.
Two-track here.
Yes. Why did you ride your own back trail?
We heard you coming, that's all. We wondered who it was.
Sure we did. Our camp's just yonder a little way.
Oh, we're giving it to you straight, mister. We never robbed nobody. We wouldn't do that. We're just a couple of hombres that finally got fed up with being out of work in town and decided to head north and look for new diggings.
That's right. We was only going to try our luck in the country north of here.
Yeah, we heard there might be gold to be found.
Well, we'll have a look at your camp.
We don't know anything about you being knocked down. Do we look like the sort of critters that do that kind of thing?
I don't know. I'll take your guns out.
Me take pistols. You take rifles.
You rode up ahead and then came back.
Oh, sure.
Sure we did, sure. We was wondering about you. We saw you coming and wearing that mask.
Yes?
So we figured you might be the thieves. Well, we thought to ask you questions.
All right. Mount up.
Oh, sure, but what are you going to do with us?
See your camp. I'll get going.
Yes, sir. Whatever you say, mister, but if you're honest men, you'll find us the same.
Get going. We'll ride back of you, steady, big fella.
You won't shoot us in the back.
Get going.
Yes, sir. Get up there.
Get up. Well, what about it, Tonto?
Me sure them same fellers.
We might have followed the wrong trail. They tell a pretty straight story.
Those same fellers. Me no boys.
You don't make mistakes, Tonto. But if they don't have any of the stolen goods in their camp,
We see. Get 'em up, Scout.
Come on, Silver. It's logical enough for them to have sighted us, laid in wait to see who we were. Anyone from town knew of the robbery and saw us coming. They'd do the same.
Them fellers crooks. Me know.
We'll see if they have the stolen goods in their camp.
Herding their prisoners before them, the Lone Ranger and Tonto rode toward the outlaws' camp, where they hoped to find the goods stolen from the general store. Soon they were there, but unaware that the two robbers had given their loot to Half Crow, the half-breed, to take to the Indian camp, they failed to find any trace of the goods.
There you are, you see. There ain't a sign of anything that don't belong to us around here.
Very well.
I hope you're satisfied.
There's certainly no evidence against you.
You wait, Kemosabe.
It's all right, Tonto. We'll go on toward the Indian camp. Maybe we can find something there. It's a sure thing that Indian goods were stolen from the store.
Hold on now. You took our guns.
Your rifles are there against that tree. And here are your pistols.
Oh, thanks. Thank you.
Sorry to have bothered you.
You sure clipped me a good one on the chin, but I'm willing to call it square.
Thanks. If I made a mistake, I'll apologize. Come on, boy.
Drill the redskin. I'll get the other one.
Right.
Hold him, Tonto.
My gun's empty.
You bet it is.
Tricked us.
This time there's no mistake.
Oh, let me go. Let me go.
Rub that one.
Let me fix them.
Rub them good, Tonto. We don't like being shot in the back, you crooks.
Oh, now, we wasn't shooting.
Don't lie anymore. Now, why did the Indian who came here from the north take the stuff you stole?
We don't know what you're
the
talking
tracks tell part of the story. The evidence the rest.
The rope hurt.
The rope on neck hurt plenty more.
Put that one on his horse. We'll see what the sheriff has to say.
Lashing the outlaws in their horses' saddles, the masked men and Tonto drove them ahead toward Green Tree and the sheriff's office. Surprised by their appearance, the sheriff questioned the Lone Ranger's prisoners for hours. Then, puzzled, returned to the masked man and the Indian.
I don't know how to take you, stranger. Those two you brought in are worthless critters. I know that.
Well, you've spent a whole day talking to them, Sheriff. What do they say?
They stick to their story.
They know that they have to. They confess. They're sure to be jailed.
The whole thing boils down to this. You gotta prove they robbed the store.
Very well. Come along, Tonto.
Now, hold on.
What's that?
Where you going?
Try and get the proof.
Oh, no, you don't. The law wants you to. You broke away from us last night, but you don't do it again.
How do you think we can get the proof you want if we stay here?
I got enough of getting you to jail you. You was at the scene of the crime. Now, by thunder, I'll question you. Where's your accomplice?
Accomplice?
Now, come through with a straight yarn. Where is he?
What are you talking about?
You had another man with you when you robbed the store. He's the one that got away with the loot. Where is he?
Oh, Sheriff.
Hey, Sheriff. What about Fenton and Sig?
Turn him loose. We got no call to hold him any longer.
Oh, Sheriff, plenty big fool.
Wait, Tonto.
All right. Oh, say, Sheriff, all the boys are still on guard around the office. Should we let them go?
No. Keep him here. We're jailing this masked man and the redskin.
Sheriff, if you want the other man who was involved in this robbery, you'll have to follow his trail.
Yeah?
The other one, Tonto.
You got him? Hey!
We're leaving. If any of your guards fire, they'll hit you.
You can't do that.
Now, if you can follow us, you might learn lots of things, Sheriff. Steady, big fella. Hit the saddle, Tonto. Come on, Silver. Come on, get up.
The following morning, the train from the east rounded a curve in the distance. Fenton and Sig were hidden by the right-of-way, awaiting the impending wreck.
Yeah, be here in no time now.
Yeah. Seems a shame that the choo-choo has to get wrecked, but it can't be helped.
I ain't seen anything of the Redskins. I reckon they'll be on hand.
Oh, yeah. Likely amongst them rocks on the far side of the tracks.
Yeah. They'll be on the job all right enough.
It's coming at a good clip. As fast as the fastest horse could travel.
They'll be here in a minute now. I bet there'll be an awful lot of noise when it piles into them logs on the track.
Say, looks to be slowing down some.
Yeah,
See it?
Yeah, sure enough. Why's that train slowing that way?
I don't know.
That and the doggone thing's coming right down almost to a stop.
Oh, it is coming to a stop. Look at it.
Suddenly, the great wheels of the engine began to slow. A shrill blast echoed across the rangeland as the pistons settled to a slower pace, and the cars behind creaked protestingly and jolted one another as they were braked.
Thunderation. That means the critters in the engine will likely shoot a couple of the redskins.
Oh, what's the odds? It'll still look the same, an engine raid on the train. The engines will get all the blame and we'll get to go.
There's only one thing I don't like.
What's that?
Where'd that masked man, the engine, go?
You heard what the boys in town said. The sheriff lost track of it.
There come the redskins.
That's the stuff. They're riding down on the train. They'll wipe out the crew in no
Hey,
time.
Penn, look. Over there. The sheriff and his men.
The sheriff and the posse raced down on the attacking Indians. A score of townsmen rode with the lawmen, bearing guns and fighting hard. From the train, more gunfire broke out. A score of men inside the boxcars poured hot fire at the attackers. Before the fight was 5 minutes old, it was practically over. The Indians were quickly turned back, then trapped in order to throw down their arms.
And be quick about it. We don't want to hurt any more of you.
Yeah, we better clear out while we got the chance. Something went wrong, Kenton.
Let's make our sneak.
No, you don't.
Huh?
The masked man.
There they are, Sheriff.
Oh, now wait. Hold on.
Come on, Sig. We got you this time.
Oh, we ain't done nothing.
Nothing but loot the store and plan to wreck and rob the train.
We got no proof.
Well, you doggone dumb critters. The Lone Ranger had your tag when he was in my office yesterday. He had the whole thing worked out. He knew you wouldn't talk, so we talked so you could hear us.
What?
We've been framed.
You double-cross. You lead Redskin to trap. Me fix
Oh, no, stop. Oh, that breed was going to...
Yes, he tried to knife you, Sig. He thought you'd double-crossed him.
And he got you. If that Lone Ranger hadn't shot his knife away, I don't know why you deserve to have your life saved, though.
You don't need us now, Sheriff, unless you still want to jail us.
Jail you? You hear that, boys? I should jail that man. I should jail the Lone Ranger.
Adios, Sheriff. All right, big fella.
Get him up, Skelton. Get him up. Well, Silver.
You have just heard is a copyrighted feature of the Lone Ranger Incorporated.
Starring Dean Jagger on The Cavalcade of America, sponsored by DuPont, makers of better things for better living through chemistry. Tonight, Cavalcade brings you a story of the men of the Merchant Marine. Those men who, without benefit of glamour or acclaim, go quietly about the business of sailing cargo ships across the seas. Our play, Torpedo Lane, was written by Stuart Hawkins. It is late afternoon. In a building near the New York waterfront, a dozen men are waiting in the large room which seamen call the shipping hall. They wear no uniform, old felt hats, cloth caps, a raincoat here, a sweater there, and one little man resplendently uncomfortable in a derby hat, stiff collar, and an obviously new suit and overcoat. He is the center of interest right now.
He's going to go have his picture took, so he can send it out for a comic Valentine next February.
No, he's going to run for Congress. He bought that outfit to kiss babies in, didn't you, Blinky?
Yeah, sure, but I'll only kiss girl babies who's old enough to vote.
Pipe down, you guys.
Hey, pipe down, fellas.
Medic line freighter needs 3 ABs, an oiler, and a water tender.
That's for me.
Come in.
Blue banner line, a collier, 1 oiler, 2 firemen, 4 ABs, and a cook.
Hey, put Tex and me down. We're both firemen.
Okay. Check your papers and get your passes at Eddie's desk.
Okay.
Hey, Blinky. You're a cook, aren't you? What you waiting for?
Oh, just one more day, sure. I ain't wore these clothes hardly anywheres yet.
You can't stay without a cook, Blinky. You wanted to miss a convoy so you can swank around one more day?
No, but... all right. I wish some fella'd invent a sailor that didn't have to eat. Hey, Whitey, oh, that one comes...
Well, young fella, what can I do for you?
Well, I'm looking for Mr. Stevens.
I'm Stevens. You're a new card, aren't you? What's your name?
It's Dugan. Slim Dugan.
Glad to know you, Slim. What's your rating?
Ordinary seaman. I finished the 90-day course at the Merchant Marine School in St. Petersburg last month and signed on to a Chesapeake Bay lumber boat. I came ashore in Baltimore yesterday.
All right now, Slim. All the ships on today's list have got their quota of ordinaries. You come back tomorrow morning early. When the new lists are up, and I'll be screaming for ordinaries then.
Okay, and what kind of a ship do you think that I'd ought to try for, Mr. Stevens? If there's any choice, I mean.
Wait a sec. Hello. Stevens talking. Yeah? How many of them? Swell. Of course I will. Yeah, I'm starting right now. Bye. Hey, Eddie, what's the call till I get back?
Okay.
Gotta run, Slim. There's a Coast Guard boat coming up the bay with 7 more survivors off a tanker that's torpedoed last week. I'm gonna meet him. Hand me my coat off that chair, will you?
Why, sure. Here you are. Say, look, Mr. Stevens, can I go along with you? You know, I'd like to see him, too. I mean, guys who've really been through it like that.
Okay, I guess I can get you onto the pier. But we gotta hurry. They said she's almost in already.
Gosh, she's some boat. Yeah, I never seen one this close before.
Here come the stretchers. 1, 2... I don't see any more on deck, do you?
No.
Stand back there, please.
No telling who's under those bandages in the first one.
Say, he must have been burned pretty bad, huh?
Yeah. Gee, it's Pop Hillary in this one. Hiya, Pop. See you at the hospital later.
You know, he heard you. He grinned at you.
Thank God there's only 2 of them. 2 out of 7 ain't so bad. Here come the other guys. Mike Sherman and Swede. Hey, Mike. Mike Sherman. Come over here, Mike.
Hi, Stevie. How you doing, boy? Hey, is Lazaro ashore yet?
Lazaro, yeah. They brought him in last Thursday.
Hot dog. I bet him $2 we'd come out of this okay. I was afraid he wouldn't be here to pay up.
You big liar.
Mike! Uncle Mike!
Hey, Helen!
Oh, I thought I'd never get here. How are you?
Fine.
Are you hurt?
No.
Oh, you're back again anyhow. You're not hurt, are you?
Hey, take it easy, kid. I'm okay. Not even a scratch. Oh, meet Mr. Stevens. My niece, Helen Brophy.
Hello.
How do? This is Slim Dugan. New hand just out of school, St. Pete.
I'm glad to know you.
How do you do?
Shake, kid.
Mike, now that I know you're okay, I'll go check up on the others.
Sure, Stevie.
Uncle Mike, are you sure you're all right?
Of course I am. Oh, you dames. Always worrying, even when things is all over.
How long were you drifting, Mr. Sherman, before they picked you up?
6 days. And lay off that mister business. My name's Mike.
Okay. 6 days. That must have been something to go through.
Oh, it wasn't so bad. Only trouble was nobody thought to bring any cigarettes. Say, Helen, where's your mom? Didn't she come down with you?
She wasn't home when they phoned, and I left a note saying I'd call her as soon as I knew how you were.
Well, let's go tell her to start getting dinner ready. Boy, I've been dreaming about one of her pies for the past 3 days.
No, I guess Mr. Stevens has gone right along with the ambulance.
Huh?
Mike.
Yeah?
So what's a good hotel in town that don't cost too much? I just got in from Baltimore this morning. Any of those places near the hall are okay, I suppose.
Why, yeah, but, Helen, has your mom got anyone in the back room right now?
No, Harrigan's chipped out yesterday morning.
Well, then come on home with us, kid. My sister will give you a room and swell grub for $1 and be glad of the money.
Uncle Mike's ready for more coffee, Mom.
Well, pass your cup then, Mike.
I thought there was a coffee shortage.
Oh, not tonight. Go on with your story now.
There's nothing to tell. We burned out a bear and had to drop out of the convoy. Next morning, we got it. Pow. Before I could even get topside, another one. Whammo.
2 torpedoes this time, huh? The other time, they only hit you with 1.
You mean you've been torpedoed before, Mike?
Yeah, didn't I tell you? 3 months ago on the Facetown Bay. That time, we got the fire under control and brought her in okay.
How's about another piece of pie, Mike?
Oh, gosh, no, sis. I'm full enough to bust right now.
Are you slim? Just this little sliver?
No, thanks, Mrs. Brophy. Go on, Mike.
Well, by the time I got on deck, 2 tanks was ablaze. 1 forward, 1 amidships. We thought we could save her, but then another tank blew up, and that did it.
Oh, gosh. What'd you do then?
Well, I got into one of the lifeboats, and 6 days later, they picked us up. Oh, boy.
Looks to me like you're ready for bed, Mike.
I sure am. That blamed little patrol boat bounced around so I didn't get no sleep on the way in. I don't know how those gobs stand it on them things.
I wouldn't have minded being on one if I could have gotten into the Navy.
You're welcome to 'em. I like a steady ship under me. You take a tanker carrying 100,000 barrels of airplane gas. Why, she'll slide along as steady as a billiard table in most any kind of weather.
Why wouldn't they take you in the Navy, Slim?
Oh, my left knee's got a gimp in it. I ran a pitchfork into it when I was a kid.
Oh, I didn't notice it.
Oh, well, it only bothers me when I'm real tired, but they wouldn't take me into the Army or the Navy or anywhere. I tried them all.
Well, I've got a tired folks.
Well, I'll go open your bed and see you got enough blankets. It's going to be a coldish night tonight.
Yeah, I'll get down to the hall with you in the morning, Slim.
No, you're not going to ship out again right away, are you?
Well, why not? If there's a tanker on the list tomorrow, Stevie will probably call me anyhow. Might as well save him the trouble. Good night, kid. Night, Helen.
Night.
Good night, Uncle Mike.
Gosh, I can't figure him out.
What do you mean?
Well, I just can't imagine anybody wanting to be on a tanker instead of on a patrol boat.
Why not? Uncle Mike sailed on tankers for the last 8 years, and he's used to them and he likes them.
Yeah, but on a patrol boat, he'd be chasing subs instead of getting sunk by them. He'd really be counting for something.
You mean you don't think what he's doing counts for something?
Well, it's not like one of the fighting services.
Oh, that's the craziest idea I ever heard of. What good are your fighting services without gas to fly the planes and run the tanks and stuff?
Oh, sure. I told myself all that when I signed up at the training school. But there's a difference.
Oh, you bet there's a difference. There's no uniform and no medals and no glory about the merchant marine. There's only work and going into danger knowing you can't fight back when it strikes. If you ask me, that takes real courage. The realest kind of courage there is.
Well, gee, I didn't mean to upset you, Helen. I just felt it. Oh, well, I'm in it. I'll give it a whirl. But I guess I'll always feel it was second choice.
Maybe that's because you don't know much about it yet.
Morning, Stevie.
Hello, Mike. Hiya, Slim. You're just in time, Slim. Got a freighter that needs 3 ordinaries in a hurry. Blue banner.
Hold it, Stevie. Slim ain't interested in no freighters.
Huh?
What's posted for us tanker men this morning? We want to ship together.
Say, you haven't gone and talked the kid into becoming a tanker stiff like yourself, have you?
Listen, Stevens. The last guy who called me a tanker stiff didn't wake up the next day. Come on now, what's on the list?
Well, there's one up with your old line, Mike. Wants an AB and 2 ordinaries.
Check off 1 AB and 1 ordinary, Stevie. Okay, kid? Sure. Where is she, and how soon do we go aboard?
You are listening to Torpedo Lane on the Cavalcade of America, sponsored by DuPont. As our play continues, Slim, played by Dean Jagger, is talking with his friend Mike. It has been 14 days since they left home port.
You did okay on the wheel tonight, Slim. I saw the old man nodding to himself every time you made a zig.
Yeah. You know, I made him better than that dinky little banana boat up ahead. He was all over the ocean. Did you notice?
Uh-huh. There's always one like that in every convoy. Gee, we've been off watch half hour already.
Uh-huh. It's a swell night, ain't it?
Yeah.
I guess that's what they mean by a tropic moon, huh?
Yeah.
Sure is big.
Yeah, I wish it wasn't so big. Or so blame bright.
Oh, I like it. A night like this does things to you, do you know it?
Yeah.
Makes you sort of sad, so pretty.
I know what you mean, kid. I seen a million nights like this, but still hit you the same way. You always think you never seen the ocean so pretty.
Sort of talks to you, don't it?
Uh-huh.
Mike, before you was torpedoed the first time, did you... Well, were you worried about getting hit?
Listen, kid. The only time to worry about getting hit is after it's happened.
Yeah, sure. It don't seem like 4 days since we started north again, does it?
Time always goes fast when you're in a convoy. You'll be surprised how soon we'll be seeing little old New York again.
Say, you know what we ought to do when we get back? We ought to take Helen and her mother to the movies.
Ruth don't like movies.
Oh, don't she?
Helen does, though.
Yeah? Would you think that she'd go with me?
Why not? You made quite an impression on her, kid.
How'd you mean that?
She told me you was the nicest guy she'd ever seen. Outside of...
Outside of who?
Outside of a nut house, and didn't I think they ought to put you back?
If you wasn't her uncle, you know, I'd toss you over the shale and make you swim the rest. Hey, what was that?
Stand by for trouble, kid.
Oh, what's happened?
One of the other ships has been hit. Come on, over the port side where we can see. Yeah, the banana boat. Look at it.
Torpedoed?
Of course, you dope. There's a sub off there somewhere. He's had it still wetted against that moon. Holy smackers, there it comes. Torpedo coming on the port beam. Turn! Hard left, brother! Why don't they turn her?
It's too late, Mike. It's too late. It's going to get us.
That lousy moon. The sub had us lined up against it like ducks in a shooting gallery. Kiss the deck, kid. Right up. Slim, are you all right?
Yeah, I guess so. This heat, those flames.
Number 5 tank that's hit. We gotta keep spreading. Come on, grab a hose line.
Sure, right with you, Mike. What's that?
The destroyer, death bomb. She's trying to get the sub.
I hope they blow it clear toward China. Give me that hose.
Don't get too close, kid. Them planes are swirling this way. Come back, kid. Back to the same.
I'm okay.
Slim!
Okay, Mike. Slim! That must have been one of the main tanks, wasn't it?
There. Come, kid. Back out.
This heat. Boy, if it's like this here. What's happened to the guys up on the bridge?
No telling.
All hands abandon ship! All hands abandon ship!
Here we go, kid. Jeepers, no use trying to get the lifeboats from here.
Over this side, Mike. There's no burning oil to win it here.
Okay, kiddo. See that life raft floating out there right in the moon track? Well, jump and swim for it.
You first, Mike. I'll follow you.
This ain't no time to be polite, you mug. Go on, jump.
Okay, Mike. See you later.
Watch yourself. Here comes Papa!
Must be about midnight by now.
Yeah. A little raft like this travels some in the wind.
I wish we could have helped whoever it was that was yelling that time.
Yeah. Maybe found another raft or something. You can't tell.
I ain't heard any more tanks go up since that second one.
She was a sweet ship. There she is, burning like a torch out of hell. I sure hope they got that sneaking sub.
You said it. Say, Mike.
Yeah?
Mike, I just realized I wasn't scared at all. I'm not scared now.
Well, what's funny about that?
Well, I sort of expected to be. I mean, I was afraid that I might be, but I wasn't.
I never thought you would be, kid. Let's toast to see who stays awake while the other guy gets some sleep, huh?
boy, that sunshine feels good. It's really getting some warmth in it now.
Yeah. Be plenty hot before long.
There's not so much smoke back there now, Mike.
Say, there ain't at that. You know, I bet them 2 tanks is darn near burned out. By gosh, I'd give my eye teeth to know if there's a chance of bringing her into port after all.
How do you think there might be?
There's no telling. Even if one of her engines run, I'd like to take a shot at it. There's a whole lot of good gas in them other 7 tanks, boy.
Mike, Mike, look there.
Where?
No, this way, Mike. Look, it's one of the patrol boats and it's coming back.
Glory be. They're heading for the tanker, though. Wave something. Wave your arms while I get my shirt off. Attaboy. Ahoy! Look this way, you guys. Ahoy!
On the raft. Can you men come aboard without help?
Put her alongside. We'll hop on, Lieutenant.
Watch your step now. The swell's pretty tricky.
Grab my hand.
All right. Hey, thanks. Careful, Slim.
I'm okay. All clear, sir.
Lieutenant, can I borrow them glasses of yours, please?
Sure.
Thanks. I'm right, Slim. The lifeboats is clustered around the stern. They're going back aboard. For Pete's sake, hurry, Lieutenant. They'll need our help putting that fire out.
Haven't you guys seen enough fire for a while?
Not if there's a chance of saving her. That's our ship.
Full ahead, all engines. She looks far from burned out yet.
We can put that blaze out. There's the old man by the rail aft the ventilator there. Come on, Lieutenant. Put us alongside that sea ladder.
There's a nasty sea running. You have to jump quick.
Hey, Captain. We're coming aboard. Okay?
Right. We need every hand if we're going to get her in.
Now, you jump first, Slim. And get up that ladder fast. Don't be in my way.
Right.
All right, go ahead. Jump.
I made it. Come on, Mike.
Coming, kid. Hey, zip up.
Hey, he missed the ladder. He's in between. Pull astern, all engines.
Turn that boat off. You'll crush him.
Grab him. Hey, you with that boat hook. Fish him out.
There he is. Get him.
I got him. Give me a hand with the boy. Logan, don't hang on that ladder. Want to fall in too? Hurry.
But Mike's hurt. He's hurt bad.
They've got him aboard the patrol boat. They'll take care of him. Up that ladder with you. Bear a hand.
Aye, aye, sir. I'm coming. Hello, Mr. Stevens.
Well, but ain't Slim Dugan. Hi, kid. Where'd you come from?
Say, Mr. Stevens, you heard anything about Mike?
Mike Sherman? No. Why, was he
Well,
on
he
that?
got hurt. The patrol boat transferred him to a seaplane, and then they flew him ashore 4 days ago. I thought that you'd know.
I hadn't heard a word.
Okay, thanks.
Well, where you going? I want to talk to you.
Well, to his sisters. They must have heard something there. Hello, Helen.
Slim, I did get back all right. I'm so glad. Come on in.
Thanks. Helen, you had any word about Mike?
He died last night, Slim.
Oh.
Mother was there at the hospital when he went. Kept asking if we'd heard from you. He was worrying about getting the ship in.
Yeah. He would. He was a great guy, Helen.
Yes. Did you bring her in all right?
Yeah. With 3.5 million gallons of aviation gas still left.
He'd have been glad.
I wish he could have known it was okay before he went.
Excuse me. Hello? Why, yes. Just a minute. It's for you, Slim.
It's for me? Okay. Hello? Oh, yeah? Why? Well, yeah, sure. How soon? Okay, sure. Bye.
Who was it?
It was Stevens. There's her tanker that's short-handed.
Oh,
And she's got to clear tonight.
so soon?
Yeah, so soon. I told him I'd be right over.
I'm glad you're going, Slim. It's what Mike would do if he was here.
You know, I'll never be as good a tanker stiff as he was, but I can try anyhow.
You don't know where you'll be going, I suppose.
Well, Stephen said to bring my heavy clothes. I guess that means that I won't be going down south again. You know, I guess this time that we'll be taking high-octane gas right to the boys who use it.
Right to where it'll be doing fighting service. Wasn't that what you said?
Yeah, I guess it was. I must have sounded sort of silly that night.
That seems a long while ago now.
Yeah. Well, I better be going. Goodbye, Helen.
We'll be expecting you to drop around here when you get back, Slim.
Yeah, I will. Helen, yeah, I sure will.
Good luck, Slim.
I'll be seeing you. So long.
Thank you, Dean Jagger. Ladies and gentlemen, in a few moments, Mr. Jagger will return to the microphone to present Miss Madeline Carroll and third mate John Grossman of the U.S. Merchant Marine. Miss Carroll is with us tonight not as an actress, but in her official role as Director of Recreation for the United Seamen's Service. Before we hear from her, we have a story of how chemistry solved an important problem. This is a story of an emergency. A minor emergency that easily might have become a major catastrophe for the Navy if chemistry hadn't stepped in as a troubleshooter. Paints, lacquers, varnishes, practically everything that flies or floats must be given a protective coating of one kind or another. That often means paint. Well, where you need paint brushes. And that's where the trouble began. Paintbrushes must have bristles. And for the past quarter century, American brush manufacturers have imported their bristles from the Orient. Something like 80% of the ones America used for brushes came from the scraggly hogs of China and Manchuria. The rest came from Russia. And that was all right before Pearl Harbor. But since then, with the nation accelerating war production, with new Navy craft launched one after another, more brushes have been needed than ever before. And the bristles are no longer coming in from the Orient. For some purposes, it was possible to find a substitute. But for paint brushes, especially large brushes with long bristles, only hog bristles were satisfactory. Nothing else had the right taper, the resiliency, and the resistance to wear. That was the situation a year ago, and that was where chemistry stepped in. Nylon bristles for toothbrushes, introduced by DuPont in 1938, were the first really satisfactory synthetic bristles ever made. When the Navy asked DuPont to help in making a long paintbrush bristle equal to or better than natural hog bristles, DuPont was ready with an already developed process for tapering nylon filaments to serve the purpose, samples of which were approved by the Navy in short order. The Navy then preempted DuPont's entire semi-commercial production, necessitating the building of enlarged facilities that will soon be ready to meet the additional wartime needs of our armed forces. As with most other essential materials, these nylon bristles for paintbrushes will not be available for civilian needs until after the war. In short, DuPont chemists solved the problem. And as happens so often when science tackles a job, the man-made product is superior in many respects to the natural material. Nylon bristles don't have to be sterilized or sorted or blended. Moths don't eat them. They don't dry out or rot. And they wear at least 3 times as long as natural bristles. Chemistry, alert to the necessity of guarding against emergencies, has not only solved the problem, but has produced a better material. A new addition to the lengthening list of DuPont's better things for better living through chemistry. Ladies and gentlemen, the star of tonight's cavalcade, Dean Jagger.
Thank you. On this broadcast, honoring the men of our Merchant Marine, it's my pleasure to present Miss Madeline Carroll as Director of Recreation for the United Seaman Service.
Thank you, Mr. Jagger. Appearing with me tonight is John Grossman, who is third mate in the Merchant Marine. I've asked him to come here because he is typical of the thousands of young men who have entered this very important arm of our war effort. Tell me, Mr. Grossman, are you on furlough now?
No, I'm not, Miss Carroll. I'm standing by for assignment to a ship. You see, I've just finished 4 months training at New London that prepared me to sit for my mate's license. There were more than 1,000 of us altogether at the school.
That training school is something new, isn't it, Mr. Grossman?
Why, yes, it is. In the old days, most men could go to sea 1,000 years and never get out of the forecastle. But that's all changed now. Today, we are paid $126 a month while we study. And when we finish the course and made the grade, we receive a license that's good for any ocean, any time. We're learning from our previous mistakes. After this war, we're going to keep our Merchant Marine and not give it back to the Indians.
Amen to that, Mr. Grossman. And until the war is over, ladies and gentlemen, it is up to us to see that the men of the Merchant Marine are provided with recreation, medical help if they need it, personal service, and companionship when they are ashore. We do it, and rightfully so, for our soldiers, sailors, and Marines. The Merchant Marine deserves support, too, in whatever way you can afford. No matter how little it is, it will be appreciated. Won't you help? Address me, Madeline Carroll, care of United Seaman Service, 39 Broadway, New York City. Thank you.
Next week, ladies and gentlemen, Cavalcade brings you a narrative story of a subject vital to every one of us today, Alaska Under Arms. Our star will be the popular radio actress, Arlene Francis. Be with us again next week when Cavalcade presents Alaska Under Arms, starring Arlene Francis. The orchestra and musical score tonight were under the direction of Don Voorhees. The part of Mike was played by Ed Jerome, the role of Helen by Ann Thomas. Cavalcade is happy to announce that Dean Jagger will soon be seen in the Broadway production Yankee Point. This is Clayton Collier sending best wishes from DuPont.
This program came to you from New York. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Soldiers of the Press. Shoulder to shoulder with the men on the fighting fronts of the world go the correspondents of the United Press. You will find them peering down from the bellies of bombers over New Guinea or Kiel, scanning swirling actions in Egypt from the scant cover of foxholes or from baking, bruising tanks. You will find them on the bridges and sky controls of cruisers and carriers off Midway and Wake and Malta, or sharing a lookout's watch aboard a convoy ship, heading blindly through the Arctic dark for Murmansk. With the troops they accompany, these correspondents face every peril of war, gunfire, capture, and pestilence, hardship, tension, and tedium. Theirs is a vital wartime task, to observe and report to you developments on the battlefronts. Report them clearly, completely, quickly. Among the hundreds of United Press correspondents fulfilling this important mission is Henry T. Gorell. Our story of his recent adventures is the story behind a communique issued by a United States Heavy Bombardment Air Force base somewhere in the Middle East.
In an attack on enemy shipping in Navarino Bay, planes of the U.S. Army Air Force damaged 2 large supply-laden cargo vessels, causing violent explosions attended by fires.
That was the terse account of that action contained in the official announcement. But to United Press correspondent Henry Gorell, there was much more to the story than that. For Gorell rode in one of those bombers over Navarino Bay.
Yes, I was in one of those big 4-motored consolidated B-24s.
and saw them give the Germans a taste of America's fighting power. And I can tell you that every American has a right to be proud of the men and machines of war we're turning against our enemies. But that's getting ahead of my story. You see, I've been covering the war since it began. I've seen German planes and tanks and infantry roll across Poland, the Low Countries, France, Eastern Europe. I accompanied the British Expeditionary Force that attempted to go to the aid of Greece, and I retreated with them to Egypt under a hail of bombs from Nazi Stukas. More recently, I've been stationed at a United States Heavy Bombardment Air Force base in the Middle East. Can't tell you just where. The one thing I'd been hoping for was an opportunity to go along when American bombers and American bombs blasted some of the swagger out of Hitler's supermen. Well, my chance came unexpectedly late one afternoon. I was in my quarters pounding away on my typewriter when... Okay, come in.
Are you Henry Correll of the United Press?
Oh, hi there, soldier. Yes, I'm Correll. What can I do for you?
Major Parham's compliments, sir. He asked me to deliver this message to you and to tell you it's urgent.
Oh, thanks. Just a minute. Let's see if there's a reply. Arrangements completed. Correspondence accompany massed bombing force attack mission. Man, this is what I've been waiting for. Report to briefing room at 4:50. Hey, that gives me just about 20 minutes. Tell the Major I'll be there with bells.
Yes, sir.
Oh, Ed, they finally set it up for some correspondence to go along on a mass bombing raid. Look, I got a story in the mail here. It's complete. See that it gets to the censor's office pronto, will you?
Sure thing. Good luck, Hank.
And Joe, you'll have to fork over those wool socks you borrowed. When I reached the operations office, I found the briefing room packed with young, alert American flyers. Enough of them to indicate that the show was going to be a big one. Their faces were grimly serious. They were listening to a lieutenant who was pointing out their objectives on a huge map. I recognized the outlines of the coast of Greece. The lieutenant said,
"Your target is a concentration of enemy shipping in Navarino Bay, in here. Intelligence informs us the Germans have considerable anti-aircraft strength concentrated in the areas marked in red, here and here. Now, you'll undoubtedly encounter considerable flak. The enemy also has a force of fighter craft in the area, so you'll have to be on the lookout for pursuits. The order in which you'll take off and go over the target is listed on the blackboard outside the operations room."
While the bomber crews assembled additional data on weather, the types of anti-aircraft and pursuits to be encountered, I inspected that blackboard. It was a screwy-looking list. Planes affectionately named the Jersey Jerks, Snow White, the Witch, and a half a dozen tough dwarfs. The Witch was scheduled to take off last. Her pilot was Lieutenant Glade Jorgensen. I knew him slightly. A blond, husky, square-jawed trombone player from American Fork, Utah. As the crews began moving out of the briefing line to the line of jeeps waiting outside, I singled him out. "Hello, Lieutenant. Think perhaps you'll remember me, Henry Gorell of the United Press. I'd like to make this trip with your crew."
Gorell? Oh, sure, I remember you. You went with that British convoy to Malta a while back. So you want to go over with me, eh?
Right.
Look, have you had a good view of the blackboard there?
Yeah, I did.
We're to be last over the target, you know. The Jerrys will have everything they can throw at us in action by the time we go in.
Yes, I know, but I'd still like to make the hop in your plane. May be a bit more dangerous, but it's a cinch to provide the best view of the show.
Like that, huh?
Like that.
Okay, I suppose you know your business. You'll fly with the Witch, then.
Swell.
Well, you may as well come along with me and get acquainted with the rest of the crew.
I meet them, 9 in all. Every man trained in teamwork like members of a champion football squad. There's Norman Frost, the former Miami bellboy, 3rd gunner on our B-24. 2nd Lieutenant Peter L. Vlahakis of Newark, New Jersey, our navigator. Co-pilot Lieutenant Robert T. Goldberg of Blooming Prairie, Minnesota. Bombardier 2nd Lieutenant Henry M. Spanger of Mount Airy, North Carolina. Staff Sergeant Joseph T. Byrne from La Crosse, Wisconsin, our radio operator and a gunner. Tail gunner Staff Sergeant Donald S. Allen of New York. Marvin Breeding, armored gunner from Dallas, Texas. And Technical Sergeant Joseph E. Farmer of St. Charles, Virginia. We pile into the waiting jeeps, which jolt us out to where the big bombers are moored at dispersal points around the field. I spot the Witch, looking anything but warlike in her coat of salmon pink camouflage. Her name is lettered boldly in her sides. Ground crews already have her motors turning over. I can feel a tightening sensation in my throat and stomach. I'm handed a cumbersome, heavy flying suit, life jacket, parachute, and oxygen mask, and we're about ready to take off. Duchess, the little dog mascot of the Jersey Jerks, is going to have to stay behind. She's done a lot of flying since they found her in Lakeland, Florida, but there are no oxygen masks for dogs. It's our turn now, and we scramble aboard.
Well, Gorell, we must be getting near the coast of Greece. Can you feel us start to climb? Jorgensen must be going up to our bombing level.
We're putting on altitude, all right. My ears just popped.
You better get your life jacket adjusted and put on your helmet. By the way, the earphones inside the helmet are connected with the interphone. You'll be able to keep tabs on everything that's going on.
That's swell. This is where it goes on?
That's it. And here's your speaker. Well, I'll have to be getting back to my station now. Bye.
Thanks, and good luck. Hello? Hello? Am I cut in an interphone all right?
You're present and accounted for, Gorell. We're climbing several hundred feet a minute. Altitude now 10,000 feet. Put on your oxygen masks.
Now look, I can see Greece. Those peninsulas look like jagged fingers.
You're right. Gunners, better fire a few practice bursts. We're getting in close.
Okay, top, sir.
Tail to, sir.
All set here.
Look sharp below and to our right, Gorell. Those pencil stubs are the German ships. There goes the flag. See those white puffballs ahead? It won't be long now.
Kane to Jorgensen. Pursuit's approaching.
I say them, sir.
3 of them in our starboard quarter. Now we've lost them. The Jersey Jerk's having a go at them.
Get set, men. Snow White has dropped her bombs. We're going in now.
Navigator to Bombardier. Target coming up. Shall I open the doors to the bomb bay?
Okay, Pete. Open them.
Your ship, Hank, and make 'em count. We'll be on target in about 70 seconds.
Level her off. Steady now. 3 points starboard. Hold her steady. There. Bombs away.
They're right on the target. Boy, look at those explosions.
There come a couple of pursuits, coming up from about 15,000 feet. Let 'em have it, boys. We're losing altitude. I'll try and shake 'em.
Here comes another one on our tail. For God's sakes, open fire.
I got him, sir.
You got him, Frost? You got that plane?
Yes, sir, I'm sure I did. Yes, there he goes now. He's on fire. I've been hit, sir.
You hurt bad, Frost?
Yes, sir, I'm afraid I am. I'm bleeding pretty bad. But I got him, sir.
Fine business. Hold tight. I'll come back as soon as I can and help you. May as well chuck your oxygen masks. Our oxygen tank's been hit.
The pursuits have given up now, sir.
Good, good. We're heading for home.
This is Gorell. I'll go back and give Frost a hand. I make my way back to the gunner's turret. I have to take off my parachute harness, life jacket, and sheepskin coat to negotiate the narrow catwalk in the bomb bay. It's Frost, our second gunner, who's been hit. Our waist gunner already is bending over him. Together we unlace his shoe, cut his trouser leg, and rip off his sock. It's a knee wound. We apply a tourniquet. My fingers are numb with cold. We're still at high altitude. My first aid kit's flaked with frost, and the iodine swab's so frozen I have to breathe on it to thaw it out. After we've made the second gunner comfortable, Breeding, the waist gunner, turns to me and says,
"Would you mind looking at my leg, sir? I think I've been hit, too."
I take a quick look at it. He has a flesh wound in his ankle, but he's kept quiet until we're sure the second gunner's all right. The sun's been setting as we work, and I suddenly look out to realize that it's dark. It's a reassuring feeling. Jorgensen's trying to get up speed. He tells us 2 superchargers have been shot away. The automatic steering gear is out. The self-sealing gas tank's been hit, and an aileron's been knocked off. Engineer thinks we also may have a flat tire. From where I sit, I count 25 cannon and bullet holes inside the plane. The crew adds up its score. We got another German plane in addition to the ship down by Frost. Technical Sergeant Farmer turns up. He's been hit by shrapnel, but luckily suffered only a scratch under his right eye. Everyone begins to relax. Jorgensen tells us we're getting close to our base. Everybody smiles. Our radio is barking out into the dark.
Wounded aboard. Have medical aid ready. Wounded aboard. Have medical aid ready.
Searchlights finally catch us. We flash the recognition signal. and the gun batteries below hold their fire. Our wheels touch ground. Everyone is tense. But our tire isn't flat after all. A welcome feeling. An ambulance is on hand. Doctors look at Frost's knee and say he'll be all right soon. I'm back with the story of the first mass bombing raid by American planes, on which American correspondents were permitted to accompany our planes. Everyone is tired. Everyone's glad to be back. And everyone has work to do. The crew pile into jeeps to return to operations headquarters to make out their reports. Mentally, I start putting the lead for my story into shape.
Yes, the official communique said merely, in an attack on enemy shipping in Navarino Bay, planes of the U.S. Army Air Force damaged 2 large supply-laden cargo vessels, causing violent explosions attended by fires. But to correspondent Henry T. Gorell, it was the story of the heroism of a former bellboy from Miami who kept firing in spite of a severe wound until the attacking German pursuit plunged earthward. A story of American-built planes that took all the Nazis could give and came home safely. By braving enemy gunfire, by accompanying our troops, our ships, and our planes into battle at the risk of their lives and freedom, Gorell and other correspondents of the United Press enable American radio listeners and newspaper readers to know the facts, the truth of important war actions clearly, completely, quickly. They bring you the stories behind the headlines. So listen for United Press News on the air. Look for it in your local newspaper. It is your guarantee of the world's best coverage of the world's biggest news.
Presenting Hop Harrigan, America's ace of the airways. CX-4 calling control tower. CX-4 calling control tower. Standing by.
Control tower back to CX-4. Wind southeast. Ceiling 1200. All clear.
Okay, this is Hop Harrigan coming in. Fellas and girls, as you listen to the roar of Hop Harrigan's plane as he brings it in, doesn't it make you think of Uncle Sam's fighters and bombers that are right this minute making the Nazis and Japs wish they'd never started this war? I'll bet it does. And I'll bet many of you think of the day when you will be flying an Army or Navy plane, or when this war is over, piloting a big commercial transport. Yes, sir, you fellows and girls who are planning careers in aviation are on the right track, because the rapidly expanding aviation industry will have room for plenty of well-trained men and women, young men and women. You fellows who are planning to become Army or Navy aviation cadets as soon as you reach the required age, and you boys and girls who are looking ahead to careers in commercial aviation when this war is won, you should and you can begin your training right now while you're still in school. You know, it takes the Army and Navy Air Forces many months to make a flyer out of a cadet because it requires hard work and lots of study before a cadet is even permitted to get into a plane. That's why the Air Forces so heartily endorse the program of pre-flight aviation now being established in high schools all over the country. This program, sponsored by the United States Office of Education, makes it possible for you to begin preparing right now for the day when you will start your training as a military or commercial flyer. This program includes courses in aerodynamics, theory of flight, navigation, communications, engine design, in fact, all the fundamentals that are necessary for good airmen. Remember that by taking these courses as part of your high school curriculum during regular school hours, you will save many valuable hours of training later on. So find out now if these pre-flight aviation courses are available in your high school and sign up for them at once. If they are not yet available, talk with your high school principal about them and ask him to include them in the curriculum for the next semester. For any additional information regarding high school pre-flight training, write the U.S. Office of Education in Washington, D.C. America needs flyers. And now to our story. Rescued from a disabled crash launch, Hop Harrigan and Tank Tinker, together with the wounded Alf Smithers and their Nazi prisoner, Captain von Strondheim, are aboard an English corvette, ordered to escort 5 freighters to Murmansk, Russia. Unable to be put ashore, Hop and Tank radioed their situation to Colonel Maitland, who ordered them to join a British pursuit squadron in Russia. As the corvette and its 5 freighters entered the North Sea, the whine of a heavy shell cut through the black night and exploded behind the corvette.
Great Scott, we're being shelled.
What can we do, Lieutenant Woodley?
Those freighters are loaded with munitions. They must get through, Harrigan.
Hey, what's all the noise about?
Tank, we're being attacked by Nazi surface vessels.
No kidding. Well, why don't we shoot back? Them guys are popping at us. Why aren't we popping at them?
They're out of range, Tinker. Using 8-inch shells, and our biggest guns are 4-incher.
I thought corvettes carried 6 inches.
They usually do, but this boat was designed for coastal patrol and not for battling heavy cruisers.
Well, what do we do, sir?
According to our chart, we're 280 miles northeast of Leith and the same distance from the Shetland Islands. We'll have to try to keep the Nazis busy long enough to let the freighters scatter. Thank heavens the fog's thick.
Look, Lieutenant, ain't there a gun on board I could use, maybe? I've been a target long enough. I want to start throwing some lead.
You'll get your chance, Tinker. There were only some way to decoy them. Lure them away from the freighters.
Hey, wait a minute. That gives me an idea.
Well, what is it, Harrigan?
Oh, no, it's no good. I forgot this corvette doesn't carry a motor launch.
Well, what about a lifeboat?
Say, that might do. Will it carry a machine gun?
Certainly. But what's your plan?
Well, you mentioned decoying the German boats and getting them away from the freighters. Now, I think Tank and I can do just that with a lifeboat.
Are you out of your mind, Harrigan?
Oh, not quite. We'll load the lifeboat with machine gun, dynamite, depth charges, anything that you have on board that's portable and will explode.
Yes?
And you leave the lifeboat here with Tank and myself on board. You take the corvette into the fog bank with the freighters.
You mean we're going to fight them Nazi warships from a rowboat?
No, Tank. We're not going to fight them. We'll simply act as a decoy. We'll set up a terrific racket. Then the Germans will think that the corvette is still here. In the meantime, Lieutenant Woodley can sneak around the enemy flotilla with his freighters and head for Russia.
Harrigan, if you think I'd consider permitting you and Tinker to engage in that kind of suicide mission, you're mad.
Oh, don't worry about us, Lieutenant. Just give us some food, water, and a compass. After we've done our job, we'll make for the Shetland Islands. Those munition freighters have to get through. It's our duty to see that they do. The Russians are doing a terrific job in holding the Nazis back. The least we can do is give them the guns and the ammunition they need to fight.
There's no argument on that score, Harrigan.
Oh, gosh, I'm glad to hear you say that, sir. Now, if you'll get the lifeboat ready, sir, Tank and I'll shove off.
I want to shake your hand, Harrigan. And yours, too, Tinker. With America sending us men like you, we can't lose.
Thank you, sir.
Oh, gosh, thanks.
I'll have the boat made ready at once. Mr. Harlow, Mr. Wiggins, get lively, men.
Oh, gosh, Tank, I didn't even bother to ask you whether you wanted to go along. After all, it's a dangerous
Brother,
job.
would you like a sock in the beezer? You just try and leave me behind.
Attaboy. Oh, boy. This rowing sure tough work.
Ain't we getting a little closer to those Nazi warships, Hop?
Well, I think we're near enough, Tank. Stop rowing. Let's ship oars.
Okay.
Here, get them out of the way.
All right.
Now, look, Tank, here's what we do. You hear those guns booming?
Are you kidding?
Well, they're firing at where they think the corvette is. Now, it's our job to make them think that we're the corvettes and draw the fire to us.
Oh, Hop, with just this little lifeboat?
They can't see us in the fog, Tank, but they're going to hear us.
You mean we're going to shoot all this stuff off at them?
That's right, Tank. You handle the machine gun, and I'll toss the dynamite bombs.
Oh, what do I shoot at? I can't see nothing in this fog.
You just shoot in the general direction of the Nazi fleet. All we want to do is draw their fire.
Jumping Jennings, how long do you expect us to last with those 10 inchers blasting away at us?
But the odds are with us, Tank. They can't see us in this fog. It isn't easy to draw a bead on a small boat like this with the kind of guns they're using. Even so, we're liable to stop one of those 10-inch shells. If we do...
Yeah, I know. If we do, it's curtains.
That's about it, Tank. So just in case, maybe we better say goodbye now.
Oh, look, Bud, I'm not saying goodbye. We've been flying together for a long time, and even if one of those shells does hit us, we'll still be flying together. Only it won't be a no P-40.
Okay, Tank, it suits me. Come on, get into the bow and man the machine gun.
Aye, sir.
All set?
Yep. Say when.
Let her rip.
Hey, what was that?
I tossed one of those dynamite bombs. Don't stop firing, Tank.
Okay,
Go on.
but be sure you toss them over my head.
Don't worry, boy. Okay, Tank, that's enough for a while. Let's see if we're drawing their fire. Yeah, we're drawing it, all right.
You ain't kidding, brother. That one almost landed in my lap.
Give him some more of that machine gun, Tank.
Boy, what's on everything they've got at us now,
That's
Hawk?
what we want, Tank. Come on, keep firing.
Facing a withering German barrage, Hop and Tank reply with everything at their command in a valiant effort to mislead the Nazi naval force. Meanwhile, aboard the English corvette, frantic wireless messages are going out to the nearest RAF field, requesting land-based planes to come to the assistance of the lifeboat and its heroic occupants. On the bridge, Lieutenant Woodley, commander of the corvette, is discussing the situation with his first mate, Ensign Stanton.
That Nazi shell fire sounds far astern, Stanton. I think we're safe now.
Yes, Lieutenant Woodley. Thanks to Harrigan and Tinker.
Right you are, Stanton. Those American chaps not only saved our lives, but what's more important, they've saved the cargo and the 5 freighters we're convoying. And heaven knows Russia needs those munitions badly.
Right, sir. But, Lieutenant, have those 2 chaps even half a chance of coming through this alive?
Frankly, Stanton, I don't know. Those Americans rather make a habit of accomplishing the impossible, you know. Yet I can't possibly see how they can overcome such terrific odds.
Yes, that's exactly how I feel, sir.
It's good to know that fellows like that are on our side, isn't it?
It is indeed.
I shall recommend citations for Harrigan and Tinker in my next report to the Admiralty.
They certainly deserve it, Lieutenant.
They do indeed. Now, Stanton, I'd feel safer if we had an aerial escort at least as far as the Shetland Islands. There's no telling when that German task force may loom up out of the fog again. Please call the chart room and get our exact location at once.
Very good, sir. Chart room, Stanton speaking. Give me our position and bearings.
My guess would be that we're somewhere off the Orkney Islands, within 70 miles of the Shetlands.
Yes? Yes, very good. Yes, you were just about right, sir. Our position actually is north latitude 59.4, east longitude 2.1. That would put us just 10 miles northeast of the Orkneys and 72 miles from the Shetlands.
Splendid. Now, Stanton, wireless the RAF air base in the Orkneys, give the Commandant my compliments, and request a bomber escort to the Shetlands. We must have them at once.
Aye, aye, sir.
Oh, one more thing. Request that a seaplane be sent to scout the last known location of Harrigan and Tinker. By some miracle, they may still be alive.
I beg pardon, Lieutenant Woodley, but I took the liberty of making that request a while ago. I trust I didn't overstep my authority, sir.
Not at all. Good work. Now, have Sparks send my message off to the RAF field at once.
Yes, sir, at once, sir.
I'm all out of machine gun ammunition. I just fired the last round.
Are you sure, Tank?
Positive.
And I've thrown the last of the dynamite bombs.
Jumper Jennies, what do we do now? They're still tossing everything they've got at us.
We gotta try to beat it away from here. In a hurry, while there's fog glass.
Yeah, but how?
There's only one way. We gotta row. Quick, man the 4 doors. I'll take these.
Aye, aye. Hey, we gotta scram fast. They're getting too close for comfort.
Stop talking, Tank. Get to work.
Okay, let's go. Right. Whoa. 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 Oh, this boat ain't no racing shell.
Come on, Tank. Tank, look out! We're turning over! Tank! Tank, where are you?
Here I am. Oh, this water's cold.
Oh, quick. Hang on to the boat.
Okay. I'm hanging on. How far to land, Hop?
Too far to swim. That's what's in your mind.
Then what do we do?
I'm afraid there's nothing much we can do, Tank. Except to hold on and hope.
Clinging to the overturned lifeboat in the icy waters of the North Sea, neither Hop nor Tank have much hope of rescue. The German task force is still firing through the thick blanket of fog, and although a British seaplane is on its way, will it reach the boys in time? What will happen? Don't fail to hear the next thrilling episode next week. Same time, same station. Tune in and fly with Hop Harrigan, America's ace of the airways. Fellow Fellows and girls, start now to prepare for a career in aviation, either as an Army or Navy flyer or in commercial aviation. Remember that the Air Forces need young flyers to help win this war, and that by taking the pre-flight aviation courses now available in high schools, you can save many valuable hours of training when you become old enough to join. This pre-flight training in high school will be valuable, too, even if you never get to fly one of Uncle Sam's swift pursuit ships or bombers, because it will fit you for finding a place in the rapidly expanding field of commercial aviation. Don't waste any time. Find out when you go to school tomorrow morning if aviation courses are available. If they have not yet been established in your school, talk with your principal about them and ask him to arrange to include them in the curriculum for your next semester. For any information pertaining to pre-flight education in high schools, write to the United States Office of Education in Washington, D.C. Remember, America needs flyers.
CX-4 to control tower. CX-4 to control tower. Standing by.
Control tower to CX-4. All clear.
Okay, this is Hop Harrigan taking off. See you next week. Same time, same station.
Hop Harrigan is a copyrighted feature appearing in All American Comics magazine. Hop Harrigan has come to you from New York. This is the Blue Network.
Faster than a speeding bullet. More powerful than a locomotive. Able to leap tall buildings at a single bound. Look! Up in the sky! It's a bird!
It's a plane!
It's Superman!
Yes, it's Superman, strange visitor from another world who came to Earth with powers and abilities far beyond those of mortal men. Superman who can change the course of mighty rivers, bend steel in his bare hands, and who, disguised as Clark Kent, mild-mannered reporter for a great metropolitan newspaper, fights a never-ending battle for truth, justice, and the American way. But before we join Superman, here is an important message.
Fellows and girls, the new front has opened. Every headline shouts the news. American troops are in the picture with every ounce of their strength. Sure, we're cheering them on, but that is not enough. We, too, must take part. Now, we know that all red-blooded Americans can't actually wear the uniform of Uncle Sam because some of us are too young or too old to join the Army or the Navy. But there is one big, important way in which we can take part. We can buy war-saving stamps and bonds. We can loan our money to Uncle Sam. We can put weapons into the hands of those American fighting men. Why, do you know that your dime spent for a war stamp is the same dime used to buy 5 .45 caliber bullets? I guess you know, too, and the Japs and the Nazis certainly do, what a soldier or sailor or Marine can do with 5 bullets. And, speaking of sailors, you might be interested to know that every time you buy 5 war stamps, that 50 cents buys enough fuel oil to carry a destroyer a full mile closer to its objective. Now, that makes buying war stamps pretty exciting, doesn't it? All right, then, let's make a promise to ourselves right now. Let's promise to buy war-saving stamps every week regularly. And you can help even more than that. You can get your friends and your mother and father and all the people you know to buy war stamps and bonds regularly. They'll want to help, too, when you explain to them how important it is for all of us to do our share to help our brothers and our friends in uniform. Our boys are going to win this war, and we've got to help them. So remember, every time you've got a dime, buy a war-saving stamp.
And now, the adventures of Superman. Superman, in his guise of Clark Kent, Perry White, Lois Lane, and young Jimmy Olsen are now deep in the wilderness of the Hudson Bay region of northern Canada, visiting Sebastian Beauvais at his hunting lodge. Sebastian claimed to have seen a headless Indian riding through the night, twice. If he saw it a third time, according to the legend, he would die. Shortly thereafter, the cry of the Indian was heard, and his flaming figure, minus a head, was seen galloping through the forest on a huge white horse. Kent and White set out to follow the trail of the apparition through the snow-covered woods. Meanwhile, the sinister character known as the Laugher carrying a rifle, followed the two men. As our last episode ended, Kent and White had come to the edge of a deep canyon, from which the white horse and its mysterious headless rider seemed to have taken off into thin air. And as they stood discussing the weird circumstance... Kent, we'll have to come back here tomorrow and have a look at the bottom of that canyon.
Well, we won't find anything. That horse certainly didn't leap into space and kill himself and his rider.
Well, he certainly didn't sprout wings and take off like an airplane.
Oh, Mr. White! Chief!
Look out for yourself, Kent. I've been shot.
Chief, no. Mr. White! Great Scott, blood streaming from his temples. Got to get him back to the lodge at once and telephone for a doctor. All for these clothes. Can't waste precious seconds.
Not even a Superman. There. Just gather him up in my arms. And now, up, and away!
Open up, Jimmy. Open the door, for heaven's sake.
It's Mr. Kent and Mr. White, Sebastian.
Ah, c'est bon. Hurry.
Mr. Kent, what's happened? Why are you carrying Mr. White?
Out of the way, Jim. I want to get him to that couch in front of the fireplace.
Mr. Kent, mon Dieu, what has happened? I know if you go after the headless Indian. Ah, c'est dommage. Barry, my friend.
Let me get him on that couch, please. And close the door, Jim. Don't stand there gawking.
Oh, yeah, sure.
Jimmy, have me push the couch closer to the fire.
All right.
It burn good. Barry need to be warm. Ah, mon Dieu, mon Dieu.
Where's the nearest doctor?
Doctor, you make the job.
No, I'm asking you.
There is no doctor for hundreds of miles.
Got to do something. Mr. White may be dying.
For 40 years in these woods, I am my own doctor. I will look at him. The pulse first. Let me see.
Sebastian...
Wait, young one, wait. What happened, Monsieur Kent?
Oh, I don't know exactly. We were standing out in the woods on the edge of a canyon when suddenly I heard a shot fired and Mr. White collapsed at my feet.
How long ago is this?
Oh, less than a minute.
What? You say Barry and you standing on the edge of the canyon? This must be Devil's Canyon. It's the only one, and it is 5 miles from here.
And you got back with Mr. White in a minute?
A minute? Oh, well, I must have made a mistake.
Well, I've noticed you make strange mistakes in what you say very often, Mr. Kent.
Oh, never mind that. Mr. White may be dying.
No, he is not dying. He will be all right. The bullet grazed the side of his head. Jimmy.
Yeah?
You go to the bathroom. Bring me a small medicine kit. S'il vous plaît, quick.
Oh, wait. I mean, sure.
Fit.
Are you sure Mr. White's going to be all right, Sebastian?
I have a certainty. Hello, Kent. You're from the city. Here in the North Woods, often there is the accident. We learn how to take care of ourselves. His pulse is very strong.
Oh.
Hello, even now I begin to wake up. Perry, mon ami.
What?
You see, Monsieur Kent?
Oh, thank heaven. I was so worried when I saw that blood. My only thought was to get him to a doctor as quickly as possible.
Of course. Still, I cannot understand.
What?
How do you return carrying a heavy man like Barry from the Devil Canyon in so short a time?
Well, you see...
No, Kent. I do not see. It takes at least 1 full hour to reach the canyon from here. You left here 1 hour ago. How do you and Barry reach the canyon and return in that time?
Well, I don't know. Maybe it wasn't the Devil's Canyon at all.
It was precipice, you say, and canyon?
Yes.
Eh bien, that is the only one near here. You know something, Mr. Kent?
What?
I like you. You are a very fine person. But I, Sebastian Beauvais, have the sixth sense. In the woods you learn that. You learn to look in the right direction when the moose or the elk cross the path. Why? The sixth sense. And my sixth sense tells me there is something strange about you. You are not what you appear.
There's nothing strange about me any more than there's something strange about that headless Indian.
You say queer words. The headless Indian is very strange, certainement.
Oh, no, the headless Indian is a trick, nothing more. And we'll prove that to you before we're through.
Bien.
Now, I'll tell you something. You're hiding something from Mr. White and me.
Huh?
Oh, don't look so surprised. Perhaps I have a sixth sense, too.
Monsieur Kent, I tell you...
It's all right. No one's rushing you. You tell us in your own good time. Just remember one thing. We can't help you unless you tell us everything. Understand?
Oui, I understand.
What are you holding back? What would you like to tell us that you feel you can't? Well?
Here's the medicine. Gosh, I hope I'm in time.
We will not fix Barry's wound here. We'll take him upstairs to his room. You bring the key, Jimmy.
Okay.
Here, I'll give you a hand, Mr. White.
Am I a weakling? Am I a puny city fellow? I carry my friend Perry in my own strong arms. So, up the stairs, Jimmy. You know the room?
Okay, follow me.
Well, since the chief's all right, I'll stay down here if you don't mind.
Not at all, monsieur.
You wish to look in the fire and dream a while, n'est-ce pas? Do not worry about Perry. In the morning he is as good as new. Bonsoir, Monsieur Kent.
Good night, Sebastian. Good night, Jim.
Good night.
Clark Kent watches the others out of the sight up the stairs, then seats himself before the fire. Slowly the mantel clock ticks the minutes away, and the fire burns to embers. The clock strikes 1. A few moments later, the outer door opens slowly. It is the laugher who quietly enters the main room of the lodge, rifle in hand. As he moves toward the stairway, the form, not of Kent, but of Superman, rises from behind the couch and stands weirdly silhouetted in red cape and blue suit in the flickering embers of the fire.
Wait.
What?
I want to talk with you, laugher. Come here.
Who are you? I cannot see you very well. The room is so dark.
Superman.
Bless my soul, I believe it is. What in the world are you doing here?
Give me that rifle. Just as I thought. This rifle has been fired.
I've done a good deal of hunting with it.
I mean within the last few hours. What were you doing out in the woods tonight?
Attempting to kill Perry White and Clark Kent.
Oh?
Strange thing. I got White. Saw him drop. But then something happened.
What happened?
I can't say exactly. I couldn't see very well. It all happened so quickly. Suddenly neither Kent nor White's body were there. Did you have anything to do with that?
I may have. It may also interest you to know that you failed to kill White. Your bullet grazed his temple. He's still alive. But you admit you tried to kill Perry White and almost succeeded.
Why not? You recall in our previous meeting, Superman, I analyzed you as the type who would not kill. I also told you that no amount of pain would have any effect on me. As for the police, if you wish them to take care of me, you must have proof of any accusations you make. Accusations that cannot be proved, Superman, bounce off me like rubber balls.
Well, try and bounce this off your jaw. All right, get up.
Dear me, I dislike being buffeted about like a punching bag. I'm so fat it doesn't really hurt. Still, it wounds my dignity.
Why, you...
Take my word for it. No amount of pummeling will induce me to give up my resolve to get rid of your friends. Take me to the police, even now that I've told you it was I who fired that shot at Perry White, and I will merely deny it.
There's the evidence of the rifle, the fact that it's been fired.
An accident. I was out hunting in the moonlight, and I mistook Perry White for a deer, let us say. You see, Superman, I have alibis prepared for every emergency. There's nothing you can do to me.
There is always something I can do to you.
Not now. Why do you look at me so strangely?
There are people upstairs. People who mean to me more than my own life. They've been in many tight spots, and I've saved them every time. I'm not going to fail them now.
Perry White, Lois Lane, Clark Kent, yes, and young Jimmy Olsen. All shall perish. And there is nothing you can do about it.
As the fat man's hollow laughter echoes to the high beam ceiling, the muscles in Superman's arms tighten into steel-hard knots. For the first time in his existence, he feels an overpowering desire to kill, to crush the horrible creature standing before him, as he would a slimy reptile. But he restrains himself. There must be another way. Don't miss tomorrow's exciting episode of this thrilling story, same time, same station. Yes, and listen every day, Monday through Friday. Tune in and follow the adventures of Superman.
Yes, be sure to tune in again tomorrow for another thrilling Superman episode. And don't forget what else you're going to do tomorrow. You're going to buy just as many war stamps as you possibly can. And you're going to do that just as often as you can get Mother or Dad to give you a dime. You know, when you see that big capital S on a three-cornered shield, you recognize that as the emblem of Superman. and you know at once what it stands for. Likewise, when you see the capital letters U.S. on a war savings stamp or bond, you recognize them as the emblem of Uncle Sam, and it represents a pledge from Uncle Sam to you. It's his pledge to use every dime you loan him when you buy war savings stamps for more bullets and guns and planes, and all the other things the American armed forces need to win a smashing victory from the Nazis and from the Japanese.
Faster than a speeding bullet. More powerful than a locomotive. Able to leap tall buildings at a single bound. Look, up in the sky. It's a bird.
It's a plane.
It's Superman.
Follow the adventures of Superman every day, Monday through Friday, same time, same station. Superman is a copyrighted feature appearing in Action Comics magazine.
This is Mutual.
World News Today, brought to you by Continental Radio and Television Corporation, makers of Admiral Radio, America's smart set. By shortwave broadcast, direct from world capitals, as well as the leading news centers of our own country, CBS correspondents are waiting to bring you a complete report from the world's political and battle fronts. But first, here's John Daly with a summary of headline news as received in New York.
The American invasion force has made landings at Oran and Algiers on the north coast of French North Africa and somewhere on the west coast. These first official details came in a War Department communique released about an hour ago, which listed the generals commanding the American units under Commander-in-Chief Lieutenant General Ike Eisenhower. Among the commands are Brigadier General Jimmy Doolittle for air and one of America's foremost tank experts, Major General George S. Patton, commanding the forces landing on the west coast, an indication that formidable armored units spearhead our attacks. The Vichy radio supplied some details of the landings on the west coast. They say that bridgeheads have been established both north and south of Casablanca, at Rabat in the north and at Safi in the south. And from the French reports, it's apparent that landing operations of a major scale are going on. Vichy also confirmed the landings on the north coast at Oran and Algiers. The German radio, quoting Spanish sources, reports that additional Allied fleet and transport units left Gibraltar today. There can be little doubt that our invasion forces are large. The Vichy radio estimates that we have thrown 140,000 men into the operation and adds that British divisions are already on the way to reinforce us. An earlier War Department communique made it clear that this operation has been carefully planned over a period of months, and nothing has been left out. Vichy reports already admit that some French troops revolted against the Vichy command, and there were broadcasts over the Casablanca radio reportedly asking Frenchmen to cooperate with the American invasion forces. We also have learned to use the fifth column. In Berlin, Adolf Hitler is right now making a speech on the eve of the 19th anniversary of the Munich Putsch. There can be little doubt that the German people are stunned by the invasion of Vichy North Africa by our troops. But so far in the speech, the best he has offered them is that he will prepare for all blows. CBS correspondent Charles Collingwood is with the invasion forces, but as yet there are no communication facilities which he may use for a report. However, we can contact our correspondent in the other North African theater. For Cairo's reaction and the news there, we take you now to CBS Cairo, Winston Burdett reporting.
It's all over but the shouting on this side of Libya. In the battle that knocked him out of Egypt, Rommel is believed to have lost at least 3/5 of his troops. The Axis armies crumbled as they fled, dropping huge pieces all the way to the border, jettisoning arms and men, abandoning whole units, especially Italian units, leaving hundreds of guns and tanks behind them and thousands of trucks and half a dozen valuable headquarters and many, many thousand dead. Somewhere between Matruh and a place called Bagouche, German armor made its last hopeless stand. They had 28 tanks and 3 88-millimeter guns in that fight. This was probably most of what they had left in tanks at that time. My own guess is that Rommel today has salvaged enough tanks to form a football team with possibly a few subs for the last quarter. Yesterday, British armored cars were still herding in the stragglers. Around Fuka, many German troops fell out and let themselves be captured. West of Matruh, we were still picking up Italians by the thousands. I think this haul just about finished off the Italian armies in Egypt. Today, the British are tumbling west so fast that they have not been able to list the booty. We know now why the Luftwaffe has not been around for the past 3 days. Most of it is a blitz shambles lying around on captured airfields. Some of it is still intact. At one base, we found 5 Messerschmitt 109s ready to take off, with gas tanks full and bomb racks loaded. Somebody left in an awful hurry, and why they didn't fly away, I don't know. We also found dozens of American trucks, which came over here in lease Lend days, and were then captured by the Germans and used by them throughout the summer. One parking lot alone produced 60 vehicles, all with their ignition keys in place, and packed with the belongings of officers and men, who also were in a hurry to decamp, but then something happened and they found they were too late. Rommel now is falling back toward bases where he can pick up personnel and some extra supplies. But I can't see how he can make much of a stand in Libya. Rommel personally may make his next stop Benghazi or Berlin. But the fight on this side of Africa is going to be pure desert chase for several weeks to come. And now you will hear Larry Lasser, who has just come here from Moscow.
I've come to Cairo from another world. I came into a world of bright tropical sunshine, well-dressed people, and food aplenty. I left behind a world of drab gray monotone, of people in old clothes with set faces, a cold land of rain and snow squalls, the world that is called Moscow and Russia. Moscow and Cairo have at least one thing in common. They both believe that their war is the war. When they hear I come from Russia, everyone I meet, from officials to taxi drivers, asks me how the war in Russia is going. Then as soon as I start to tell them, they break in to tell me about the war which is nearest to them, the war in the desert. Today's new war, the American landing in French North Africa, was such a well-kept secret here that it came as a great surprise, and the ordinary man on the Cairo streets hasn't begun to grasp its implications yet. Up in Moscow, the Russian people probably haven't learned about the American landing. When they do, which will no doubt be tomorrow morning on their internal radio system with its loudspeaker in every house, they'll be pleased in a mild way. They'll be pleased to know the American war preparations have reached such a stage that we are able to take the offensive somewhere fairly near Europe. But there'll be no dancing in the streets of Moscow, because nothing will really please the Russian people except an actual Allied offensive in Egypt, rather in Europe. Something they can really feel is taking the main burden of the German army off their backs. When I left Moscow after a year in Russia, I could see some bitterness. They really thought there was going to be a second front this year. The Soviet newspapers hinted at it constantly, and undoubtedly the average Russian feels let down. But there's still a good deal of sympathy for America's position. But underlying this feeling of disappointment, there's a fierce pride, a burning pride which has much to do with the incredible Russian resistance at Stalingrad. That pride is going to go a long way toward holding up the morale of Russian civilians this winter, and it's going to be a tough winter. They're going to be short of food. Some people are going to go hungry. A lot of people are going to be cold. I left Moscow in a driving, wet snow squall, but the heat hadn't yet been turned on in any Moscow apartment house. The people are going to be short of clothes, but by patching up their coats, they'll make them last another winter. They're going to be very short of shoes. More and more often, I heard the clacking of wooden-soled shoes on the Moscow pavement. Everything is going to the Red Army. Prices of ration food are strictly controlled in Moscow, but in the public market, governed only by the laws of supply and demand, prices of unrationed food have soared. A day's pay for a couple of pounds of potatoes, almost a month's pay for a couple of pounds of butter. But of course, this gives the workers something to spend their rubles on. You see, every factory in Russia is turned to war production. There's very little a civilian can buy, except in the second-hand stores. Yet a few things are being done to make the Russian capital more cheerful this winter. Moscow has been dolled up with a new set of streetlights that go far to dissipate the gloom of the long winter nights. There'll be more entertainments and shows this year because Moscow is now considered safe. The military situation is good. The Russian armies are intact all the way from Leningrad to Stalingrad. The main reserves of the Red Army were not used this summer in the small diversion offensives. Russia will have another opportunity this winter to train more reserves. More women will enter the war factories to relieve men for the front. But there's no getting away from the fact that Russia has lost an appreciable part of its ability to produce war machines with the loss of the Don Basin and the destruction of the huge factories at Stalingrad. Unless they can get a lot more tanks from America and England, it will be very difficult for them to launch a major offensive next year. But the Red Army has not lost its ability to engage a lot of German troops. The Battle of Stalingrad will reach a precarious point for both sides in about 2 or 3 weeks, when the Volga freezes up, and the fight in the Caucasus has a long time to go on. But the Russians have a saying: Russia and summer don't get along well together. But the Red Army will be in action this winter, because winter belongs to Russia. And now to CBS in London. Bob Trout reporting.
London spent this Sunday trying to fit together the pieces of information, always so teasingly meager at the start of an operation. Allied headquarter announcements are released in Washington at the same time as here, but London is still getting most of the news of definite place names from Vichy radio. And Vichy tells us the harbor and town of Algiers have been attacked, landings made and a foothold gained, and the situation is serious. 200 miles and more to the west, about halfway between Algiers and Gibraltar, the port of Oran has been attacked. 2 places, a few miles on either side of Oran, have been occupied. That's the Mediterranean front. Around on the Atlantic coast, says Vichy, the airfield at the capital, Rabat, has been attacked from the air. Next most important port in Morocco, Casablanca, has been attacked from both air and sea. Vichy also reports landings at 2 places along the 60-mile stretch of coast between these 2 cities of Rabat and Casablanca. And some 140 miles farther down the Atlantic coast, an important force has been landed at Safi. Vichy radio, heard in London, makes it clear that the Vichy government is still helping Germany. And Vichy complains that radio is being used as a weapon. They claim that secret radio stations are using the wavelengths of French North African stations. And they insist that General Giraud's spectacular broadcast was a fake. There is no reason at all to think it was a fake. And that's a very brief sketch of what London knows about the African operation so far. London also knows that these long-planned operations on the northwest corner of the African continent have been timed to fit into the British 8th Army's victory over the Axis nearer the northeast corner of Africa. Royal Air Force attacks from this island, like those of the last 2 nights on Genoa, are part of the battle of North Africa and the Mediterranean Sea. Next to CBS New York and John Daly.
And here is a message from our sponsor.
Picture yourself inside a submarine of the United States Navy. A critical moment is at hand.
Stand by, torpedo room. Ready, sound room. Give me a bearing.
156, 157, 8. Range 1700.
Stand by, torpedo tube. Set gyro at 120 degrees. Fire on 160.
159, 160.
Fire.
A torpedo cuts through the water, speeds toward a Jap warship, rips a jagged hole through the hull. Yet not one member of the American submarine crew has seen the enemy ship. Many are the wonders of the radio equipment used by Uncle Sam's fighting men in locating enemy targets and directing attacks against them. Admiral workers in both great admiral plants are proud to be building as much of this equipment as they can. The same workers whose skill earned Admiral Radio the reputation of being America's smart set. Admiral will continue to work 100% for the war effort until we've won the victory. This means no more Admiral radios can be built for civilian use, but most Admiral dealers still have a limited supply of the famous Admiral Victory line, the latest model Admiral radios and Admiral radio phonograph combinations with automatic record changers. Ask your Admiral dealer to demonstrate them for you. Now, here again is John Daly.
We have heard the latest developments from the newly opened and the old war theaters in North Africa. Now to another war zone, the Southwest Pacific. Admiral Radio takes you to CBS Honolulu. Webley Edwards reporting.
News of the great British drive and of the American Expeditionary Force in Africa hit these Hawaiian Islands with an enthusiastic reception. But let this be one voice to shout that there still is a bitter war in the Pacific against a powerful foe. To highlight the fight in the Southwest Pacific, let me introduce Lieutenant Chester Budds of Housatonic, Massachusetts, who's been both co-pilot and pilot of a flying fortress. He has just arrived in Hawaii after more than 60 missions in the Southwest Pacific. The kind of fighting our flying men are doing in the New Guinea area makes veterans of men in a few months. Lieutenant Bud, in all your flights, what is most memorable?
We took off one dawn in a fortress, looking for Japanese ships. Off the coast of New Guinea, we sighted a Jap convoy. They cut loose with an anti-aircraft, and then we came face to face with 10 Jap Zero.
Well, what did they do?
They spread and came in from all directions. Our top gunner, Sergeant Ben Hale, blew up one of them. We fought them for 10 minutes more. Then our tail gunner, Sergeant Bob Forsyth, blew a Jap pilot right out of his plane. Both he and the plane dropped to a crash.
Well, Lieutenant, any of your men wounded?
Our side gunner, Sergeant Gradle, was wounded, but he kept shooting. In about 2 minutes, our bottom gunner, Sergeant Bob Curtis, smashed another Zero. Got wounded, but kept on shooting.
How long did you fight them?
We fought them for an hour. Heading for Port Moresby. 50 minutes of fighting, and our radio operator, Sergeant Jim Clark, blew up a fourth Zero. And then the rest of them peeled off and turned back.
What was your damage?
They put about 300 bullet holes in us, and about 15 cannon holes. They knocked out 2 of our 4 engines, shot away the oil pressure, one of the aileron cables, and flattened 1 tire. We came over the Owen Stanley Mountains on 2 motors and into Port Moresby in the midst of an air raid. With only 2 motors, all we could do was to go in, and we did. We were plenty glad to be back on land. Our wounded men were both okay, and that's the way the fighting is in the Southwest Pacific.
And plenty right in it. Lieutenant Leonard Hummerson, Lieutenant Buds, Lieutenant Ernest Reed, and the Sergeants Hale, Clark, Freeman, Forsyth, Gradle, and Curtis were decorated with a Silver Star for gallantry in this action. Yes, America, there's still a tough war to be won in the Pacific. Webley Edwards in Honolulu, returning you to Columbia in New York.
Much of our news of the North African situation is coming from Washington, where the War Department has issued several communiques, and the Navy has given out more news of the fighting on Guadalcanal since we've been on the air. For the latest developments, Admiral Radio turns now to CBS Washington, Lee White reporting.
The War Department has just announced that American forces are now landing at Oran and Algiers on the Mediterranean coast of Africa and at another unannounced spot on the Atlantic coast. The same communique also reveals that Major General Mark W. Clark is the Deputy Commander-in-Chief of the current operations in North Africa. Also, that Brigadier General James H. Doolittle of Tokyo fame is the commander of American Air Forces in the operations. Major Clark is a relatively young man to hold the rank of Major General. He is only 46 years old. He has, however, seen service in France during the last war when, as a captain, he was wounded in action. At the same time, the War Department makes public a message sent to General Eisenhower by General George C. Marshall, Chief of Staff of the United States Army. The message was dispatched to Eisenhower before his departure for England for the North African Theater. It reads, "You and your command sail with the hopes and prayers of America. For months you have planned, trained, and conditioned yourselves for the great task ahead. Godspeed to your success. I have complete confidence in your leadership and in the aggressive fighting quality of your troops." And here's a communique that's just been handed to me, a communique on naval operations in the Solomons. American forces on Guadalcanal have advanced 4 miles beyond Coley Point, east of Henderson Field, to the Metatono River without meeting any Jap opposition. The communique also reveals that 1 Japanese destroyer was believed to have been sunk in action off Guadalcanal, and that 1 cruiser and another destroyer were badly damaged. The cruiser may have been sunk. Last night in the White House, as we listened to the President's Secretary, Stephen A. Early, read off to us the proclamation of the American invasion of Africa, most of the reporters present were inclined almost to shout for joy. To say it was the best news since the beginning of the war would be a gross understatement. To most of us, it was the best news in several years. I make no pretense of having suspected what was coming. I, frankly, was probably just as surprised at what we'd done as Adolf Hitler probably is today. And I think most other observers here in Washington would agree with me. It's not so much that we were joyfully surprised at learning American forces had invaded French Africa. We had suspected for several days that something of the sort would happen. But what really surprised us was that everything had been so obviously well conceived and well coordinated. The American people owe our Army and our Navy a debt of gratitude today. They've shown us that they know far better how to fight a war than most typewriter strategists. But if many of us underestimated the strategical ability of our military leaders, an overwhelming majority of us underestimated the common sense, I'm afraid, of our State Department. Since the bombshell burst last night at 9 o'clock, the picture of America's part in the war has become increasingly clear. It's like a cool, bright morning with the sunlight driving away the fog and mist of the preceding night. There's much, of course, that still can't be revealed. but it can be revealed that our policy in connection with Vichy has had the following aims. 1, to obtain reliable information from week to week of the political situation in France. 2, to maintain close relations with the French people and to spur resistance. 3, to keep alive the French faith in America and our common democratic traditions. 4, to gather all military information available. 5, to prevent the French fleet and French military and naval establishments from falling into the hands of the Germans. And 6, and finally, to pave the way for a military campaign to drive the Germans out of the Mediterranean. In other words, from the evidence first available today, it seems that our government was counting on a Mediterranean campaign from the very day of the Franco-German armistice 2 summers ago. That campaign began at 9 o'clock last night. It's the real Second Front. I now return you to CBS New York and John Daly.
Next, an analysis of the North African military moves by Colombia's military expert, Major George Fielding Elliott.
A great plan of United Nations offensive grand strategy unrolls slowly before our eyes. Its first phase has been virtually completed in Egypt with the smashing of Marshal Rommel's Axis armies. The second phase is in progress at the other corner of North Africa as American troops land on the Mediterranean and Atlantic coasts of the French possessions there. At or near Casablanca, Rabat, Oran, and Algiers, so far as our present information goes, perhaps at other places yet to be announced. Marshal Pétain has ordered the troops in French North Africa to resist our forces. It remains to be seen whether they will or can. Vichy reports that some fighting has already taken place, but calls the situation serious. There are indications that a revolt is in progress in French North Africa, with some military elements participating. Vichy claims that a rising at Casablanca has been put down, but admits that one battalion is still holding out. A broadcast on the Algiers radio calling on all Frenchmen to join hands with the Americans is credited to General Henri Giraud, formerly a prisoner in Germany, who escaped from German hands last summer. The military significance of these reports may be very considerable, for if the French troops are divided in their allegiance to Vichy, it will be almost out of the question for anything like prolonged resistance to be offered to the powerful American forces now landing on the coast of French North Africa. There is no immediate indication of any attempt by Axis forces to interfere with our operations, though the heavy British raids on Genoa may be interpreted as interference with any such possible move. The French fleet is reported from Berlin to be at Toulon with steam raised. This may be Nazi wishful thinking. In any case, there appear to be ample British and American naval forces present in the Mediterranean to deal with the French fleet, should it, unhappily, attempt to cover the movement of any Vichy or Axis troops toward the African coast. The seizure of the principal seaports in Algiers and Morocco will also prevent any reinforcements from arriving for this purpose. No further report has been received of the Allied convoy, reported yesterday from Vichy as steaming eastward beyond Algiers and nearing the Strait of Sicily. This may be the force which has now attacked Algiers itself, or it may represent either a descent on the Tunisian naval port of Bizerta or even a direct assault on the great Axis supply base at Tripoli itself.
Here's Warren Sweeney with a word from Admiral Radio.
In the war between the states, the Shenandoah fought an engagement 2 months after the war. Such an event couldn't happen today. Radio keeps troops and units in constant communication. Radio serves many military purposes, and Uncle Sam needs every radio device which can be manufactured, so take care of the radio set you now own. Most Admiral dealers still have a limited supply of new Admiral radios and Admiral radio phonograph combinations. But when this supply is exhausted, no more will be available until after we've won the war. Ask your Admiral dealer to help make your present radio last for the duration, whether it bears the Admiral name or not. Admiral dealers have every facility to give you service, whether your set needs a new tube or a damaged cabinet rebuilt. In peacetime, Admiral became the world's largest manufacturer of radio phonograph combinations with automatic record changers, partly because Admiral dealers were men upon whom the public could rely. In wartime, that confidence may be doubled, for Admiral dealers realize the importance of radio here at home. World News Today is brought to you each Sunday at this hour by Continental Radio and Television Corporation, makers of Admiral Radio, America's smart set. Be sure to listen next Sunday when Admiral again will give you World News Today by shortwave, direct from the leading news centers of the world. Americans, this war is a matter of life or death. Don't pull your punches. If you've not already signed up for 10% in war bonds on the payroll savings plan, sign up now. Let that be your fighting answer to the enemy. Warren Sweeney speaking for Admiral Radio. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
The WBBM Air Theater, Wrigley Building, Chicago.
Hello, are you there? Well, we're here at Camp Elliott with Marines. Yeah.
Swan, the soap that's pure and gentle. Come on, swing this one.
Lever Brothers, the makers of Swan, the new white floating soap, present the Burns and Allen Show with Paul Whiteman. Our singer, Jimmy Cash. Yours truly, Bill Goodwin, the Six Hits and a Miss, and George Burns and Gracie Allen. Well, now let's look in and see what's doing at the Burns home.
Gracie. In the living room, dear.
Gracie, what happened? I looked in the drawer and I haven't got a single clean shirt.
Oh, darling, I forgot to tell you. Our laundress quit. Oh, she wasn't a very good laundress anyway. Remember how she used to cut the tails off your shirts to make her work easier?
Yes, it's just as well she's gone.
Well, she's got a job over at Consolidated now, making airplanes. Oh, that reminds me. I better call Consolidated and warn them.
What?
Airplanes have tails, too.
Well, Gracie, don't bother. Do you think that you could wash out a shirt for me?
Oh, well, I'd be glad to, Judge, but I'm expecting 2 of the girls from my club any minute.
Oh, the Beverly Hills Uplift Society.
Yes.
What are those hens going to cackle about today?
Well, George, that's no way to talk about your wife and your wife's friends.
Oh, I didn't mean you, dear.
Well, it's no way to talk about those other hens either.
Believe me, honey, washing a few shirts wouldn't hurt any of those dames.
But, George, we work hard. We have to in times like these. We even do jobs for each other if they're the same amount of work.
Well, what do you mean?
Well, for instance, Ruthie Palmtag and Clara Bagley have a deal. Ruthie mows Clara's lawn and Clara cuts Ruthie's hair.
Well, I guess that's even. They're both green.
Well,
you know,
the Beverly Hills Uplift Society is doing everything it can to help win the war. Hardly a week goes by that we don't send out a long list of helpful suggestions.
Suggestions? Well, who do you send them to?
General MacArthur.
Well, oh, fine. That's all we need.
Oh, yeah? Well, he wrote back and said if our ideas were used, the war would be over in 2 weeks.
Well, I'd rather take a little longer and win it. You see what I mean? Look. Why don't you girls do something constructive?
Well, we do. We save all our waste kitchen fat and take it to our butcher. The government uses it to make bombs and bullets.
Well, now you're doing something.
Why, Blanche Morton alone has turned in 11 pounds of fat this week.
Well, why? Well, why does she cook so much? There's the worst cook in the whole world. Her food is enough to kill you.
Well, that's the idea. She can't invite the whole German army to dinner, so she figures if her cooking doesn't get them one way, it'll get them another.
And, of course, we must drop a few of our biscuits on the Japs, too.
Yes.
Yes, remind me to do that.
Oh, that must be the girls now. Come in.
Oh, hello, Gracie.
Oh, hello, Ruthie. Hello, Clara. Ruthie, I was just telling George about the deal you two had, where you mow Clara's lawn and she cuts your hair.
What do you think of it, Mr. Burns?
Well, it's very interesting, only it looks like the wrong one is using the lawnmower. Well, excuse me, girls. I've got to go and wash a shirt. I'll be in the kitchen there.
Oh, all right.
Honestly, Gracie, sometimes I wonder why you married that man.
Oh, it was love. I didn't have much choice.
Well, obviously not. Well, look, Gracie, what we came to talk to you about, we want to help the war workers. Now, there are lots of mothers who have babies in defense class.
My goodness, the hospitals must be crowded.
No, Gracie. Now, you see, while these mothers are working, they need someone to take care of the children. Can we count on you to help?
Oh, yes, I love babies. I practically raised my little nephew, John Cachu Allen.
The child's name was John Cachu, Alice?
Yes, the minister who christened him had a very bad cold.
But, Gracie, the child we're leaving with you isn't exactly...
Oh, I adore babies. I still have little Johnny's first pair of shoes. Wait, I'll show them to you. I'll be right back.
Oh, poor Gracie. I hope she won't be too disappointed when she finds out the baby we're leaving with her is 10 years old. Yes, Bobby Ross. He's tough as nails. Oh, here comes Gracie.
Oh. Well, here they are, girls. Look, little Johnny's first shoes. I had them gilded. Aren't they sweet?
Sweet? Why, my husband could wear these. Were those his first shoes?
Yes. He didn't move into town until he was 24.
We'll have to run along, Gracie. We're going to let you take care of little Bobby Ross. He'll be here in a couple of hours.
Oh,
Goodbye.
Goodbye. Oh, I can't wait to tell George that we're going to have a little baby in the house. I wonder if the baby will change George. I wonder if George will change the baby.
Gracie, have those club women left?
Yes, dear.
Well, thank goodness. What were you talking about?
The baby.
Well, who's going to have a baby?
We are.
Oh, we are. Well, if one of... We are?
Yes.
We're going to have a baby?
Yeah. Are you happy, George?
Happy? Why, I'm delirious. I'm a father. I'm a success. I may have been late getting started, but look, I'll canter.
I'm so glad you're taking it like
Oh, boy. I'm going to run down the corner and get cigars for the fellas. Now, you just lie down, honey. I'll be right back. Just think. I'm going to have a cigar. I mean, a baby. Oh, I'm sorry.
Hey, watch where you... Oh, George.
Oh,
well, what's the rush? What's the matter?
Oh, well, Bill, I just heard the greatest news a man could hear.
Oh, so you heard it, too?
True. I'm the only one who knows.
Oh, now, don't be silly, George. It's all over town.
All over town?
Why, of course. It's even on a billboard at the corner.
Oh, no.
Well, George, why not? Why keep it a secret?
But, Bill...
Now, George, if a lot of dealers want to run a special sale on Swan soap, I think people ought to know about it. After all, here's their chance to buy 3 bars of Swan and save. Why keep news like that a secret?
But, Bill, that's not what I meant. I'm going to have a baby.
After all, George, Swan is the new white floating soap that gives you all those mild, pure suds so fast. And a Swan sale is big news. Although Swan saves you money, sale or no sale. You see, Swan not only gives you more soap per penny than any leading toilet soap tested, but for housework, Swan saves again. Because it goes further than easily wasted package soaps. And it... You're going to have a baby?
Why, yes, Bill.
Well, gee, why didn't you tell me sooner?
Well,
imagine me talking about Swan when you're expecting a baby. I'm sorry, George.
Oh, that's all right. You see...
I didn't give you a chance to tell me about it.
Oh, that's all right. You see...
I feel like a heel.
Oh, that's all right. You see,
here
Gracie
you are
and
telling me you're having a baby, and I just stand here and go on talking about Swan.
Oh, that's all right. You see,
the soap that's as mild as the finest Castile. The soap that's so mild and gentle it's kind to your hands, no matter what soap and water job you use it for. Oh, George, I'm just a false friend.
Oh, Bill, forget it.
Well, gee, thanks. When do you expect the baby, George?
My gosh, I forgot to ask Gracie. Just a minute. Gracie?
Yes, dear?
When are we expecting the baby? March, April, May?
Oh, it should be here in about 2 hours.
2 hours? Bill, go for a doctor.
Okay.
This is Paul Whiteman, and here's Jimmy Cash to sing one of the country's most popular love songs, Starlight Sonata. Okay, Jimmy.
You're my song from a world way up high. You are my starlight sonata out of the midnight sky. There's no melody sung by a light sweet as my starlight sonata after the sky grows dark. a thrilling place when we embrace like this. The promise of eternal love is trembling in your kiss. Twilight sings of a heaven to be, bringing my starlight sonata straight from your heart to me.
Gracie is waiting to take care of the defense worker's baby, while poor George still thinks he's going to become a father.
Now, just lie down, dear, and take it easy. Would you like another pillow under your head?
Oh, I wish I knew what's come over you, George. All this fuss over one little baby. Suppose I was going to have 4 or 5 of them.
At once?
Well, I'd be glad to do it if you'd like me to.
Oh, gosh. Why doesn't Bill get here with that doctor?
What's the matter? Don't you feel well?
Of course I feel well. The doctor is for you and the baby.
Oh, I see what you mean. He examines the baby, and then if he isn't healthy, we give him back and get another one.
I can't understand what you... Oh, there's Bill and the doctor. Now, you stay right here. I'll answer the door. Come in.
Oh, hi, George. Here's the doctor you wanted. This is Mr. Burns, Doc.
How do you do? How do you do? That'll be $5, please.
Well, for Pete's sake, Bill, this is Dr. Lewis. I don't want him.
Well, gee, I'm sorry. I just grabbed the first one I found. What's wrong with him?
Well, this guy is a screwball.
Well, let's get down to business, Mr. Screwball. Unusual name, by the way. Only heard it once before. A woman I know told me your husband was a screwball.
Well, I don't care what she told you.
Charming woman, delightful. Great friend of mine. Married to her, come to think of it.
Bill, why did you do this to me?
Now, look, George, I just stood on a corner and yelled, I want a doctor. Who'd you expect to answer, the Mayo brothers?
Well, never mind. Just get him out of here. Will you out?
Well, I guess we'd better leave, Dr. Lewis. My friend's a little jittery.
Yes, I noticed that, Mr. Jittery. Very bad, very bad. Does he happen to have a toothache?
No, there's nothing wrong with my teeth. But my head is beginning to ache.
Just as I thought. Well, I'd advise you to have it pulled out.
Well, then I'd advise you to get out. Now go on. Scram.
Yes, indeed. Well, let's get down to business, Mr. Scram.
My name is Burns.
To be sure. My wits must have been gathering wool. Well, let's get down to business, Mr. Wool.
Burns.
Naturally, wool burns. Has a horrible odor, too. Well, let's get down to business, Mr. Odor.
Bill, you better remove this character before I murder him.
Okay, George. Come along, Dr. Lewis.
To be sure. Is it too late to catch the 4 o'clock bus?
No, it's only 1 o'clock now.
Oh, dear. Missed it again. Well, goodbye.
Of all the silly, idiotic things he had...
Doctor, did he leave?
Well, don't worry. Now, I'll get another one. Now, you just lie down, and I'll go in the kitchen and fix you a nice glass of warm milk. And don't move until I get back.
All right, dear. My, he's sweet today. I wonder if he's been playing poker again. Come in.
Oh, hello, Gracie. I brought over the child that you're to care for. Little Bobby Ross.
Oh, how nice, Ruthie. Where is he?
Right behind me. Drop that frog, Bobby, and come on in.
Okay. Just where I'm going to hang out.
Yes. Well, take good care of him, Gracie. I'll pick him up later. Goodbye.
Goodbye. My, Bobby, you're bigger than I expected. You're quite a handsome little man.
Take it easy, lady. I'm going steady.
Oh. Well, tell me about yourself, Bobby. Where does your mother work?
On one of the airplane plants. She works on the propellers.
My goodness. I should think she'd get dizzy spinning around like that. Do you think you're going to like it here, Bobby?
Yeah, this is a swell joint.
Yeah, what are you doing?
I'm mowing them down. Don't you see him up there?
Where?
There goes a Stuka. There goes a Messerschmitt.
Why, you're a regular quiz kid. Imagine knowing the scientific names of those mosquitoes.
Are you kidding? say I'm hungry. You got any chow?
Here, there's some fruit out in the dining room. Get yourself an apple.
Okay, don't care if I do.
Oh, can't help wishing he was just a little smaller.
Here's your milk, Gracie. Did you keep quiet while I was gone?
Yes, George, perfectly quiet. Oh, by the way, while you were out in the kitchen, the baby came.
The baby?
Yes, but he's just a little bit...
Where is he?
Well, in the dining room. He's getting an apple.
Getting an apple?
Yeah, he's a little older than I expected, George, but I'm glad to care for any child whose mother works in the defense plant.
I don't get it. You mean the baby isn't out?
No, dear, we're taking care of Mrs. Ross's boy while she's working at Consolidated.
Gee, I'm not a father. Well, what'll I say to the boys? What about all those cigars? I feel terrible.
Oh, buck up, George. Remember that inspiring poem of Kipling's that I always quote? If you can lose your head and never keep the common touch, if you can walk with kings while the dawn comes up like thunder, and which is more, you'll be a man, my son.
Now I feel better, yeah.
The Six Hits and a Miss and the boys in the band and yours truly have brought a little fat man over here to Camp Elliott to join the Marines. He's overweight, but a few weeks in boot camp will put him in fine shape. Going to give him to you right now. It's Mr. 5x5.
Twirl my turban, man alive. Here comes Mr. 5x5. He's one of those big fat mountain boys, solid Havre boy. Mr. 5x5. He's 5 feet tall and he's 5 feet wide. He don't measure no more from head to toe than he do from side to side. Mr. 5x5, a 15 chin and a line of jive. He's a mellow old cat, a real hep fan. He be Mr. 5x5. That man can really jump it for a fat man.
Boy, the only trouble is there's no way of knowing
whether he's coming on or going. 5x5. He's like the bump on the solid side. He don't shake it no more from head to toe than he do from side to side. Mr. 5x5.
Hide me, Gracie. Hide me from the kid.
Where is Bobby? You're supposed to be playing with him.
I've played with him for 3 hours and I'm worn out. If his mother works overtime tonight, I'm dead.
Well, did you play games?
Yeah, games. I was supposed to be a Japanese zero, and he shot me down 5 times.
Oh, yes. I thought that would be fun. I hope you didn't mind the little extra touch I added.
What extra touch?
Telling him to put a lighted cigar in your pants pocket so you come down with your fuselage smoking.
So that's where he got that idea. I wish I'd never set eyes on that kid.
Here. You're a zero. I'm going to get you. Get down.
Okay. I'm down. Now let go of my sleeve. What are you doing?
I'm tearing off a piece of your wing for a souvenir.
Now cut it out. Now I'm not going to play any more zero with you.
Okay, you make a lousy zero anyway. My grandmother is more maneuverable.
Why, you...
Oh, now,
little...
dear, please. Oh, I'll tell you what, Bobby. Suppose I tell you a story. I hate stories.
You hate stories, huh?
Sure, they're corny.
Gracie, tell them a story and make it long.
All right. I'll tell you the story of Goldilocks and the Three Bears. Oh, brother. Now, once upon a time, there were three little bears who lived in an itty-bitty pool. And whenever they huffed and puffed, they blew it down. Is she on the level?
Keep your yap close, kid. Go ahead, Gracie.
Well, one day, a girl named Little Red Goldilocks was riding through the woods in a pumpkin coach. She came to the itty-bitty pool and knocked on the door, but nobody answered, so she climbed up the beanstalk and went in. Hey, lady!
Shut up. Go on, Gracie.
Well, while she was asleep, the three little bears came home and they said, fee-fo-fi-fum, I smell. Little Red Goldilocks tried to run away, but she had very small feet, and at midnight the bears caught her and hit her on the head with a glass slipper.
Oh, go on.
That's all.
That's the story?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, kid, shoot me down again.
You're a zero! Oh, my goodness, Bobby, there must be some way to entertain you that's not quite so noisy. Oh, I have it. I'll get my little duck Herman. Now, don't go away now.
Now, listen, son.
You're a zero!
Oh, stop it. Is the Air Force the only branch of the service?
It's the loudest.
Well, ground yourself.
Hiya, George. Is the baby here yet?
Yeah, this is it, Bill.
This?
It was all a mistake. We're just keeping this kid while his mother is at work. I'm not going to be a father.
Oh, well, gee, that's too bad. I'm sorry, old man.
Fine time to call me old man.
What else can he call you?
Keep quiet before I give you a hit in the head.
George, never tell a child you're going to give him a hit in the head. Never.
Bill, believe me, it wouldn't do any harm to this kid.
But George, you don't understand child psychology. You've got to talk the kid's language. Treat him as your pal, your chum.
You can do that, huh?
Why, of course. Watch this. Hello, Bobby, little pal. Let you and I smear dirt all over our faces and play commando. What do you say, little chum?
Commando? You said it, pal. Let's go.
Okay. And when we get through, we'll go upstairs and wash our little face and hands with Swan, huh? You know. You know Swan, the new white floating soap that gives you all that swell baby gentle lather so fast. What do you say, little chum?
You trying to make a stooge out of me?
That psychology is great. I wouldn't be without it more, Bill. More psychology.
Well, I can see that Bobby
Talk right
likes
up,
to
Bill.
talk straight from the shoulder, man to man, eh, little chum?
You shut up, Wavy Wig.
Yeah, go right ahead, Wavy Wig. Give him that man-to-man stuff.
Well, I will, George. Little pal, man to man, you can't buy a purer soap than Swan. Swan's as mild as the finest Castiles. So mild it's swell for even a baby's tender skin. So naturally it's great for your bath or shower. What say you go upstairs and try it, huh, little pal?
Just a minute, Bright Eyes. Are you trying to little pal me into a bathtub?
Psychology, Bill. Psych him, Bill. Psychology.
Okay.
Psych him.
All right, Bobby.
Give him a big psych.
I'll psych him. I promise not to mention Swan Soap again unless you ask me about it. How's that?
It's a deal.
Okay, little chum. Now, you ever see one of those big Catalina flying boats? A fella your size could crawl right into one of those floats on the wing.
What floats?
Swan floats, and thanks for asking. Yes, sir. Now that you brought it up, Bobby, I might mention that you can break Swan in two and use half in the kitchen for dishes and housework and half in the bathroom for your hands and face or your bath. One soap for the whole house, little chum.
Cross me up, huh? Now you're a zero.
George, do me a favor.
What?
Give that kid a hit in the head. Goodbye.
Yeah, kid. Everybody loves you.
Oh, here we are, Herman. Now say hello to your little friend, Bobby. You're a zero, Herman. sing a song for Bobby. Oh, come on. I'll tell you what. We'll sing Three Blind Mice like we always do, all right? Good. Now you start it off and then I come in. Go. Three blind mice. See how they run. Don't you remember the rest of it, sweetheart? Oh, come on, try again. Three blind mice. See how they run. Herman, I'm surprised at you. Even a baby could remember that song. Now, I'll start this time, and you follow me. Three blind mice. See how they run. Let's play something else. You're zero, Bobby.
Quiet. I wish somebody would fire a real machine gun at me, loaded with aspirin. Come in.
Oh, good evening, Gracie. Well, Bobby's mother has finished work, and I've come to take him home.
Well, I never thought I'd say that, Mrs. Plumtag, but bless your heart. Now I can get some rest. Okay, Bobby, out.
Oh, by the way, in Bobby's place, I'm leaving another child to spend the night with you.
Oh, no.
Oh, isn't that wonderful, George? We're going to be parents on the swing shift.
Yes, it's really wonderful.
Well, come in, Jenny, and say hello to Mr. and Mrs. Burns.
Hello. Oh, a little girl. Oh, George, isn't she the sweetest thing you ever saw?
Yeah, she's cute. Yeah, but if we have to have a kid around here, I'm glad it's a little girl. Hiya, Jenny. What's the good word?
You're a zero.
Oh, no.
George and Gracie will be right back, so I'm just going to say, don't forget that special sale on Swan soap that so many dealers are running right now. Buy 3 bars and save. And I do mean save. Because sale or no sale, Swan saves you money. Use Swan for dishes and housework, and you save because Swan goes further than easily wasted package soap. Use Swan for your hands and face or for your bath, and you save again because Swan gives you more soap per penny than any leading toilet soap tester. So come on, swing the Swan now, when you can buy 3 bars and save. Well, here they are, George and Gracie.
Oh, George, wasn't it fun doing our show down here at Camp Elliott today?
Yeah, and I'm especially glad that we're here today. It happens to be the Marine's birthday.
Oh, well, that's wonderful, George.
Today the Marines are 167 years old.
Oh, really? Well, some of them don't look it.
Oh, congratulations.
The makers of Swan, the new white floating soap, join George and Gracie in inviting you to tune in again next week, same time. These programs are shortwave to our armed forces everywhere. Remember, Swan now brings you 2 of radio's top shows. George Burns and Gracie Allen every Tuesday night, and Tommy Riggs and Betty Lou every Friday night over another network. And now till next week, this is Bill Goodwin saying, well, I, Swan, how about you? Good night.
Try Sprite. You'll find that making you turn out fluffy and light. Try Sprite. You're sure to hear your family shout what they like. For cake, pies, donuts, the thing to fry. Try Sprite. What's that you say? You're going to try it today?
Why, sure.
Try Sprite.
This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Going to try it today?
Why, sure.
Try Sprite.
This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
The Johnson Wax Program with Fibber, McGee, and Molly. The makers of Johnson's Wax and Johnson's Self-Polishing Glow Coat present Fibber, McGee, and Molly, written by Don Quinn with music by the King's Men and Billy Mills Orchestra. The show opens with Blow, Gabriel, Blow. Some people are just naturally more thrifty than others. But most of us, no matter how much we try to save, are wasteful in little things. And don't these little things pile up into big ones? For example, do you always remember to put the covers back securely on packages like coffee, toothpaste, yes, even floor wax? Next time you use your can or bottle of Johnson's wax, remember to put the lid or cover back on tightly. That prevents evaporation and helps keep the wax in best condition. And here's another conservation tip on Johnson's wax. For best results, use it sparingly in a thin coat and spread it as far as it will go. You don't need a heavy coat to get protection for your floors, furniture, or woodwork, your leather goods, enameled or painted surfaces. A thin coat polished to a hard surface gives not only protection, but rich, mellow beauty. The way to a man's heart may be through his stomach, but if you want to take a shortcut, go through his ego. As witness, Mrs. Uppington talking to Fibber, McGee, and Molly.
So what did you tell your nephew, Uppy?
I told him to come and see you, Mr. McGee.
Oh,
but
fine.
you were just the man to give him some advice on how to get on in the world and to make something of himself. You don't mind?
Oh.
Mind. Look at him, Abigail. He's as proud and happy as a man who doesn't own a car, can't eat sugar, and hates coffee.
You send that boy to me, Uppy. I'll put him straight.
Oh, splendid, Mr. McGee, splendid. He's not a bad boy, just at loose ends.
What do you mean, loose ends, Abigail?
Well, the last I knew, he was a cook in a spaghetti place.
Oh, I see. Loose ends. I see what you mean. Well, how's he for the Army and Navy, Uppy?
Oh, he's tried many times to enlist, Mr. McGee, but they've always turned him down.
Why?
Oh, for mere boyish pranks. Forgery, for one thing.
Forgery? You call forgery a boyish prank? What's murder to you? Disorderly conduct?
Oh, but it was a boyish prank in this case, Mr. McGee.
Yeah?
He wanted the Army to think he would be a good soldier, so he signed his application, Ulysses S. Grant.
Well, I can understand that, Abigail, but why did the Navy refuse him?
His reflexes were too good.
Too good?
Yes. When they tapped him on the knee with that little rubber hammer, he tipped the doctor right in the jaw.
A simple case of overenthusiasm.
He tried for the Marines, Uppy?
Indeed he did, Mr. McGee, but he was turned down for deafness.
Deafness, eh?
Yes. It seems he didn't hear them when they told him to put the sergeant's watch back where he got it.
I think the boy is just full of high spirits, Abigail, and maybe just a touch of larceny.
Well, I can handle him, Uppy. I'll make him brace up and act like a man. I'll tell him how I started out as a ragged little newsboy. Saved my money, went to night school.
McGee.
Huh?
Remember, this is Tuesday.
So what?
Meatless day.
Huh?
Save the bologna.
Well, I'll send him over here this evening, Mr. McGee, and you give him a good talking to. He thinks very highly of you.
Just leave it to me, Uppy. It's obvious the boy just got in with a tough crowd, that's all. Associated with the wrong people. How does he spend his spare time?
Playing pool, I believe.
Oh, my. With whom, Abigail?
Well, I don't know all of them, of course, but he says a week ago Saturday he took Mr. McGee for $1.45.
A week ago Saturday. I don't remember that.
Look, my ragged little newsboy. Aren't you getting a little out of your depth?
What you mean, out of my depth?
Setting yourself up to giving young men advice. Who do you think you are, Horace Gridley?
That was Horace Greeley.
Well, you know me. I don't know one horse from another. Anyway, now, when her nephew comes over here tonight, I hope you... Say, what's his name?
His name? Oh, you know his name. His name is... Now, wait a minute now.
You should know it. You played pool with him, she said.
Doggone it, I don't know everybody I play pool with.
That's the trouble. You're associating with the wrong crowd. Bad company. Say, incidentally, when did you ever go to night school?
Well, it was just the same as night school. They kept me in so often I never got home till after dark. What is that guy's name? Shucks, I know his name as well as I do my own.
And what is your name?
My name is, wait a minute. I got it right here on my driver's license. Fibber McGee.
Oh. How do you do?
Very glad to make... Oh, cut it out. I'm trying to think. I got to think of that kid's name. Oh, I know.
What?
I'm going to go down to that spaghetti place where he works and get some dope on him. I'll be right back.
Wait a minute, I'll go with you.
Huh?
You'll forget his name before you get home. Is there any gasoline in the car?
Yeah, but it's got 2 flat tires. I'll call a cab.
Oh, now, McGee, spending all that money just...
Molly, this is worth it. A boy's future is at stake. It's a great responsibility. Why, when I think how I struggled up the ladder of success, scrimping and saving and burning the midnight oil to... Hey, where are you going?
To get my hat. Mrs. Uppington's nephew may have to listen to that malarkey, but I don't. You call a cab, I'll be right down, dearie.
Ah, boy, what a chance to be a good influence in a kid's life. Now, look here, son, I'll say. Every clean, living, red-blooded American boy has got...
Hi, mister.
Beat it, sis. I haven't got time to talk to you today. I got to mold a character.
Oh.
You see, my boy, us men who have reached the top of the ladder...
Hey, mister.
Quit shaking the ladder. I mean... Look, sis, will you please...
Hey, do you know Bob Hope, mister?
Why, sure I know Bob Hope. Why?
Is he nice?
Why, he's great, sis. There ain't a guy in show business that gives more of his time and his work to a good cause than Bob Hope.
Oh.
He's not only a sincere American, but he's a great comedian. And he's got one of the best radio shows on... Hey, what am I saying? Why do you want to know about Bob Hope, sis?
Well, maybe I better tell you first, mister, that the Junior Red Cross is calling for new members between November 1st and 15th.
Well, that's fine, but I don't suppose...
And it's up to us kids to show we're interested in it so we can get our teachers to introduce it in our classroom activities, I betcha.
Well, good for you, sis. But what does Bob Hope
It's
got?
awful important, mister.
Huh?
Gee, did you know that ever since President Wilson started it in the last war, the Junior Red Cross is going to be the biggest organization for us kids in the world?
Well, that goes without saying, sis.
You're too late. I already said it.
I know what I meant to
Did you know
say.
that the Junior Red Cross collected almost 1 million pounds of scrap 3 months after the war started? Did you, mister? Did you? Did you?
Well, I can't
and
say
did
that...
you know that we donated over $300,000 for relief of children in war zones? Did you? Did you?
Yeah, well, $300,000 bucks.
Did you know the Junior Red Cross sent over 100,000 gift boxes to 33 countries last year? Did you? Did you?
Well, no, I never
I
realized.
bet you didn't even know we donated over 3 million comfort and entertainment items to our armed forces, I betcha.
Well, sis, this begins to sound like an important hunk of business. What's the procedure as to getting the grip and the password?
Well, we...
I says, what does a boy or girl got to do to join up?
Oh, it's easy, mister. All they gotta do is ask their teacher to get in touch with the local Red Cross for complete information.
Well, that's very interesting. And I'm glad you told me about it, sis, because... Hey, wait a minute. But why were you asking about Bob Hope?
Well, we gotta get this message across to a whole lot of people, mister, and I thought if you knew Mr. Hope, maybe you could get him to put it on the radio.
Now, you just sit down there, my boy, and let's talk this thing all over. I'm not going to lecture you. I was a young fellow once myself, but I was ambitious. Started out as a ragged little newsboy. One day, a rich customer gave me a $5 gold piece, thinking it was a quarter, and he was gone before I discovered the mistake. Well, sir, I'll admit I was tempted, but my better judgment won out, and I never told him about it. That's why I always say to you young
McGee,
fellas...
who are you talking to?
Huh? Oh, nobody. Just rehearsing what I'm going to tell Uppington's nephew tonight.
Ragged little newsboy.
Yeah?
Say, you couldn't sell papers at 3 for a cent if Mussolini shot Hitler 96 point tight. Is the taxi cab here yet?
Nobody's on his way. Doggone, I wish I could think of Uppy's nephew's name. That's mad thing, isn't it?
Well, we're certainly finding out the expensive way. Say, maybe if we call... Oh, there's the cab, dearie.
Yeah.
Are you ready?
All set. Come on.
You, Mr. McGee, you call for a cab?
You betcha, Bud. We want to go to that spaghetti place on the corner of 14th and Oak.
Oh, you don't want to go there, Doc. That's a horrible journey.
Huh?
Why, that guy serves a meatball that's strictly a leftover from the National Open. Now, I know a place
Now,
up on...
listen here. Look, driver, we don't want any other place. We want the one at 14th and Oak for a certain reason.
Okay, lady, you're the doctor. And if your husband eats there, he'll need one. Hop in, folks. Well, here you are, folks.
So you better wait for us, driver. We'll only be in here a minute.
Lady, a minute in that joint is the experience of a lifetime. Now, me personally, I got a bad case of romaine eaten in there one night.
You mean ptomaine, Bud. Romaine is a kind of a lettuce.
Well, maybe it was the lettuce, Doc, but it sure give me a bad case of romaine.
Come on, McGee. Can't you hear that meter going jingle, jangle, jingle?
Okay, we'll be back in a minute, Bud.
Well, hello there, kids. Welcome to Chateau Ravioli.
Well, for goodness sakes, Mr. Oldtimer. How long you been working here?
Seems like ages, daughter. Started this morning. Well, you have, kid.
What would you recommend?
I'd recommend you eat someplace else, Johnny.
We didn't come here to eat anyway, old-timer. We just want a little information. You know Mrs. Uppington?
Sure do, Johnny. Ain't she one of them Mabels and Sables that always looks like she was being drugged with a check rein?
That's a perfect description. You know, she had a nephew working here a few days ago, and we wanted to find out something about him.
Yeah.
Oh, him. Kind of a musical kid, eh?
Musical?
Yep. Boss caught him playing pennies from heaven on the cash register. Fired him right out on his second day of work.
Well, now tell us, what was his name?
His name?
Name.
Yes, name. N-A-M-E, name. That thing that people always spell wrong in gold letters when they give you a billfold for Christmas.
Oh, his name?
Yeah.
Well, let me think, kids. His name was, dread it, know it as well as I do my own.
Oh, my, this is taking us up more blind alleys than a bowling ball. Where did he go from here, Mr. Oldtimer?
Well, daughter, the fry cook told the dishwasher that the garbage man says the kid got a job down to the city hall.
Oh, City Hall, eh? Must have some influence.
Yes. Probably knows where the tires are buried. Well, come in again, kids, sometime when you ain't hungry.
Thank you, Mr. Oldtimer. Goodbye.
All right, Bud, take us to the City Hall.
Okay, Doc. Any way you say. Mine not to reason why, mine but to do and die. Into the value of death rode the 600. Cannon to the right of 'em. Cannon to the left of 'em. Cannon to the behind of 'em. Cannon... Gee, don't you get a bang out of poetry, Doc?
Look, Swinburne, it isn't your rhyme that frightens us. It's your meter. Let's get going.
Lady, yours is the master. I am your slave. Consider my taxi cab your magic carpet to whisk you away to borrow.
Ah, now he thinks he's Fitzpatrick. Come on, get going.
Doc, yours is mundane. City Hall, folks. The municipal building. The seat of our local government. It's called the seat of government because if you've got any kicks to register...
Oh, please, driver, please. Never mind the vaudeville.
Yeah, and you better wait for us again, too, Bud. We're in this far. We might as well keep on. Come on, Molly.
Okay, dearie. Now, where do we go, McGee?
To the mayor's office. I'm a great believer in going right to the top.
I noticed that when you took me to the show the other night.
Huh?
We sat so high they had oxygen tanks under the seats.
Well, hello there, folks. What goes on?
Hello, Mr. Wilcox.
We got to see the mayor on a little business, Harlow. Hey, do you know Mrs. Uppington's nephew?
No, I can't say I know him exactly. I've met him. Kind of a roughneck. Why?
Oh, well, what's his name?
Well, his name is, well, I know his name as well as I do my own, but I can't remember it.
Nah, nobody can remember that guy's name. He's as anonymous as the Iron Man in the Mask.
You mean the man in the iron mask, Fibber?
It was not. It was the Iron Man in the Mask.
I think Mr. Wilcox is right, dearie.
Well, I know better, Molly, begging your pardon for the argument. I remember everything I read, word for word.
Do you really?
Yes, I do.
All right. What does the label on a can of Johnson's Glow Coat say?
Oh, he's got you there, McGee.
Oh, no, he hasn't. Now, let me think a minute. It says Johnson's Glow Coat Floor Polish.
Yeah, that's right so far.
Then it says Glow Coat is a marvelous floor polish that needs no rubbing or polishing.
Yeah.
Easy to apply, shines as it dries to a bright, transparent luster.
Right.
Made for use on linoleum, rubber, asphalt base, terrazzo, whatever that is, and varnished or painted wood floor.
Well, how's he doing, Mr. Wilcox?
Why, it's marvelous, word for word. Go on, Fibber.
Then it says, especially suited for kitchen linoleum and all floors which are frequently mopped because of ease with which Glow Coat finish can be renewed.
God.
Covers 3,000 square feet to the gallon. Keep from freezing, made in the USA. Then on the other side of the container...
Heavenly day.
Fibber, I never heard anything like it. That's terrific. How did you ever learn to do that?
Oh, it's just a trick. Anybody could do it if I told them how.
Well, if your memory is so marvelous, why can't you remember the name of Mrs. Uppington's nephew?
Simply on account of I never read it anyplace.
Well, I'll have to admit, pal, that you're slightly colossal. Wait till I write the Johnson people about this. It's amazing. I think I'll go and call them up right now. I'll see you later, folks. And from now on, it's the Iron Man in the Mask.
What's so funny?
I'm just happy he didn't let me try to remember what was on the other side of that container.
Why, couldn't you do it?
No. He had one in his pocket, and I could only read the side he had sticking out.
Why, you little fraud, McGee. How could you be so...
Hey, here's the mayor's office. Come on. Hi, Latrivia. Got a minute to spare?
Just about, McGee. Good day, Mrs. McGee.
Hello, Mr. Mayor. We'll get right to the point. Do you know Mrs. Uppington?
Oh, yes, indeed. Very charming woman.
To you, Latrivia, any woman is charming if she's a woman and can vote.
Exactly. And if she votes for me, she's not only charming, but beautiful.
That's the illogical statement I've heard since the Japs said our invasion of Africa was illegal. Look, Mr. Mayor, for certain reasons, we want some information on Mrs. Uppington's nephew.
And we heard he was working here in the city hall.
If he's really working, it's a political novelty of no mean proportions, McGee. What is the young man's name?
We don't know.
Well, how can I give you information about someone whose name you don't even know? I am not a Swami.
So what? I can't swim a stroke myself. All we asked was...
Oh, come. I'm a busy man. I have no time to waste on ridiculous things.
You answered, Mr. Mayor. It's probably for you.
It's quite possible. Excuse me. Mayor's office. My honor speaking.
Big shot.
Oh, yes. Well, there's only one thing to do. Get a gang of huskies and take an axe to them.
What's this?
You heard me. Chop off their heads so nobody will recognize them, see? Then hack off their legs and chop up the bodies and haul them away.
Oh.
No. I'll meet you there at exactly midnight. Oh, stop worrying. I'll handle the police, Samuel. Now get going. As I'm saying, McGee...
We heard every word of it, Trivia. You can't get away with it. You fiend in human form. You axe murderer.
You, Dr. Jello and Mr. Hyde. McGee, what do we do?
Now, look here. If you insist on intruding into the affairs of this office...
Oh, your affairs include murder, do they? Gangster. Molly, grab that phone and call the police. I'll handle it.
Oh, stop it, McGee. Don't be a fool. They'll be explained. Now, let go of me.
Get me the police, quick.
Ow! Fight fair, Trivia. Quit hitting me on the nose.
Hello, police department. This is the mayor.
Give me that phone. Sergeant, this is the mayor. Forget this call. Now behave yourself, McGee, and go away.
Okay. We'll go right to the newspapers. How do you like those potatoes?
No. Not that, McGee. They'll make an issue of it. They'll ruin me.
And how about all those people you're going to murder?
Yeah.
Those aren't people. They're statues.
Huh?
We're chopping up some old iron statues in the park and turning them in for scrap metal. Now get out, both of you!
This is worth fighting for.
Last night through my open window I saw the starlight gleam, and then the starlight faded, and through the mist of a dream I saw a peaceful old valley with a carpet of corn for a floor. And I heard a voice within me whisper, "This is worth fighting for." I saw a little old cabin and a river that flowed by the door. And I heard a voice within me saying, "This is worth fighting for." Didn't I build a cabin? Didn't I plant that corn? Didn't my folks before me fight for this country before I was born? I gathered my loved ones around me, and I gazed at each face I adore, and I heard a voice within me singing, "This is worth fighting for." Didn't I plow that valley? Didn't I reap that corn? Didn't my father's father battle for freedom when freedom was born? I gathered my loved ones around me, and I gazed at each face I adore, and I heard a voice within me thunder, "This is worth fighting for."
All right, driver, we're all ready to go home now.
Okay, lady. Gee, I was beginning to get worried about you.
Why worried, Bud?
Well, I only got a couple of gallons of gas left, see? Though I can get 15 miles to the gallon stop and go, so I can still take you anywhere within a radio of 30 miles.
You mean a radius?
No, I never have time to listen, lady.
Well, take us back to 79 Wistful Vista, Bud.
Oh, wait a minute, McGee. There's Mr. Wimple. Yoo-hoo, Mr. Wimple.
Oh, hello, Mrs. McGee. Hello, Mr.
Hi, Wimp, old man. You going our way?
Yes, if you're going home, Mr. McGee.
Well, hop right in, Mr. Wimple.
Yeah.
This is simply wonderful of you folks. Don't Sweetie Face be surprised when I tell her I had a ride in a real taxi cab.
Where have you been today, Mr. Wimple?
I've been taking my ocarina lesson, Mrs. McGee.
Oh, the sweet potato, eh?
Yes. I've been taking lessons since 1923.
Oh, heavenly days, you must be pretty good. Have you got your ocarina with you?
Oh, no, I haven't got one.
You haven't?
No, I haven't got that far yet.
Boy, Sweetie Face slams you around, Wimp. You better skip the sweet potato and study on the harp.
Oh, she doesn't mean any harm, Mr. McGee. She's just playful.
Oh.
We were playing Drop the Handkerchief all morning.
Oh, you were really? Was it fun?
Not much. She dropped the handkerchief out the upstairs window, and then I'd have to bring it back in the house.
You mean she made you run all the way down the stairs and get the hanky and run back upstairs with it?
Oh, no, Mr. McGee. She isn't that mean to me. I only had to run upstairs. The handkerchief was in my pocket when she dropped it.
Well, that's different. You know, you're quite a talented man, Mr. Wimple. The way you write poetry and play the ocarina.
I used to be very good in a business way, too, Mrs. McGee.
In what, Wimp?
Salesmanship.
Oh.
They called me a red-hot salesman.
What were you selling?
Red hot.
Well, here we are, folks. Safe and sound. That'll be $6.35.
Heavenly day.
Well, it was in a good cause, Molly. Here's $7, Bud. Keep the change. All but 50 cents.
Well, thank you ever so much for the ride, Mr. McGee and Mrs. McGee. Goodbye now.
Goodbye, Mr. Wimple.
Now, so long, Wimp.
Ta-ta, Wally.
Goodbye, Georgie. It was a nice ride.
Gee, thanks, Wally.
Say, do you two know each other?
My goodness, yes. We're old friends. George, this is Mr. and Mrs. McGee.
Oh, yeah, I know. We're old friends, too.
Huh? We are?
Yeah, sure. You remember me.
Huh?
I'm Mrs. Uppington's nephew, George Uppington.
If you have Venetian blinds at your windows, you've probably noticed that they get much dirtier in winter than in summer. We receive many letters from women telling us that right about now is a good time to wax these blinds with genuine Johnson's wax. Not only because they soil less readily, but because cleaning their waxed surfaces is so much easier. And while we're on the subject of windows, how many of you have waxed your window sills recently? When dirt and rain come in at an open window, they can't do much harm when the finish is protected with a coat of Johnson's wax. And again, cleaning is easier, and waxed surfaces add great beauty to a room.
Oh, McGee, here's a telegram just came for you.
Oh, thanks.
Who's it from?
It's from Peoria, Illinois. It's signed Happy Worley.
Oh.
We know anybody named Happy Worley?
Not that I know of. What does it say?
It says, just played your new RKO picture, Here We Go Again, in my theater, and must confess, you have made everybody in Peoria ill.
What? Let me see that wire.
Huh?
Oh, they've got the happy in the wrong place. It says you have made everybody in Peoria ill. Happy, signed Worry. You know, he's the theater manager there, remember?
Oh, sure. Old Len Worley. Imagine me forgetting a name.
Sure.
Huh? Oh, good night.
Good night, all.
The characters of Wallace Wimple and the old-timer heard on this program were played by Bill Thompson. This is Harlow Wilcox speaking for the makers of Johnson's Wax Finishes for the home and industry. We invite you to be with us again next Tuesday night. Good night. This program has reached you from Hollywood. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Ionized Yeast presents Lights Out, Everybody. It is later than you think. Lights Out brings you stories of the supernatural and the supernormal, dramatizing the fantasies and the terrors of the unknown. We tell you this frankly, so if you wish to avoid avoid the excitement and tension of these imaginative plays, we urge you, calmly but sincerely, to turn off your radio now.
My name, Arch Oberlin. Bon Voyage is the title of tonight's story. In other words, a good journey. Remember back in the days when one could go vacationing on shipboard? Well, those were the days when two old women began this most amazing bon voyage. Tonight, I'm very curious to see if you'll really feel as I do about the events to unfold in this extremely strange travelogue. So, turn off your lights and listen. First, Frank Martin for just a few seconds.
Friends, are you worried because you haven't the strength to do your work? Because you're so miserably thin and weak and worn out? Well, if, as with so many, it's only because you need more vitamin B and iron, get ironized yeast tablets. They work wonders for thousands who only needed more of these substances. Help them gain glorious new strength and energy, and 5, 10, even more pounds, often in a few short weeks. Remember the name, ironized yeast tablets. And now?
Lights out. Everybody.
Are you sure the trunk is tied on securely, Mr. Cab Driver?
Yes, I'm good and tight.
Ask him if he's absolutely sure, Julian. Are you absolutely sure, Mr. Cab Driver?
Lady, so help me. If that trunk falls off, I'll give him a kick.
Now, just a minute, young man. If that's your attitude, let me warn you, my sister and I can always take another cab.
Lady, so help me, I ain't taking any attitude. Believe me, the trunk's tied on tight. You want to get to the dock in time
to drive slowly, Julian. All right, Emma, get in. Now, drive slowly, young man.
Yes, ma'am.
Might at least have come up to say goodbye. Now, Sister Emma, you know mighty well they're jealous of us, every one of them. Starcross and we must bear it. Mrs. McDonald. Mrs. McDonald is just like the rest of them in that house. She takes our rent each week, but she's as jealous as any of them. Young man, drive slowly or we'll leave your cab.
Yes.
Never should have stayed there. I told you that 15 years ago, when we first moved in. I remember distinctly saying, Emma, we shouldn't stay in a boarding house where there isn't a solitary soul above the status of a tradesperson. You remember I said that? Ask him if we'll get to the dock in plenty of time. Young man, we won't be late now, will we?
I'll get you there, lady, so help me.
Well, see that you do. He needs us. No doubt about it, Sister Emma. Everyone's always been jealous of us. No doubt about it. The air should be good for our trouble. Don't talk about it. He can't hear us driving. No, I suppose he can't. It's been 20 years. Oh, why should we think about it? The sea air will blow it away. Ask him if we're almost there. Young man, how much further?
Practically there, ma'am. We got plenty of time. Half hour to midnight.
I'll see to it that we get there in time, or you'll regret it. Sailing at midnight. I don't like it. Don't talk like that. It was the only time. We're slowing up. Ask him what's the matter. Young man, what's the trouble?
No trouble at all, ma'am. We're at the dock.
The air'll make me stop dreaming those dreams, don't you think so, Sister Julius? And you don't talk about it.
Yeah, ladies. Got you in plenty of time.
Ask him if it's the right dock.
Sure it is, lady. Dock 11. Hey, should I take your trunk off?
No. You'll charge extra for that. And there'll be someone from the steamship company to do that. What's your fare?
There it is on the meter, ma'am. $1.25.
Here's $1.
$1.25, ma'am. You can see for yourself. The meter.
I don't care what the meter says. Took much less time than I thought. I don't want to hear any more about it. Come, Emma.
Yes. Now, lady.
Hands to one side, driver. Let us out.
Now, lady, if the meter reads $1.25, I gotta collect $1.25.
Not another word. And question the trunk, fasten the trunk there, and go about your business.
But, lady, I give up what to you.
Are you sure it's the right dock, Sister Julia? Of course it is. See? Dock 11. Oh. What it says on the ticket.
There's your trunk. Bon voyage to both of you.
Impudent scoundrel. Left our trunk lying right there in the street.
Save money anyhow. Get one of the ship's people to put it on.
No one around.
Strange. Everything's so quiet. And just before sailing time.
There's a sailor.
Ask him to take our trunk aboard.
Mr. Sailor? Mr. Sailor.
Here's you.
You calling me, lady?
Ask him if he's connected with the ship.
Are you connected with the ship?
Yes. You want to go on board?
We certainly do.
Julia, look.
People. Where did they?
1 minute there was nobody, and now so many people getting on board. Julia, ask
him. Your trunk. This way to the gangplank.
Yes, of course. Come, Sister Emma.
Don't have to take on the thing, Sister Julia. Part of the service we get.
I know.
This way to the gangplank, lady.
Oh, got your tickets ready, Sister Julia?
I got them. Walk quickly. Don't want to lose sight of that man with our trunk.
This way, lady.
Boats so crowded. So many people.
Nobody seems to want to look at our tickets. Well, that's all right, too. Come ahead, Emma.
Your cabin, lady.
Ask him if it's the right one, Julia.
Now, are you sure it's the right one, sailor?
Your trunk's inside, ladies, all shipshape.
Very well. Come ahead, Emma.
All right. Now, you don't have to tip him anything, Julia. It isn't necessary at all.
Well, isn't much of a cabin.
Much smaller than they told us.
I'll speak to the captain.
Not now. After we sail. Don't leave me alone in this place.
Now, Emma.
Now, don't now, Emma, me. You've got the same thoughts.
Don't talk about it.
Dear, sea air will do us both good that way now, won't it?
Don't talk about it. There, we're starting.
Yeah.
I'm going out to see it start.
No, wait for me.
Here, Emma, by the rail.
We've taken down the gangplank already.
I see.
That means we're free to the land and everything on it, doesn't it, Emma?
Don't talk about it. Isn't it enough that for 20 years...
We're starting.
Ship's moving.
How fast the dock and all the people on it are fading away.
Yes, they're almost out of sight.
Julia.
What?
Did you notice all those people on the shore? They were waving handkerchiefs, but they were crying. Sister Julia.
What?
The time. What time is it?
I don't know. Reach over and turn on the light.
Ship's rolling so badly. There.
20 minutes after 2. The longest night.
I haven't been able to sleep a wink.
Why does the ship have to go so fast?
That's all right. Taking us away from the cursed land.
Stop saying that.
Strange how for 20 years a face can come to one in the night.
Stop, I tell you. I'm going up on deck.
No, don't leave me here. I'll go with you.
Come ahead, but keep your mouth closed.
Are you going to get dressed?
No, just a coat. Find my slippers.
Might be cold.
Then stay here.
No, I'll go with you. I got my coat already. Don't leave me.
Come ahead.
So quiet. It must be the engine.
Everyone's asleep.
It's good to be getting away from the land.
Here, up these stairs.
Huh?
Well, can't you see the sign, promenade deck?
Oh, yes, the deck. That'll be nice.
Now, don't fall.
I think we should go out there this time of night, Sister Julia.
You like the cabin any better?
You were as much to blame as I. The blood, you said.
Stop it. Come out here.
The wind.
You wanted to come out here.
Where will we walk?
Where does one walk on shipboard? Come. You drive the ship so fast.
It's frightening.
Then go below.
No. Julia.
Walk faster. I want to keep walking.
Julia.
What is it?
We've been all around the deck.
Well?
And we haven't seen anyone.
It's the middle of the night.
But no.
But it was expect at 3 in the morning? A brass band?
There should be someone.
Go down to the room.
Julia, did you hear that?
Nothing but the wind.
No, something else.
Nothing.
Julia.
What's that?
Over the side of the ship. A hand. No, it isn't. Oh, Julia, come back.
No, you're crazy. There's nothing. But I saw him. I went to the rail. There was nothing.
Oh, we shouldn't have killed him, Julia.
No.
If I talk about it, maybe I'll find a little rest from the crazy thoughts that have been in my head for 20 years.
Stop.
Ever since that night, Julia, they've been tearing at me. Crazy thoughts.
A fool.
Not such a fool. The thought of it made you an old woman, too.
I'm all right.
You too, Julia. All these years you've been afraid, too.
Will you ever stop talking?
At night, sometimes I hear you cry out in your sleep.
No, I don't.
You do, Julia, you do. You do in fear of him.
Here? Why should I be frightened?
You help me carry him down the steps to the basement, Julia, remember?
Not afraid. His bones, they're dust by now. Worms to tear at them.
You are frightened. You are. Tell me that you are. You know,
No. Get away from me and stop talking to me. Nothing to be frightened of. We're miles at sea. Water between us and the land. Miles between us and where we buried him. Why should I be afraid of something dead for 20 years? I'm not afraid. I'm not. What? His face! His face in the sky!
Ladies and gentlemen, just a breath. When people say goodbye only with tears, when faces lift in the sky, when armless hands appear before you, perhaps, as a medical man might say, a few deep breaths of relaxation are indicated before we return to tonight's Lights Out story. Back to tonight's Lights Out story, Bon Voyage. The two old women, frightened, searched through the empty corridors of the swaying ship for their cabin.
Walk faster. Is this the right car? Oh, get out of my way. Cabin. Got to get to the cabin. Close the door and lock it.
Yes, lock it. Can't hurt us if we're behind the locked door.
It wasn't locked before.
Oh, but that isn't our cabin, Julia.
What are you talking about? Of course it is.
No.
I tell you it is.
Julia, no. This cabin. Here. Oh, it's locked too.
You've got to get in. You've got to get inside. Stewart, let me in my cabin.
Oh, no. You'll wake everyone up.
Stewart, come here and let me in my cabin.
Julia, no.
Stewart!
No one heard you.
I'll make someone hear me. Let me in.
I'll try another door.
Let me in. Wake up somebody. Let me in.
Oh, please open the door. Oh, open the door. Please open the door.
Wake up somebody and let me in.
Oh, let me in. Open the door, please.
Wake up somebody and let me in.
Open the door. Julia,
in. I said.
It's no use.
What do you mean?
They'll never answer it.
Huh?
They found out about him.
You're crazy. Come on. The next thing. Find someone to let us in our cabin.
Stewart! No, don't leave me. Wait for me, Julia.
Stewart, somebody wake up. I want to get in my cabin.
Oh, Julia. Mr. Julia.
They've got to answer me.
Look, that room. It says Chief Stewart.
I'll show him not to answer me. I'll show him.
Julia, what?
Empty. And this one empty.
And this one's empty, too. Julia.
What have you found?
Julia.
Waving your hands at me. Talk.
The ship. Tearing through the night. Oh, don't you understand? We're alone.
It doesn't Impossible. We've been all over the ship. But what makes it go? Oh, stop, you fool. Stop. Are you crazy you are?
I can't stand it down here. The walls closing in on me. I'm going out. No, stay here. Oh, no, let me go. No. You won't go on deck. You won't go on deck and live. You won't go. I've got to get out of here. Not so fair. Oh, I'm not frightened. I didn't see his face.
You didn't see your I'll choke the tongue out. Oh, my neck.
That's the way you killed him. That's the way.
No, you killed him. You. I only held his neck. Your hand was on the knife. You stabbed him again. And again. And again.
No, I'll go up there. Emma, come back, not on deck. Don't leave me. Emma, come back, don't leave me. Emma, where are you? Emma, where are you?
I admit it. I am afraid.
Emma, where are you? It's so dark out here. All these years we've been together. You can't run off and leave me now when I tell you I'm afraid.
Go away.
Go away.
Emma, we've got to be together. Don't lie there on the deck. We've got to stay together the way we always have.
You talked me into killing him. You did.
So I did. You and I have got to stay together, I tell you, until we get off this horrible ship. Listen, Emma. A ship can't go without men making it go.
But we've been on every day, and there's no one, only him.
Him, insane fool. How many times must I tell you he's dead and dust?
But you saw his
imagination, nothing more. The night's so black. I admit I'm frightened. Of course, I see the thing I didn't want to see.
But how could the ship?
Listen, I'll tell you. A great ocean liner like this one, there are men in the engine room and men on the bridge. What if there aren't any passengers? It just means we got on the wrong boat.
No.
I tell you, there is someone. Someone up there on the bridge steering the ship. If there was no steering, we'd go in circles. Look, see how straight through the waves we're going?
There's no one.
Come up to the bridge and I'll show you.
There's a man up there steering this boat. A man of flesh and blood. There must be. I'm afraid to climb. But how can you know?
A man must steer this ship.
There's no one there. No, so dark. I can't see.
Yes, this is up where the steering thing should be.
No, I'm afraid.
There, the wheelhouse they call it. Yes, that's it. There's windows around. You see someone in there?
No.
There must be someone there. Come close, Emma. Look, the windows covered with mist. Look in there, Emma. Your eyes are better than mine. Tell me there's someone steering.
No.
Oh, no, don't get out of the way. Let me. The window. I'll see.
Steering wheel. Emma, we are alone. I told you. I'm so low. No, stop the ship. Stop. Where are you taking me? Stop. Stop yourself. Stop you. Get off our sin. The ship won't stop till we confess.
I confess. Yes, I confess. I killed a man.
We killed a man.
For his money 20 years ago.
We did it together. We needed money. He had so much. Had him. I did. Cut him off. And we buried him in the basement. And no one ever knew.
There. Confess.
Now stop. Stop.
Emma, you heard the whistle. Someone is on there. Who?
I am.
You took us on this ship.
The same, madam.
You. Who are you?
The captain of the ship, madam.
Captain?
My unfortunate pleasure, madam.
What?
If you will excuse me, madam, I must go in there. It is time to take the wheel.
But there's no one. How could the ship?
You will excuse me. It is time.
You've got to tell us.
You will step into the wheelhouse this way. I will set the course.
You've got to tell us.
Yes.
What is this ship? Where is everyone?
Why did you bring us here?
North by east. Aye, that's the course.
Will you answer me, Julia?
Make him tell us. I'll go crazy.
Hey, look, Captain, whatever you are, tell us where we are. Tell us where we're going. We've got to.
Where you are?
Yes.
On my ship, my lady.
What's my ship? Why did you bring us here?
Because you killed a man for profit.
How did you?
How did I know?
When one is as I am, one knows many things.
Yes, you are.
Your other question, madam, where are we going?
Yes, where?
You go to your doom.
The man's insane, Emma, that's it. We're on the ship with the madman.
No, madam, a dead man.
You're crazy. Junior, what do we do? What?
Calm yourself, my ladies, and listen. Yes, listen closely. It's no more than fair that it all be very clear in your minds before it happens.
What?
This is my ship, and on a night like this many years ago, I stood here just as I stand now, my two hands tight upon the wheel.
Julia, what's he talking about?
Listen to me. I stood here, and below the decks, asleep and trusting me, their captain, were 500 souls. 500 men, women, and their children.
What's that got to do with us?
Asleep, you hear me? 500 souls. I, their captain, my hands on the wheel, an empty sea ahead. Mine to make the course, mine to turn the wheel. I closed my eyes, I slept. I, the captain, slept. I didn't see, I didn't hear. A tower, a cliff of ice ahead. We crashed. I crashed and sank. 500 souls, and I, their captain.
He is crazy.
So the captain lost his ship, and lost his life, and 500 lives with it. And so we sail again tonight.
What's it all to do with us? With Emma and me?
The captain who slept and died made a bargain with the devil. A good bargain to bring him peace and rest.
What?
On each year, my ship rises out of the sea again. Once each year, I sail it.
Julia, why is he talking like that?
I set the course the same as I set it on that very night. The wind, it blows the same, but with me now, not 500 souls, but two. Two of evil like yourselves. We sail. My hands are on the wheel. And on, the ship it tosses beneath her feet. I close my eyes again, just as I did that night. Suddenly, straight ahead, an iceberg.
Julia! Look! It's true. Something is ahead. Iceberg!
My eyes are closed tightly, as they were that night. I cannot see it, I cannot.
No, turn the wheel over your eyes. There's grand flash. Over your eyes. Turn the wheel.
No! My eyes stay closed. Don't you understand, you two? That's my bargain with the black one. Each year on this very night, I bring someone evil to the death. And for each one that dies with me this way, they blot out one of those 500 who drowned beneath me, taken off my soul. One of them for each of you.
Open your eyes! An iceberg! Please! Turn the wheel!
No! I want you to die. You must die. Black one, listen. I give you two more evil ones. Two more! Whatever gave you the idea of such a story as Bon Voyage? Well, Frank, some of our stories are based on fact, some are a mixture of scientific fact and fiction, and others are ghost stories founded upon unexplainable but nevertheless apparently real happenings to real people. I think Bon Voyage shows what can happen in the minds of people who have an overpowering sense of guilt. Some say that there is an inevitable law of compensation. Who knows?
Well, they're all certainly intriguing entertainment, but what about next week?
Well, before I tell you about next week's story, I hope you'll like it as much as I enjoyed dreaming it up. First, I'm in the field. Friends, it's a rather difficult transition from the out-of-the-world story we've just listened to the cold realities of right now. And it's even more difficult after all the word you've heard about buying war bonds to say anything that hasn't been said. And yet, I look for originality in speaking about something that's as real and as close to us as this war. The second front is open. None of us know how long the road is to victory, but we do know that by putting every extra dollar, quarter, and dime that we have into war bonds, we're helping defeat Mr. Schicklgruber and Mr. Hirohito and Company and help make a stable America when peace comes. To win the war and to hasten a fair peace, there is no better use for that paper and silver in your pocket. Certainly, cheer the boys in the second front, but do something about it with work and with purchases of war bonds.
And now, Mr. Obler, what about next week?
Well, come to the bank. Oh, that's not an order. It's the title of next week's Lights Out presentation. Supposing a woman came up to you, a small, mousy little woman, and said, please come to the bank. Would you laugh? Would you run? But find out what one man did next week.
Yes, tune in next Tuesday again for Arch Obler's eerie story of Come to the Bank. And if you need more vitamin B and the big letters IY on the package and on each tablet.
The Raleigh Cigarette Program from Hollywood, starring Red Skelton, with Ozzie Nelson and his orchestra, Harriet Hilliard, Wonderful Smith, and yours truly, Truman Bradley. The knifing wind, sharpened by the icebergs of the North Atlantic, couldn't pierce the joy of a lonely sentry on duty somewhere in Iceland today. He had just received a package from home, a carton of Raleigh cigarettes. And they were factory fresh, too. Their rich, full flavor closely guarded by a new, highly protective, moisture-proof wrap that's exclusive of the makers of Raleigh cigarettes. Millions enjoy Raleighs here at home every day. Enjoy their richness, smoothness, mildness. Enjoy saving valuable premium coupons. The pack with the coupon on the back, Raleigh cigarettes. That was Ozzie Nelson and his orchestra playing Pennsylvania Polka. And now we bring you Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer's brilliant young comedian, the star of our Raleigh cigarette show, Red Skelton.
Thank you very much, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Say, Truman, you gotta hide me.
Hide you?
Yeah, out in Oklahoma tonight, they made Bob Hope an Indian chief.
Well, why have I gotta hide you?
Well, that guy can scalp me now, and it'll be legal.
Well, tell me, Red, is the sponsor still at your house?
Yeah, you know, he's the right guy, too. This week he organized the whole neighborhood into voluntary rationing unit.
Voluntary rationing, huh?
That's right. For instance, we put 1 pound of coffee in a 10-gallon percolator. The whole neighborhood came over for 1 cup.
Well, sounds pretty good, but wasn't it weak?
Weak? That stuff was helpless.
Well, what else are you cutting down on, Red?
Well, I'm not using as many razor blades as I was.
Well, gee, how do you get your beard off?
Tweezers. Of course, I have to get up an hour earlier in the morning.
Well, I suppose everybody's rationing themselves voluntarily.
Yeah, I found that the British and Egypt are going in for rationing in a big way.
Oh, really?
Yeah, they're cutting down their opponents one by one.
Hello, Red.
Hello, Harriet. Say, what do you know about voluntary rationing?
Well, everybody I know is pulling his car, Red. How about you?
Oh, sure. You know, I got a great system for saving gas. You drive your car 1 mile, and then you push 1 mile.
Well, does it work?
Yeah, after 4 miles, they take you to the hospital, and you don't have to drive your car at all.
By the way, Red, how are your tires?
Well, not so good. The air is beginning to show through. You know, Mr. Raleigh has a grand idea for rationing gas. He takes his car up the top of Lookout Mountain and then coasts wherever he wants to go.
Well, wait a minute. How does he get the car back up?
I told him that sounded too easy. You know, my girl is cutting down riding on the Sunset bus.
Cutting down riding on the Sunset bus?
Yeah.
That doesn't save anything.
Oh, no. My girl's so fat. It takes 4 gallons for the bus driver to shift into second.
Gee, she really must be fat.
Yeah, she's so fat that I don't know what I'm laughing at. It wasn't that funny. This is the one, though. This is She is so fat that the other day she went for a walk out in the valley and a big flying fortress flew over.
What happened?
One pilot says to the other, "Hey, look, the Metropolitan Airport's hitchhiking."
Say, Red, I wanted to meet her, but I didn't get a chance.
I had a meatless day once.
You did, Ozzy?
Yeah, why don't you come over for supper tonight, Red? Harriet's cooking a steak.
Wait a minute, Ozzy. If you have steak, how can it be meatless?
I don't know. Ask Harriet. She does it all the time.
I suppose you're cutting down on meat, Red.
Oh, sure. I've been a vegetarian for years. I eat nothing but grass.
You eat nothing but grass?
Yeah.
Well, doesn't it bother you?
No, but every time I see a girl wearing an all-wool sweater, I get a faraway look in my eye.
There were 10 little soldiers on a 10-day leave. All of the colonel's daughter, Genevieve. Each little soldier led the other to believe that he was going home to spend his 10-day leave. Some took a taxi cab and some a train. And some bought a ticket for a southbound plane. Some took a trolley to the west side of town. The 10 little soldiers, they were homeward bound. Each took a different direction, each one in search of affection. Imagine their surprise and the shock they received when they bumped into each other calling on Genevieve. Now the 10 little soldiers went from bad to worse, 'cause 10 little sailor boys had got there first. They crowded her door like a pack of sardines when out walked Genevieve with 10 Marines.
You know, that ain't the way I heard it.
Well, how did you hear it?
Well, there were 10 little soldiers on a 10-day leave. They all loved the colonel's daughter, Genevieve. And one tried to cross the street at Hollywood and Vine. He got halfway over, and then there were 9. The next little soldier stood at Gower Street, hailed a Sunset bus, and found an empty seat. He fainted from surprise and fell flat on his face, which left 8 little soldiers still in the race. Of course, that's still 7 too many.
I wonder which one will get Jenny.
Well, you'll find out. You see, 3 were captured by ladies of the USO, and 4 reported missing in a double-featured show. So the one little soldier was as proud as could be. "I guess this makes Genevieve mine," said he. He went to the door, and imagine his surprise when out walked Genevieve with guess who?
Lieutenant Clark Gable?
No.
Private Hargrove?
No.
Well, then who?
Mr. 5 feet tall and he's 5 feet wide. They just gave him the rank of human tank. He's Mr. 555.
That was Ozzie and Harriet singing 10 Little Soldiers and dedicated to the United States Marines.
Say, Red, what are
Yeah?
you going to show different people doing tonight?
Well, I'll tell you, Brad. You pick the subject. Anything you say will be it.
Well, thank you, Red.
Oh.
Well, I have a letter from a loyal fan and Raleigh cigarette smoker in Irene's Beauty Shop, Mansfield, Ohio.
Yeah?
It says, why don't you visit a beauty shop some week?
What a coincidence. Just what we've been rehearsing all day. First, we find Deadeye. Yeah, a beauty shop is what helped him capture Horseface Charlie. Listen. Whoa! Whoa! Oh, come on, horse. Whoa!
That horse of yours sure is thin, Mr. Deadeye.
Yeah, he's losing weight every day. If he keeps it up, I'm going to have to feed him. Now, for the last time, horse. Whoa!
I bet you I could stop him.
Well, go ahead.
Wish I knew a cheaper way.
Yeah.
Say, Mr. Deadeye, it's too bad that horse-faced Charlie got away from us.
Yeah, but I bet I know where he's a-hiding.
Whereabouts?
Yeah, well, who was his gal?
That beauty shop operator.
That's right. I'll bet she's a-hiding him in the back room. Come on, let's go.
Wait, a beauty shop is for women only.
Yeah, that's right. I got it. We'll borrow a couple of dresses from Buckshot Annie and pretend we're women. Come on. Boy, here's Annie's house. I hope she's home.
Howdy, Deadeye. Howdy, Wonderful.
Howdy, Buckshot.
Did you capture Horse-Faced Charlie?
No, but I got a hunch that these gallows hiding them over in that beauty shop. Now, I wonder if you could loan us a couple of dresses so I could disguise myself. Disguise myself and see if we're as confused as Rommel getting out of Egypt. So we could go in and see. What's the matter? Don't you think it would work?
Well, Deadeye, you figure. It's supposed to go in here and out there, not out all the way down. Say, do you know how to act in a beauty shop?
I do. My wife ran one.
Yeah, what happened?
She gave my money a permanent wave.
No kidding.
Yes, sir. The government froze my salary and she melted it.
Well, step into the other room and change, boys.
Yeah.
There's a couple of wigs in there, too.
Okay. Well, now, let's see. I gotta have that hat, a dress, slip, shoes, stockings, and those.
Oh, Mr. Deadeye, which way does this wig go on?
Well, it's supposed to fit over your ears, I think.
This wig's got to go over my ears?
That's right.
Give me one about 3 feet wide, then.
Hey, what's this thing, Wonderful?
Oh, I guess it's the thing to whip a person into shape, huh?
Yeah. It's too little, ain't it?
No. It stretches. 2 ways, I believe.
Yeah.
You know, my gal could never get into one of them things.
Why not?
She stretches 2 ways in 5 directions.
Well, okay, I'll try to get it on.
Now give a hard pull.
Okay. I made it. Boy, oh boy, now I know how Custer felt when those Indians was creeping up on him. Boy, does this thing fit tight. I think I got my right leg over where my left leg ought to be. Hey, now, hand me that dress. Boy, if the boys of the 74th Chemical Corps could see me now, I'll slip it on, this dress. Oh, I forgot to take my Raleigh cigarette out of my mouth. Man, how do women do it? This dress sure is tight around the kneecaps.
Oh, no, it ain't. You got on upside down.
Yeah?
And it's tight because you're so bow-legged.
Oh, well, I can fix that. There. Now, I'll bet I'm the only girl in the world who can cross her legs and walk at the same time. Yeah?
How you coming, Deadeye?
Great, we'll be right out.
Did you put on the dress with a peekaboo waist?
The what with which?
The peekaboo! Peekaboo!
Get away from that keyhole! Hey, how do I look, Wonderful?
You look like poor Mary. Why doesn't someone tell her?
Well, come on, let's go. Well, Annie, how do I look, huh? That is all that, huh?
Deadeye, that thing that holds up your stockings is supposed to go under the dress.
Yeah?
Why, yeah, and it's supposed to hold your stockings up, not your hair down.
I was going to hang my guns on them. Well, that's that. So we capture old horse-faced Charlie. I'll split the reward with you, Buckshot. Come on, Wonderful. Boy, oh boy, if we can only catch that guy. Well, here's the beauty shop. Let's go in, huh? There's nobody here but that woman sitting over there.
Yeah, ask if she's seen a man round here, but walk dainty-like.
Okay. Pardon me, miss, but...
Deadeye!
Horse-faced Charlie, dressed like a woman.
Well, I'll leave you girls alone.
You'll never take me alive, Deadeye. I got you covered.
Yeah?
But I'm going to give you a break. I'll count 3, and then we'll draw.
Now, wait a minute, copycat.
You ready?
Yeah.
1, 2, 3.
Mr. Deadeye, you shot. What happened?
I couldn't get my gun. I had it inside that tight rubber thing. Then we have Slim, the fellow from the country. He's on his way to see Daisy June, who has just opened a beauty culture studio. here I am. Oh, double ugly. If rain makes flowers beautiful, why don't it on me? Do, 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 do. Boy, am I ugly. 3 times this week, my mother had to buy me back from the dog catcher. Oh, look, it's Joe's restaurant. I think I'll take a look in.
It's mine.
Oh, no, it's mine.
Oh, no, it's mine.
This coffee problem's getting serious, ain't it? Boy, I sure like to have a cup of coffee myself. I've been drinking so much tea lately, I got orange Pico bags under my eyes. So here's Daisy June's house. What does that sign say over there? Daisy June's Beauty Salon.
Why, hello, Clem.
Well, Daisy. Hey, what you doing?
I'm running a beauty parlor. You want to get beautiful?
Yeah, but not too beautiful, because somebody's got to scare them crows out of my cornfield.
Well, what happened to your scarecrow?
Well, he looked healthier than me, so they drafted him.
Oh, Clem, you're an idiot.
I am?
Yes, you are.
Well, that's what I like about America. Everybody has a chance to make good.
You know, you look bad, Clem.
I do?
I'm going to lift your face. Sit down over here.
Okay.
Now, come on. First, sit down in the chair.
All right.
And I'll give you a haircut.
All right, but no bowls this time.
Listen, with your head, I'll use an ice cream cone. Gosh, your head really does come to a point, don't it, Clem?
It sure does. With me around, my mama hasn't had to buy an orange squeezer in 15 years.
Well, it's okay with me. I like you, Clem.
You do?
Yep. Hold still and pluck your eyebrows.
What eyebrows? Only got one eyebrow. Straight across with a U-turn in the middle.
Well, I'll pull out a few for size.
Okay.
1, 2.
Oh, them darn wild hairs. Hey, Daisy June. Look at that, my Adam's apple. You scared the stem out of it.
All right, Clem. Now I'll give you shampoo. You better roll up your sleeves first, though.
Okay.
Why, Clem, what's that on your arm? A vaccination?
No, that's my laundry mark.
Laundry mark?
Yeah, Mom sends me out in one piece. It's cheaper. Okay, give me the shampoo. Come on.
This is special. It's an egg shampoo.
An egg shampoo?
Come here, Thelma.
Hey, wait a minute. What's that chicken fur?
My shampoo. I use nothing but fresh eggs.
Oh.
Now put her over your head.
Okay, but what's them claws, Thelma? Double yolk.
Now for my famous shampoo. I'll just squirt it on.
Okay. No, my ear. Careful here. Well, now be careful, Daisy June. That stuff kind of burns.
Oh, don't worry. A little benzene never hurt anybody. Now I'll rinse it off.
Okay.
There.
Oh, that water's sure warm.
Now rub your head briskly with a towel.
Okay. There, boy.
There now. Take a look in the mirror. How do you like it?
Well, step right up and call me cue ball. Hey, that stuff wore my hair off. Daisy June, you gotta hide me.
Why?
Why, with these big ears of mine, somebody's liable to shoot me for a rabbit.
Oh, that's nonsense. Now go on home. Nobody's going to shoot you for a rabbit.
Okay. Sure, though.
What happened, Clem?
Hey, throw me a carrot, Daisy June. I want to die on a full stomach.
Harry Newton Numbskull's beauty shop. We put henna on your antenna. What? No, we don't have anything that'll smooth your hair down. No, I'm sorry. Oh, no trouble at all. Goodbye, Professor Einstein.
Say, Newt, there's no roof on your beauty shop. How come?
Oh, it isn't necessary. There's a ceiling on everything nowadays.
Look, Newt, here comes a customer.
Oh, goody.
Oh, how do you do?
Oh,
you have lovely hair, madame.
Oh, thank you. It runs in our family.
Oh.
I have mother's hair.
Gosh, ain't she cold?
Now, I have to look just right because I'm giving a bridge party.
Well, I certainly hope you'll use that handsome inlaid bridge table you get with Raleigh coupons.
Oh, of course. And also the playing cards and the frosted glassware set.
You get those?
Charming. And the serving tray?
Oh, yes. And I'm fixing snacks that are suggested in the big new cookbook that I got with Raleigh coupons.
Oh.
As a matter of fact, this new permanent wave I'm getting is practically a gift from Raleigh coupons.
Oh, really?
I see just what you mean. You won't find a permanent wave listed, but Raleigh coupons may be redeemed for cash, 3/4 of a cent apiece.
Oh.
And that adds up to some mighty handy money for extra things.
Oh, I redeem Raleigh coupons for war stamps,
Oh,
too.
ain't that nice?
Good. And here's another idea. If you're planning on giving Raleigh premiums as Christmas gifts, by all means get your coupons and your order in early. Send them now for prompt delivery.
Oh, and that reminds me, my guests will be arriving soon.
Well, be sure to hurry so you can offer each and every one a Raleigh cigarette. Made from a choice blend of 31 richer, more golden tobaccos. Raleighs are smoother, milder, packed with flavor. One cigarette everyone enjoys.
Oh, I almost forgot. Before I go, I must get a mud pack.
And then you'll get a hot towel pack.
And everybody gets a pack with a coupon on the back, Raleigh cigarettes.
And then we have a lady and her little boy. She has an appointment at the beauty shop, and he's going along to watch the overhauling. So, Harriet, you be my mother, and I'll be the mean little kid.
Hurry, Junior. Now, I don't want to be late.
Hey, Mummy, why you always go to the beauty shop so often,
Well, so I can look like Sweet 16.
Sweet 16? Boy, you more like Sour 37. Oh, look, here's me old pal Robert. Here, Robert, come here, Robert.
Now,
come here.
Junior, don't pet the dog.
Why not?
Well, he might bite you and get sick or something. Oh, look at that darling dress in the window.
Yeah, I thought you were in a hurry.
Oh, I wonder how much that dress is. I wish I had it.
Reach in, Mummy, reach in.
Good heavens, what happened to my window?
Huh?
What happened to my window?
Cheap glass.
Somebody has broken my window.
He sounds like one of the free bears. The dumb one.
I'm so sorry, mister. Here's $10 to take care of the damage.
Yeah.
Junior, why do you break things so?
I don't know. I guess I just a natural-born scrapmaker.
Well, here's the beauty shop. Now try and behave, will you?
Okay.
Ah, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. I have an appointment.
You have an appointment?
Yeah, too bad she ain't got a face, ain't her?
Junior!
My, he's a cute little boy, isn't he?
Yes, I is. I take after me pop.
You do?
Yeah, what you doing tonight, babe?
Junior, tell me, does your father really act like that?
I could answer that, but it would only lead to anything in it for me.
Yes, a spanking unless you behave.
Okay, I'll be good. I look at these magazines. Hey, where's your new Esquire? I think I'll look around the joint. Mummy!
What's the matter, Junior?
Hey, I just seen a lady in a fireless cooker.
Oh, Junior. That's a steam cabinet.
Well, you better get me a fork because I think she's done.
All right, madam. First, you want a shampoo. I'll rinse your hair with this knob.
Here, let me do it.
No, Junior. Not down my back, Junior!
All right, sorry, Mummy, but there was a fly on your neck and I drowned him.
Me too. You can go ahead now, miss.
Hey, Mummy, where are you? Mummy, I want my mummy. Or Lorna Turner.
He doesn't recognize me with my hair all wet. Here I am, Junior.
Is that you? Oh, brother, a GI haircut with a DOPE face.
Junior, that's no way to talk about your mother. After all, does your father talk that way about me?
He really asking for it today, eh?
Now, I've had just about enough of you. Sit down.
Oh, you hit me. You hit me. You broke me with a jaw.
I didn't hurt your jaw at all.
You mean me tongue is always laid out on the floor like that?
Will you please go and sit down?
No, I will sit on your lap and give you a kiss because you me mummy. Yeah.
Junior, you're in the way. Maybe you'd better jump down.
Will you catch me?
Yes.
Okay.
Wait until I turn around, will you?
Now she tells me. Hey, I will let you girls alone and just mender around the place a bit. Well, look at them big bottles. I wonder if that's perfume or hair tonic. I will reach up and see. Woo! It's perfume, all right.
Junior, was that you? Meow, meow. Oh, that darn cat is the clumsiest animal I ever saw.
It always works! It always works. Hey, Mummy, I found a broken bottle, but I will fix it.
That's a good boy. Junior, can that heavenly smell be you?
Yeah? You little stinker is now Chanel number 5.
Junior, did you break that bottle?
Yeah, but I can fix it.
That's very sweet of you.
Yeah, today.
Do you always go around fixing things?
You don't know me very well, that's his fault.
There's some glue over there.
Yeah?
Let him fix the bottle. I can tell by his expression he's sorry.
Yeah. Now, she ought to know better than that.
Junior, you'd better sit down and leave that bottle alone.
No, I want to fix the bottle.
Mother said no.
Well, now, if that's the way you want it, Junior said yes. Now, you let me fix the bottle or I will tell.
You'll tell what?
I will tell everybody you used to work in a burlesque show.
Oh, I did not.
Oh, no? Hey, Queenie, you're on next.
Okay, turn on the purple light.
Junior, if you want to do something,
Why?
run over and get the hair lacquer out of that cabinet.
Okay, that's for you. I will do it. I will do that. Oh, the lacquer, the lacquer. Well, here's the cabinet. Let's see now. Which one's the lacquer? Maybe this is it. Glue. Hair lacquer. This ought to be pretty good, eh, folks? Well, I could mix them together. Your mummy wouldn't have to comb her hair no more. If I do, you know what'll happen. No, I've been getting too many whippings lately. I won't do it. Here you is, lady. Here.
Fine.
Yeah.
Now I'll spray it on.
Spray it on good. Spray it on good.
And then I pat it down in place.
Pat it down. Go ahead.
There. Ow! Oh, I can't get my hands off. They're stuck.
All right, so I changed my mind.
Say, boys, put this in your pipe and smoke it. Pipe smokers, enjoy the peaceful relaxation of a pipe load of Sir Walter Raleigh. Sir Walter Raleigh gives contentment, yes, and more. For now, Sir Walter Raleigh comes to you in a brand new service uniform. Same familiar orange and black design, but free of metal. The valuable tin has gone to help win the war. Of course, the new package still contains Sir Walter Raleigh's exclusive blend of choice burleys, fully protected, cured, and aged to perfection to bring out all the full tobacco richness, the nut-like flavor. Tonight, try the quality pipe tobacco of America, Sir Walter Raleigh. Remember, we'll all be back again next Tuesday at the same time. Red Skelton, Ozzie Nelson and his orchestra, Harriet Hilliard, Wonderful Smith, and yours truly, Truman Bradley. Meanwhile, listen to the Tommy Dorsey Show tomorrow night over most of these same stations. Until next Tuesday, then.
This is Red Skelton saying goodbye now. Thanks for listening, and congratulations to the United States Marines on your 167th birthday. And we'd like you to know that every American is proud of what you've done to make this birthday what it is. Good night.
Red Skelton is put on this program through the courtesy of the Metro Golden Mayer Studios. This program has been broadcast in the armed forces overseas and has come to you from Hollywood. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
faster than a speeding bullet, more powerful than a locomotive, able to leap tall buildings at a single bound. Look, up in the sky. It's a bird.
It's a plane.
It's Superman.
Yes, it's Superman, strange visitor from another world who came to Earth with powers and abilities far beyond those of mortal men. Superman, who can change the course of mighty rivers, bend steel in his bare hands, and who, disguised as Clark Kent, mild-mannered reporter for a great metropolitan newspaper, fights a never-ending battle for truth, justice, and the American way. But before we join Superman, here is an important message.
Yes, fellows and girls, here is an important message for you. A message that comes direct from our fighting Marines on the Solomon Islands. A message echoed by the Blue Jackets on the high seas, by the boys who've won the right to wear the Army and Navy wings, by our troops in Africa, our commandos in England. In fact, by every man in the American Armed Forces, no matter where he may be. And here's the message. We're going to win this war. We're going to wipe Hitlerism and fascism off the face of this earth. We've taken on the job, and we're going to see it through to the finish. But we can't do it alone. We can't do it without the help of every boy and girl and every man and woman back home. Of course, we all know what that means. We know the one way we can help those boys fight this war to a victorious finish is to see that they get all the guns and tanks and ships and planes they need. But those things require a lot of money, and that's where you and I come in. We help our government to buy those war materials by lending our money, by buying all the war stamps we possibly can as often as we can. Why, right at this moment, we have American fighting men on the new front. And they're equipped with guns and tanks and protected by planes and ships that you help to buy. That is, if you've been buying war-saving stamps regularly. This makes buying war-saving stamps pretty exciting, doesn't it? Let's make a promise to ourselves right now. Let's promise to buy war-saving stamps regularly as often as we can. Tell Mother and Dad about it. See if you can't get them to give you a dime a day for a war stamp, or a dime every other day. Remember that every dime is important because 10 cents will buy 5 .45 caliber bullets to be used by our soldiers, sailors, and Marines. 5 dimes will buy enough fuel oil to take an American destroyer 1 full mile closer to its objective. And a dime a day from all the fellows and girls in the United States will buy enough fast pursuit planes to blast Hitler's Luftwaffe out of the sky. So start right now to do your share to help win this war.
And now the adventures of Superman. Superman and his companions in adventure, Perry White, Lois Lane, and young Jimmy Olsen, are staying at Sebastian Beauvais' hunting lodge in northern Canada, trying to clear up the mystery of the headless Indian, a weird apparition that has slowly been driving the superstitious Beauvais out of his mind. Also a guest at the lodge is Niles Graham, a sinister character known as the Laugher, who has sworn to do away with Kent and his companions. In our last episode, we heard how White narrowly escaped death when a bullet fired at him by the Laugher grazed his temple. It is now early the following morning. A bitter wind is howling outside the hunting lodge, and the snow-covered landscape can barely be seen, for the sun has not yet come up. Perry White stirs in his bed, moans a little, and sits up.
Oh, my head. Where in the world am I? What happened?
You're all right, Mr. White. Don't try to get up.
Huh? Oh, is that you, Jimmy Olsen?
Yes, sir.
Well, what are you doing here? Great heavens. Can't I even wake up without finding you sitting by my bedside?
Well, gosh, Mr. White,
Oh, forget it. Oh, what's happened? Where am I? Why is my head aching so?
Well, you had an accident last night.
Accident? What sort of a... Oh. Now it comes back. Now, let me see. We were all sitting talking to Sebastian when suddenly we heard a wolf howl, the Wendigo, Sebastian called it.
That's right.
And then we saw the headless Indian.
A headless Indian riding a big white horse and glowing like he was on fire.
Yeah. Now, let me see. Didn't Sebastian say something about... he was going to die or something?
Yes, sir. You and I had to hold him down to keep him from getting to the window. If he had seen that headless Indian, it would have been the 3rd time. That meant Sebastian was finished.
Yeah, that's right. It's coming back to me now. The howl of that Indian through the night seemed to attract him, to fascinate him. But we didn't let him see the apparition the 3rd time, so he's all right for the time being. Then it seems to me that Kent and I followed the tracks of the Indian's horse in the snow.
That's right. You and Mr. Kent went out, leaving me with Sebastian. Next thing I knew, about an hour later, a knock came at the door. When I opened it, there stood Mr. Kent carrying you in his arms.
What? Nonsense.
No, sir, it's true.
Why was Kent carrying me?
Someone fired a shot at you while you were in the woods, and it grazed your temple. You don't know how close to death you came last night.
Wait a minute. Let me think, Jimmy. Great Scott. Now I recall the whole thing. Kent and I followed those tracks right to the edge of a canyon, from which point the horse seemed to have sprouted wings and flown off into the sky.
Gosh.
Now, mind you, the hoof prints of that horse got lighter and lighter until finally they ceased to exist at all.
Golly, Mr. White, that's amazing. Unless
what?
you remember when we were out west last year up in the logging country, how I walked out into the snow one night and my footprint suddenly stopped in the snow, like I jumped into the air and hadn't come down?
Yes. But the explanation to that was that the man who stole a pair of your shoes made the marks in the snow with them himself and then backtracked on them. You can't make a horse backtrack, Jim.
No, I suppose not. But leaping mackerel, Mr. White, you don't really mean that horse took off like an airplane with the headless Indian on his back.
That's what the tracks showed. Either that or both horse and rider plunged to their deaths in that canyon. And I don't believe that for a minute because, well...
Yes, sir?
Because, Jim, some sort of trick is being played here. Someone is trying to drive Sebastian out of his mind. Or if not that, to frighten him away from the lodge.
And probably the same person who fired that bullet at you last night.
Yeah, I wouldn't be a bit surprised. So, Kent carried me all the way back to the lodge, did he? Good for him. He's more of a man than I thought he was. What time is it?
A little after 6 o'clock.
Morning or evening?
Morning.
Well, then, I might as well get up.
Oh, I'll help you, sir. You're sort of all tied up in the bedclothes. You did a lot of tossing around all night.
Yes, I usually do. Fretful sleeper, always Hey, wait a minute. How do you know I was tossing around all night?
Why, I was here all night.
You were here all night? In this room?
Yes, sir. I thought maybe you might need something. You know, like a glass of water or something like that. Did I do the wrong thing, Mr. White?
Oh, no. Not at all, my boy.
Oh,
Not at all.
I thought maybe you...
Look here, boy. You couldn't have had any sleep all night.
Oh, I dozed off every now and then. I feel great.
Yeah. Well, thanks for staying up with me.
Do you think you ought to get up, Mr. White? You had a pretty bad night, and it's kind of early to be getting up. Nobody else is up.
It's not early for a woodsman, Jim.
But you were shot. You're wounded.
That doesn't amount to a row of beans. Yesterday, I promised myself I'd start out with my camera bright and early this morning and try to get some snapshots of animals, and that's exactly what I'm going to do.
You're really going out into the woods with your camera?
Wild horses couldn't stop me.
Gosh.
Now, you get my hunting pants and boots out of that closet, Jim boy. My woolen socks are on this chair over here, and I'll be dressed and out in the woods before you can say Jack Robinson.
Yes, sir.
Well, first, out of these pajamas and into that heavy woolen shirt. Oh, a-hunting we will go, a-hunting we will go. Oh, this is going to be a great treat for me. I haven't prowled through the woods alone with a camera for years.
Here are your hunting things.
Thank you, boy, thank you.
Do you always like to go alone?
Do I like to go alone? Well, of course I like to go alone. Wouldn't go any other way. Did Daniel Boone take anyone with him on the long hunt? Did Leatherstocking let anybody come with him into the forest? Why, I should say not. Going alone. Yes, sir. That's the only way to do it. Alone.
Oh.
Uh-huh. What, you want to go?
Oh, gosh, could I, Mr. White? Could I?
Oh, yes.
Oh, golly, leaping mackerel, that's great. My gosh,
quiet, you little imp. You want to wake up everyone in the lodge? If you do, they'll all want to go.
Oh, golly, I'm sorry. I didn't think.
Well, think next time. Well, I'll be dressed in a jiffy. You hurry up and get those hunting things on that Kent bought for
Oh,
us.
yes, sir. Oh, yes, sir. I'll be back in no time. No time at all.
Oh! Didn't I tell him to be quiet? The blasted little... Sat by my bed all night. All night. Well. A little...
Leaping mackerel. It's freezing cold out here in these woods, Mr. White.
You got to get used to it, boy, if you're to become a woodsman.
Like Daniel Boone and Leatherstocking?
That's right.
They must have been tough men.
Yes, they certainly were.
Daniel Boone must have been a sort of Superman of his time, huh?
Well, that's one way of putting it. I suppose he... Wait a minute.
What is it?
Quiet. I missed it.
Mr. What?
Great George, boy, didn't you see them? 3 deer standing on the trail ahead. A buck and 2 doe. The most beautiful set of horns that I've ever seen.
Oh, gee, I'm sorry.
Oh, what a picture that would have made. Well, there's no sense crying about it.
I guess I'm just not a woodsman.
Well, you will be. You just stick to old Perry White, and you'll learn to read signs like a veteran.
Gosh. Well, what was it you meant before? You said Daniel Boone went on what you called the long hunt.
The long hunt, Jim? Well, the long hunt was... Yeah, let's stop here for a second while I light up a pipe.
Gosh, I've never seen you with a pipe before. You always smoke cigars.
A pipe in the woods, boy. Cigars just don't fit in. Here, hold this rifle.
Well, why do you carry a rifle, Mr. White, if you're not going to shoot anything, except with a camera?
Just as a protection, Jim. You never can tell when you may meet an ornery kind of animal in the woods. A wildcat or a bear or something like that.
Oh.
Yeah, give me the rifle.
Yes, sir.
So, you want to know what the long hunt was, eh?
Gosh, yes.
Well, Daniel Boone used to set out into the wilderness with enough food to last maybe a week, and he wouldn't come back for 6 months.
6 months?
That's right. He'd be in the woods all that time, hunting, trapping, trading with the Indians. He lived on the game he killed, traded the skins to the Indians for trinkets and salt and other things. But he got just enough to live on. And after 6 months or so, he'd return to the stockade with a pack of skins on his back, and he'd trade those skins in at the general store for enough food and clothing to keep him through the next 6 months.
Gosh, how could a man live in the woods all that time, all by himself?
It can be done. Anyhow, Boone did it. Well, come on, let's get started again.
Can I carry the rifle?
May I carry the rifle?
May I carry the rifle?
No.
Yes, sir.
You're too young yet to handle firearms, Jim. Many a boy is hurt, yes, and many a man, too, because he doesn't know how to handle guns properly. Guns are dangerous, Jim, and you've got to know how to use them, loaded or unloaded.
Yes, sir. What was that, Mr. White?
Just a partridge getting up.
Oh, golly, it made me jump.
Yes, partridges are like that. They wait till you get past them, and then off they go. Now, let's see. That partridge must have been sitting watching us back there, way back there by that tree.
Never mind back there. Look what's on the trail ahead. There's a picture.
What's that? Here, take this camera, quick.
Sure, but why?
You take the pictures. I want to have this rifle handy.
It's just a bear. I saw bears like that in Yellowstone Park when I was there.
That's not exactly the kind of bear you find in Yellowstone, Jim. It's a grizzly. One of the largest I've seen, but it's not tame.
There's nothing to be scared of, is there?
Well, the bear's coming this way, and...
Look, he sees us. He's getting up on his hind legs. Sleeping mackerel, look at that mouth.
Here, get behind me.
What?
Get behind me, I said.
That bear. He's coming toward us.
That bear means business. I've got to shoot. Well, here goes. Jim!
Mr. White, what's it?
The bear's coming straight for us, and this rifle isn't loaded.
Its hairy, muscular arms outstretched, its monstrous mouth agape, the great grizzly rushes toward Jimmy and Perry White. White, with Jimmy behind him, stands waiting helplessly, an empty rifle in his hand. In a matter of seconds, the grizzly... But no, let's wait and see what happens in tomorrow's episode. Be sure to listen, same time, same station. Tune in and follow the adventures of Superman.
Fellows and girls, don't ever get the idea there's nothing you can do to help win this war. Of course, we can't all be members of Uncle Sam's Armed Forces because some of us are too young or too old. But that doesn't mean we can't get in this fight. No, sir, because there's one big important thing we can do. We've got to see that our fighters are supplied with all the bullets and guns and tanks and ships and planes they need to wipe Hitlerism and fascism off the face of the earth. How do we do that? By buying all the war-saving stamps and bonds we possibly can. Because every time we buy a war-saving stamp or bond, we lend our government money with which to finance our fight. So remember, talk with Mother and Dad tonight about giving you an extra dime every day or every other day for war-saving stamps. And buy extra stamps from your regular weekly allowance, too. Talk about it with all your friends. Get them to make a pledge with you to buy war-saving stamps regularly.
Faster than a speeding bullet. More powerful than a locomotive. Able to leap tall buildings at a single bound. Look! Up in the sky! It's a bird!
It's a plane!
It's Superman!
Follow the adventures of Superman every day, Monday through Friday, same time, same station. Superman is a copyrighted feature appearing in Action Comics magazine.
This is Mutual.
Fiery horse with the speed of light, a cloud of dust, and a hearty hi-yo, Silver, the Lone Ranger. With his faithful Indian companion Tonto, the masked rider of the plains led the fight for law and order in the early western United States. The stories of his strength and courage, his daring and resourcefulness have come down to us through the generations, and nowhere in the pages of history can one find a greater champion of justice. Return with us now to those thrilling days of yesteryear. From out of the past come the thundering hoofbeats of the great horse Silver. The Lone Ranger rides again.
Come on, Silver! There's danger on the trail ahead! I'm Silver! Away!
Dusk laid purple fingers over the prairie. Deep in the valley, the gathering shadows fell across a small cafe on the outskirts of Prairie Flat. It glowed like a firefly in the darkening night. Outside looking in were two men. One wore a white sombrero and a black mask. The other was an Indian.
It's Dutch Collins, Tonto. One of the three men we've been hunting.
Ah.
That means the other two can't be far away.
Why him sit at table with the sheriff?
I don't know yet.
We go in cafe?
I'm going in, Tonto. There's a man watching Dutch and the sheriff from the bar.
Ah. Me see him. Him look like outlaw.
He may start trouble. I want you to watch what happens from here.
Ah.
I'll try to overhear what Dutch and the sheriff are saying.
Emerging from the night into the lights of the cafe, the Lone Ranger quietly and unobtrusively made his way to the bar, not far from where the man he and Tonto had seen was standing. Meanwhile, the sheriff and Dutch Collins conferred.
What'd you want to see me about, Dutch?
Sheriff, you've been anxious to get the goods on me for a long time.
Yeah, and on them two polecat partners of yours, Lance McCary and Kansas Myers.
They ain't no partners of mine.
Oh, had it fallen out, eh?
How'd you like to put them polecats behind bars, Sheriff?
What do you mean?
I helped them two on every job they pulled. Give me a clean bill and I'll spill everything.
A squealer, huh?
Well, I don't like your choice of words, Sheriff.
What's behind your scheme, Dutch?
Them thieving coyotes cheated me out of my share in the ranch. I'm aiming to get even.
I suspected McCary and Myers were the ringleaders, and they just carried you along to be useful. Now give me proof, and I'll guarantee you leniency. You might even get a pardon.
I got the proof right here.
Oh, written confession, huh?
Yeah.
Well, I guess even them two slippery gents won't squirm out of this evidence.
Yes, what's the idea?
It's a habit of mine.
Yeah, well, I don't like your habits.
It's Lud Dane. Give me that confession, Sheriff.
Talking big is a habit with you. I don't care for yours either, Dane.
You low-down coyote.
Dane's got his guns out, Sheriff. And the masked man didn't even move to draw his.
Put up them guns, Dane.
Keep out of this, Sheriff. I'm going to teach this hombre to use a civil tongue.
Dane, shut off the lights. Barkeep, light them extra lamps.
In the darkness that followed the gunshots, all was confusion in the cafe. Although at the time the Lone Ranger didn't know it, Dutch was the first to leave. Hot on his trail was Dane, the man who had picked an argument with the Lone Ranger and then shot out the lights. It was but a matter of seconds until the barkeep had lighted the extra lamps and restored order. Leaving the cafe, the masked man hurried to the saddle shed where Tonto was waiting with Silver and Scout.
Tonto.
Oh, you safe. Me wonder why you not draw guns.
Dane planned that quarrel. I knew he had no reason to shoot me, especially with the sheriff present.
Oh, that's right.
He was after Dutch.
Him chase Dutch out of cafe. Them ride that way.
Dane means to kill Dutch, Tonto. Here, Silver.
Come, Scout.
Steady, big fella. Dane wants that confession, Kimosabe. Come on, Silver.
Get him up, Scout.
As the powerful stallion and the sturdy paint raced into the night on the trail of the two outlaws, Dane whipped his horse in an effort to catch the fleeing figure of Dutch Collins.
Get up there! Get up there, you ornery cayuse! If you let that squealing polecat get away, I'll have your hide! Get up there!
Suddenly, he saw his quarry's horse stumble and fall.
He can't get away now! Ho there! Ho!
Didn't think I'd catch up with you, huh, Dutch? You yellow-livered coyote.
My leg, it's broken.
Ain't that too bad? Maybe I ought to put you out of your misery, huh, Dutch?
You wouldn't.
I wouldn't, huh? Lance McCary and Kansas Myers would pay me plenty for that paper you wrote telling all about him. But not if you live to write another.
I won't talk. I'll tear it up.
And cheat me out of a chance to earn some money? That ain't very thoughtful of you, Dutch.
The sheriff, he'll hang you.
He'll have to find you first, Dutch. And I'm aiming to see that he don't.
Give me a chance, Dane. I'll do anything you say, anything.
That's mighty generous of you, Dutch. Mighty generous.
That was a gunshot, Tonto.
It's sound round them.
They must have caught up with Dutch. There they are.
Him search, Dutch.
Yes, he's after the paper. Come on, Silver.
Let's come.
As the great white stallion and the sturdy paint raced around the bend, their two riders saw Lud Dane kneeling beside the still figure of Dutch Collins. His hands were busily searching his victim's pockets for the telltale confession. Then, as he heard the thundering hoofs of the powerful stallion and the wiry paint approaching, he quickly mounted his horse and whipped him away.
Hold, Silver, hold. Dane made his getaway, Tonto.
Him shoot at us. We not chase him?
We'll attend to him later. Important thing now is Dutch's confession. We intercepted Dane before he could get it.
Dane shoot Dutch.
Yes, Tonto. Right through the heart. Here, I better look for that paper. Here it is.
You find it, huh?
Yes, it's torn. Half the confession's gone. Not a match, Tonto.
Here.
Yes, it's all torn. Yeah. This portion identifies Lance McCary and Kansas Myers as outlaws. A half-bearing Dutch's signature is missing.
Maybe Dane take it.
No, Tonto, I found this paper in Dutch's pocket. We didn't give Dane a chance to take it. I wonder.
What you think?
When Dane shut out the lights in the cafe, Dutch was holding the paper. Perhaps the sheriff grabbed the other half from his hand when Dutch ran.
Oh.
Each part of the confession is worthless without the other. We've got to match them.
And what we do now?
First, we'll take care of our friend here, Kimosabe. And we'll ride to Prairie Flat and check with the sheriff.
At the Lazy Bee Ranch, not far from town, Lance McCary and Kansas Myers listened with growing apprehension to a description of the cafe incident and the chase by Lud Dane.
You mean you killed Dutch and didn't even stop to take the confession from him?
Well, I tell you, Kansas, the masked man didn't give me the chance.
Who is this masked hombre, Dane?
Well, I don't know, Lance. I never saw him before tonight.
Was he riding a white horse?
Yeah. Had an engine with him, too.
An engine?
What are you getting at, Lance?
Kansas, we better start packing right now.
What do you mean?
The masked army's a Lone Ranger.
A Lone Ranger?
I heard he was hunting us, but since we turned respectable, I didn't think he'd find our trail.
Here we get ourselves the finest ranch in Prairie Flat. By the biggest herd of longhorns in the state. We come on this common, and this happens.
We should have shot Dutch in the first place, instead of letting him pull state.
That must be the masked man now.
Yeah, with a paper Dutch wrote naming us as outlaws.
Dane, get out of sight.
Sure, Kansas.
If he tries to jail us, let him have it.
Right.
I'll go, Lance.
Take it easy, Kansas. Don't go gun wild.
Howdy, Kansas. Lance.
Howdy, Sheriff.
Kinda late for calling, ain't it, Sheriff?
You boys seem a mite nervous. Expecting somebody?
No. Who would we be expecting?
Oh, maybe Lud Dane.
Lud Dane?
You seem surprised, Kansas. As if you didn't know Dane went gunning for Dutch Collins tonight.
Why would he want to do that, Sheriff?
Because Dutch wrote a confession identifying you two with more crimes than I got fingers. And Dane knew you'd pay handsome to get it.
You got us wrong, Sheriff. We're respectable cowmen.
You don't fool me, Kansas. I've had you two hombres marked from the beginning.
Dutch Collins lied about us, Sheriff. He was sore because we bought up his share of the ranch.
Save it, Lance. I came here to put my cards on the table.
What do you mean?
Dane shut out the lights in the cafe tonight to get a chance at Dutch. When Dutch ran, I grabbed at the paper and it tore.
You mean...
I've got half the confession. And I figure Dane caught up with Dutch and killed him for the other half.
What are you getting at, Sheriff?
I can't prove anything against you without that other half, savvy?
Yeah.
But I'm aiming to find Lud Dane before he finds you. When I do, I'll have all the proof I need.
You don't scare us, Sheriff.
Well, I'd better. I'm inviting you boys to move on before I complete the evidence against you.
And leave this ranch and all them steers behind? You must be loco.
Lance, I'm giving you a choice. Save your steers or save your necks.
And you save your breath, Sheriff. We ain't pulling out.
You said it, Kansas.
Well, have it your way, boys. But just remember, you can't take them steers to prison with you. Pleasant dreams.
You can come out now, Dane.
We got some tall scheming to do, Kansas. If the masked man matches his half of the paper with the sheriff's half, we're cooked.
There ain't going to be another half for him to match, Lance.
What do you mean?
Yeah. What are you getting at, Kansas?
A couple of days ago, I was riding the trail and saw where Larry Kirk had passed. He dropped his gun.
Sheriff Kirk's son?
Yeah, the kid's initials were on the handle.
Well, what about it?
6 months back, the sheriff's son was held for murder.
Sure, I testified against him. But he was never proved guilty.
He was never proved against anybody else, either.
What's on your mind, Kansas?
If the kid was accused of another murder, folks wouldn't let him off so easy.
Yeah.
To save his neck, he'd likely fall over himself, getting the sheriff's half of Dutch's confession for us.
But nobody's accused him of murder.
With a kid's gun in our possession, that shouldn't be hard to arrange, Lance.
Yeah.
An hour later, Larry Kirk rode slowly toward Lud Dane's shack near the Lazy Bee Ranch. As he drew close to his destination, he tried to puzzle out the meaning of the note that had been slipped under his door not long before.
Hanged if I know why Dane's so anxious to see me tonight. What if he did find the shooting iron? Just as well have waited till tomorrow. Well, this looks like it might be the shack. Oh, boy, whoa, whoa. I guess I might as well go in and get this mystery over with.
Don't shoot!
What the... Dane! 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 Dane, what's happened? Dane, who shot you? He's gone.
Put up your hands, Kirk.
What the... got you covered, Kirk. Make a move and we'll drill you.
How'd you get here?
I heard the shot.
Now, the kid's drilled Lud Dane, Kansas.
I didn't shoot him.
No? Here's your gun on the floor.
Yeah.
My gun?
You got your initials on it.
Oh, but
You can't talk your way out of this murder, Kirk. This time you put a noose around your neck.
The curtain falls on the first act of our Lone Ranger story. Before the next exciting scenes, please permit us to pause for just a few moments.
Now to continue our story. Dazed by the accusation against him, Larry Kirk tried desperately to defend himself.
I tell you, Dane sent for me to come here.
Did he ask you to bring your gun with you?
Oh, that's why he sent for me. He wanted to give me the gun.
But you gave Dane the gun instead, huh, kid? Bullet first.
Why would I want to kill that Dane?
Because he testified against you that time you was up for murder.
Oh, but
you were pretty bitter about it.
Well, yes,
Oh, you swore to get revenge.
No.
Yeah. You killed Dane to get even for what he said about you to the judge.
That's a lie.
Tell that to the judge.
I guess this time you're due to have your neck stretched by a rope, kid. Nobody's going to believe you're innocent a second time.
I didn't kill him. You got to believe me.
I hate to see a kid like you slated for the noose.
Yeah. It'll break your poor paw's heart.
I guess you'll have to turn in his star. Folks won't cotton to a sheriff with a convicted murderer for a son.
I'm innocent, I tell you.
Well, maybe we can fix it so as nobody'll know.
Yeah. You being just a kid?
What do you mean?
Well, Lance and me are the only witnesses to the killing.
Well, you didn't witness it. You got here after Dane was shot.
There's no sense splitting hairs, Larry.
What are you getting at?
Well, it would save us a lot of trouble and your pa a lot of grief, Larry.
Not to mention your life.
If you did us a little favor as a reward for not turning you in.
What kind of favor?
Your pa has a piece of paper we're anxious to get for ourselves.
Oh, it ain't even a whole piece of paper, just a half of one.
What's on the paper?
Just a few words. Maybe Dutch Collins' signature.
Dutch Collins?
You won't have any trouble recognizing it.
You bet I won't. That's the confession Dutch signed against you two that Pa told me about.
Since you know so much, kid, maybe you know where he keeps it.
Well, what if I do?
It's your life or a piece of paper, Larry.
You want me to get it for you. Is that it?
That's it, Larry.
And if I don't?
Your pa will see his son hanged for murder.
I reckon I'm beginning to see the light now. You two murdered Dane yourselves, and you're framing me for it.
Who'd believe that, kid? It's our word against yours, 2-1. And the slug in Dane is from your gun.
Yeah, you don't give me any choice.
You mean you'll do it?
Yes.
Tonight?
Well, can't it wait till tomorrow?
No. Tomorrow's too late.
All right.
We'll wait for you here.
Yeah. We'll give you till daybreak. If you ain't back with the paper by then, you hang.
Get up, horse.
Lance and Kansas stood in the doorway and watched the sheriff's son ride away until he had disappeared over the horizon. If Larry were in the cabin now, he would have seen a strange sight. The apparently lifeless body of Dane suddenly showed signs of animation. In fact, Dane opened his eyes, yawned, stretched his legs, and rolled over just as the other two outlaws walked back into the room. It was Lance who broke the silence.
We put it over, Kansas.
Yeah, the kid fell for it like a ton of bricks.
Is he gone? Yeah. You can get up now, Dane.
That floor was getting mighty hard.
The Lone Ranger and Tonto had ridden after Dane when he left the cafe in pursuit of Dutch. They arrived too late, for Dutch was dead and his murderer had made a clean getaway. But upon searching through Dutch's clothes, the masked man and the Indian had discovered the other half of the all-important confession note, and they decided to ride at once to the sheriff in Prairie Flat. The land between the spot on the trail where they found Dutch and the sheriff's home was hilly and rocky, and it was nearly dawn before they rode past the cafe and down the main street of the town. Tonto was in doubt as to whether or not they should attempt to rouse the sheriff at such an early hour.
We talk with Sheriff now?
Yes, Tonto. The sooner we match the torn halves of Dutch's confession, the sooner we'll capture the outlaws.
Sheriff, maybe not half, other half.
And we'll have to search further. Yeah, here's the house. Whoa, Silver.
Hold on, hold. Easy. You make light upstairs.
He's opening the window.
What do you want?
Want to talk to you, Sheriff.
Huh? At this time of night?
He's coming, Tonto, although he doesn't like to be disturbed at this time of night.
That's right. Him heap mad.
What in thunder do you mean knocking on a man's door this time of night? By Juniper, the masked man.
We'll talk inside, Sheriff.
And an Injun. I'm aiming to arrest you for disturbing the peace, stranger. After what happened tonight at the cafe.
That's what I came to see you about. Have you the other half of this paper?
Jumping Jehoshaphat, where'd you get this?
From the body of Dutch Collins.
The body?
Dutch is dead, Sheriff. Dane shot him.
I knew it. I just knew. But you said you took it from the body.
Tonto and I arrived in time to frighten Dane away before he found the paper. When I saw it was torn, I thought you might have the other half.
I do. I grabbed it out of Dutch's hand just as he ran.
The paper you have must bear Dutch's signature.
Yeah. And this piece identifies Lance McCary and Kansas Myers with every low-down crime they could get their fingers into.
We've no time to waste, Sheriff. Dane must have warned the outlaws. They may try to escape.
The paper with the signature's in my safe. We'll go into my office and get it. Hey, what's that?
Came from your office, Sheriff. Come on.
Come on, get up, boy.
There he goes.
The safe's been opened. The paper with the signature's gone. Oh, blast the critter. And me with nothing on but a nightshirt. Doggone it, stranger. Hey, where are you?
Close on the trail of the mysterious marauder thundered the great horse Silver. His long, muscled legs settled into a swift, powerful stride that magically narrowed the gap between the masked man and his quarry.
Come on, Silver. Right up or I'll rope you.
I can't.
Pull up your horse. Your last chance.
Stay back or I'll shoot.
All right, Silver. Come on, big fella.
Let me alone, I tell you. You get more than saving me enough.
Hurry up. I don't want to pull you from the saddle.
All right, Jimmy. Whoa.
Whoa, Silver. Whoa.
What do you want with me anyway?
You stole a paper from the sheriff's safe. Now, I want... Why, you're the sheriff's son.
What if I am?
Why did you steal from your father?
Masked, you're an outlaw yourself. You better quit questioning me or the sheriff will catch us both.
The sheriff won't be able to get here for a few minutes yet. Now, you haven't answered my question, Larry.
I'm not going to either.
What does Dutch Collins' confession mean to you?
Nothing. Well, I mean...
McCary and Myers made you steal it.
How'd you know? That is...
Why? Why, Larry?
They framed me for murder.
Whose murder?
Lud Dane's.
And you didn't kill him?
No, I was just riding up when the shot was fired. I found him with a bullet wound in his forehead.
Where are you supposed to take the paper?
To Dane's cabin. Oh, my father's coming. He'll find me.
Larry, deliver this paper to McCary and Myers just as they planned.
But if
I don't ask questions, everything will be all right.
Well, the way you say it, I guess maybe it will. Get up, horse. Come on, get up.
Dawn was beginning to break over the mountains with a pale blue mist. In the growing light and the eerie stillness of the newborn day, 3 men waited in Dane's cabin, impatiently, apprehensively. Kansas absently shuffled and reshuffled a deck of cards. Lance nervously paced the floor of the tiny shack, and Dane whistled a slow tune that seemed to mock their predicament.
All right, that's enough of that whistling, Dane.
You getting nervous, Lance?
Yeah, who wouldn't be? It's daybreak. The kid ain't showed yet.
What if his old man caught him stealing the paper?
What if he did?
Well, if the kid says we sent him for it, the sheriff will most likely believe him.
He'll say we framed him. And we'll show the Sheriff Dane here as alive as ever, and the kid'll sound downright foolish.
That's right.
All right, that's enough.
Yeah, cut him, will you? But it won't save our own necks if we don't get that paper.
Listen. Who's that?
It's a kid.
Can you see?
No, but who else would be riding this road this time in the morning?
Get back on the floor again, Dane. We don't want the kid to learn the truth now.
Here he comes.
Whoa, boy, whoa, boy, whoa. Whoa there.
Did you get it, kid?
Yeah. Give me a chance to get my wind.
How'd you begin, Larry?
My pa started for the safe of the masked man while I was getting the paper.
The Lone Ranger.
Who?
Never mind that. Did you get the paper?
Before I say, I want to know how you're going to cover up the murder.
You don't have to worry about that. Dane was working for us. We'll just make the body disappear and say he pulled stake.
Yeah. Heard of a better job.
Well, give us the paper.
I'll hold your horses. Here it is.
Yeah, it's the paper, all right, Kansas.
Yeah. See, there's where Dutch signed his name.
Yeah, the sheriff can't pin anything on us now.
I'll take that paper, Lance.
The masked man.
The sheriff.
Don't let him get it, Lance. Tear it up. Beat it.
All right,
You don't need paper. Me take it.
As Lance attempted to tear the confession and scatter its pieces so that it could never serve as evidence against him and Kansas for their crimes, Tonto leaped to intercept him. His lean brown hand shot out and gripped the outlaw's wrist. For a tense moment, they struggled for possession of the paper. Then, slowly, inexorably, the Indian forced it from the outlaw's grasp.
You got it.
Good work, Tonto.
I warned you two thieving polecats to leave town. Now I'm putting you behind bars.
You got no proof.
Think again, Kansas. The masked man's got the missing half of Dutch Collins' confession. I'm matching that with the paper the engine just took from McCary, and the case is a closed book.
You can't send us up without sending your son, too.
What's that?
Lud Dane was shot last night, and Larry did it.
It's a lie, Pa. These men framed me.
You don't tear up that confession, Sheriff. Lance and me will testify that your son's a murderer.
That won't be necessary.
What do you mean, stranger?
Dane isn't dead.
Isn't dead, but...
You can stop acting now, Dane.
Oh, you blasted coyote!
Yes?
Ooh, what a wallop. Right in the jaw.
But how'd you know he wasn't dead?
That stain on his forehead to resemble a bullet wound must have been very effective in the dark, Larry. But they couldn't fake a bullet hole for it to get by in daylight.
We won't forget this, masked man.
We'll get you someday.
Is that where you're going, Kansas? Put the handcuffs on him, Larry.
With pleasure.
Hey, the masked man's riding away.
Not the masked man, Paul. The Lone Ranger.
Jumping Jehoshaphat.
story you have just heard is a copyrighted feature of the Lone Ranger Incorporated.
Here it is, men, the mail call, bringing you a letter from home. This is for you. A personal letter from Bob Burns, Dinah Shore, George Montgomery, Johnny Mercer, and Meredith Wilson, addressed to every soldier, sailor, and Marine of the United Nations. It's postmarked Hollywood, and it's addressed to you.
Hi there, men. This is Bob Burns. I hope you don't mind if I just talk this letter to you. My handwriting's so bad, folks usually think I write 'em in a post office pen over plowed ground in the rumble seat of a Jeep. Well, so I guess you can see I better just stick to talking. Got a lot of good people here to help out. There's that eye-warming sight, Dinah Shore over there. She's going to sing a paragraph or two. George Montgomery, he's going to team up with Dinah in a little comedy drama. Johnny Mercer, young fella who wrote My Mama Done Told Me, you know, My Mama Done Told Me. Well, that's anyhow, he's going to sing, too. You know, I can't understand that. Johnny Mercer sings like I play the bazooka, but folks seem to like it. Well, Meredith Wilson's fidgeting around over there in front of the orchestra. I guess he wants to get started with the music making. Every week we give a musical salute to a different branch of the service. But this is sort of extra special, because you're going to hear the new words that Leo Robin has just put into the Marine hymn. So let's go, Meredith.
In the South Pacific jungles or the North Atlantic fogs, they're the same old rough, tough leathernecks. They're the same old devil dogs. Every dog boy in the army who has known what fighting means will salute the strength and valor of the United States Marines. Yes, they fight their country's battles on the land as on the sea. And today they fly from earth to sky to engage the enemy. Let the stand on land be hand to hand or a clash of war machines. But the foe they meet will never beat the United States Marines.
You hear all those fellas clapping and cheering out there in the audience? Well, there's every kind of a uniform out there. Army, Navy, Marines, RAF, fighting men from all over the United Nations. They're here on leave. And I'll bet every one of those fellas is just holding his breath for Dinah Shore to get up here and sing. Well, you won't have to hold it much longer, because here she is. What you going to do, Dinah?
Well, Bob, for my part of this letter to the boys, I'd like to sing a number written by Johnny Mercer and Jerome Kern. Dearly Beloved.
Well, put it right in the envelope, Dinah. We're all listening.
Tell me that it's true. Tell me you agree. I was meant for you. You were meant for me. Dearly beloved, how clearly I see. Somewhere in heaven you were fashioned for me. Angel eyes knew you. Angel voices led me to you.
save me. Fate gave me a sign. I know that I'll be yours come shower or shine. So I say, dearly, dearly beloved, be mine. Tell me that it's true. Tell me you agree I was meant for you. You were meant for me.
Well, it sounds to me like they got a hankering for more, Dinah, and I can't say I blame them.
Well, if they really want another number, I think I have an idea. There's nothing like singing a song along with the guy who wrote it. And we have the composer of Blues in the Night right here on the show. How about it, Johnny? Let's go.
My mama done told me when I was in knee pants. My mama done told me,
Son, a woman will sweet talk and give you the glad eye. But when that sweet talking's done, a woman's a two-faced, a worrisome thing who'll leave you to sing the blues in the night.
now the rains are falling.
Hear the trains are calling, whee.
My mama done told me, hear that lonesome whistle
blowing across the trestle, whee.
My mama done told me,
ah-hooey, da-hooey. Oh, clickety-clacks, they're echoing back the blues in the night.
mm-hmm.
La-ha-ha, la-ha-ha.
From Natchez to Mobile, Memphis to St. Joe,
wherever the four winds blow. I've been in some big towns,
and I heard me some big talk.
But there is one thing I know.
A woman's a two-faced, a worrisome thing who'll leave you to sing
the blues in the night.
Mm-hmm.
La-ha-ha, la-ha-ha. My mama done told me there's blues in the night.
Well, that sure was in the groove, or as we say in Arkansas, that was definitely in the furrow. And, Dinah, I want to tell you, anytime you get tired of Hollywood, I think I can always get you a steady job as prima donna in the gold room of the farmer's market. Yes, sir, but now, that's pretty much, I'll tell you something, boys. I almost missed this. You know, a lot of you boys wrote me and asked me to tell you the news of Van Buren. Well, I didn't want you to miss anything, so I wrote Grandma, and she sent me all the news. I just got the letter today. So I'm going to read you boys. I can pretty near smell liver on this paper. You know, well, anyhow, here's what Grandma said. Grandma says, Dear Robin, you asked me to give you the latest news about your kinfolks. Well, I called them up to come to my house. Yesterday, I heard a noise, and when I looked out the front window, here come your folks down the road in a wagon, all 47 of them. I'm telling you, Robin, they look just like the B Company of the Grapes of Wrath coming down Tobacco Road. Of course, the younger ones wanted to dance, so they piled up the furniture and rolled back your Uncle Slug. I declare, that's my drinking, Uncle. I declare I don't know what your Uncle Slug has been drinking, but I noticed the bottle had a fuse in it. I declare I don't know what I'm going to do with that boy. She calls him a boy. He's 47 years old. He has always been a drinker, but here lately he has started taking drinks between drinks. I got him a job as a glass blower in the glass factory here where they make them 5-gallon water bottles for the Army, but he got fired. The very first day, he got the heat cup and blowed 200 percolator tops before they could stop him. He says, I told you in my last letter that your cousin Lobelia got married. Lobelia looks just fine, but I declare I think the girl needs glasses. She just got back from her honeymoon, and I'm pretty sure that ain't the same fella she left with. She said, Robin, we are all so proud of your Uncle Larson. That's my Uncle Petty Larson. That's my stealing. That's his name. That's my stealing uncle. She said, you remember he used to steal anything he could get his hands on, but since war broke out, he has reformed. Now he only steals things beginning with A, like a horse, a cow, a pig. You asked me about your Grandpa Snazzy. Well, me and Grandpa ain't speaking. Now, she says that, you know, Robin, I can't imagine what's the matter. She says, you know, Robin, I have always been a good wife, but this time he has gone too far. For the last 46 years, I have scrubbed your Grandpa's back every Saturday night. Well, last Saturday night, he come home and his back had already been scrubbed. She said, well, I close now. Let us hear from you more often, even if it's only $5 or $10. Well, thank you, boy. Well, that pretty much winds up the communique from the Ozarks. We better be getting on with the main letter here.
Bob, can I inject another syllable or so here?
Why, sure thing, Johnny. Have you met the boys?
Oh, I know most of them. We've been kicking around on a little shortwave show called Song Sheet, where we sort of dish out the words to current pop tunes so the guys can copy them down. But there's one little opus the fellas really seem to be latching into, so I'd like to include it in this letter. It's the Ballad of Burlesque, the Chronicle of Queenie, the Saga of the Striptease.
Words and music by Mercer?
The old square himself. Meredith, let's vamp into strip polka. There's a burlesque theater where the gang loves to go to see Queenie, the cutie of the burlesque show. And the thrill of the evening is when out Queenie skips and the band plays the polka while she strips. Take it off, all the customers shout. Take it off, while the band beats it out. But she's always a lady, even in pantomime. So she stops, and always just in time. She's as fresh and as wholesome as the flowers in May, and she hopes to retire to the farm someday. But you can't buy a farm until you're up in the chips, so the band plays the polka while she strips. Take it off, cries a voice from the rear. Take it off, soon it's all you can hear. But she's always a lady, even in pantomime, so she stops, and always just in time. Queenie, queen of them all, Queenie, someday you fall. Someday church bells will chime in strip polka time. Oh, she hates corny waltzes and she hates the gavotte. And there's one big advantage, if the music's hot. It's a fast-moving exit just in case something rips. So the band plays the polka while she strips. Drop around, take it in, it's the best in the West. Take it off, you can yell like the rest. Take her out when it's over, she's a peach when she's dressed. But she stops, and always just in time. Queenie, queen of them all. Queenie, someday you'll fall. Someday church bells will chime in the strip polka time.
Well, we usually put in a paragraph or two of play acting in this letter. This time it's an original story we whipped up especially just for this program. It's called It Shouldn't Happen to a Marine. That young fella from out 20th Century Fox way, George Montgomery, is a Marine, and Dinah Shore is what to a Marine shouldn't happen, if you get what I mean. And here they are, George and Dinah. Now, this here story starts out in Washington, D.C. You know, these days Washington is filled to the brim with men and women who are doing a mighty fine job. Every available living place is needed for them. Naturally, if you're on official business and reserve a room in advance, you'll have a place to sleep. But only a Marine like Nick Taylor could walk into town and get a choice room right off the bat. Well, it was all like this.
Desk clerk speaking. Now, the OWI and FCC are meeting in 903 with the OPA and WPB. You might try the FHA or ICC or AFR or the... Thank you. Now, what can I do for you, sir?
I'd like a ROOM and BATH.
Ha, ha, ha. What's your name?
Sergeant Nick Taylor, Marine Corps.
No kidding. I got a brother in the Marines. He's flying in the Pacific.
So was I, but my eyes went bad and they transferred me back here to Washington.
Well, as far as I'm concerned, Bud, anything I can do for you, I'm doing for my brother. You're going to get the best room in this hotel.
Thanks.
You can have it in 3 weeks.
3 weeks? Look, Bud, I'm not choosy. I'm sleepy. I'll take anything. I'm willing to pay $3 for it.
Listen, for $3 a night in this place, you loosen your collar and hang yourself up on the hat rack.
Well, I'm not spending another night in that telephone booth.
Clerk, I'm checking out. Will you get my bill, please?
Why, certainly, Miss Williams. Can I have your key?
What? I just put it here on the desk.
Huh?
It's gone.
I don't suppose you could have seen it, Sergeant.
Key?
Yeah.
Me? No.
No.
I didn't see any key. I have bad eyes, you know. Good night.
Good night.
I can't imagine where that key went, clerk. Well, anyway, I was sharing the room with Diane Parker. I left a note telling her I was called away suddenly, but she'll keep the room, and I'm sure she won't have any trouble getting a new roommate.
This is my room. Won't you come in a moment, Harvey?
No, thanks, Diane. It's rather late. And my future wife's conduct must be beyond reproach.
Oh, it's all right. Come on in. I want you to meet my roommate. Now, sit down. She's probably in the bedroom. I'll see if she's still awake. Oh.
What was that?
Oh, nothing. Nothing.
Nothing?
Gladys has a little trouble with her adenoids.
Well, it sounded like a man.
Oh, she dreams about men.
And does she whistle for them, too? If you don't mind, I think I'll go in and have a look at Gladys.
Not in her nightie. Harvey, you better stay out of here.
And why should I?
Harvey, maybe you're right. You better go home. It wouldn't look right having a man in here. Gladys is so prudish, a regular old maid, you know.
I suppose that's why she wears that long woolen underwear.
What? Oh, yeah, poor darling. Her blood's thin. She looks so funny in it, too.
Not half so funny as she must look in those size 11 shoes.
Her shoes? Oh, well, her feet aren't her fault. Her mother was frightened by a rowboat. Besides, she walks a lot. Doctor's orders. She has, bad lungs.
Yes, I don't wonder, smoking that cigar.
Harvey, Why don't you go home and get some sleep? Your eyes are practically closed.
On the contrary, my eyes are just beginning to open.
Excuse me.
Oh!
If you folks will toss me my woolies, I'll go back to my phone booth where I can get some sleep.
Well,
take it easy, buddy. If you raise your eyebrows any higher, you'll scalp yourself.
Diane, I think you should tell Gladys that she's badly in need of a shave. Good night.
Wait, Harvey. I can explain this. It's very simple.
Well, your explanation may be simple, but I'm not. Good night.
This is my, brother.
Your what?
My brother, Jim. Aren't you?
Yes, ma'am. I mean, sure, sis.
How's everything at home, Jim?
Well, just wonderful.
How's Papa?
He died.
Oh, that's terrible. When?
1915. Now, how's about a big kiss for your baby brother?
Huh?
Come here.
Oh, I guess brother isn't such a baby anymore.
Just like old times. Here, give little brother another kiss.
But wait! Oh, stop it, Jack.
I'm Jim. Jack's in the Navy. Holy smoke, I almost forgot. Jack said to give you a kiss for him. Here.
Oh.
Isn't she a lucky girl, Harvey? 16 brothers, and every one of them sent her kisses.
16? Did you say 16?
Sure. Don't you remember? Pop even had offers from Hobby Lobby. Come here.
Oh.
Diane.
Yes, Harvey, dear.
Are you aware that man's arms are still around you?
Are they? Oh, dear. What am I doing? Is this me?
That settles it. We're through. Your conduct is absolutely disgraceful.
Just a minute, mister. When you make a crack like that to my sister, smile.
Very well, I'm smiling. Why?
I just wanted to pick out a good tooth.
Well, go ahead. Pick it out.
Oh. Well, go ahead. Pick it up.
Diane, you just stood there and let him hit me. This is the finish.
Oh, what have you done to him, you meddling brute?
Gee, I didn't know you'd be sore at me.
Well, what do you expect me to be? Finding you in my room in the middle of the night and throwing out my perfectly good fiancé and... Hey, I might have married that stuffed shirt.
You mean you're not going to marry him?
Well, what's that got to do with you?
Well, you might be looking around for somebody else, and you might even look at me.
I am looking at you.
Not that I'm trying to rush you or anything, but you know how it is with Marines here today and in Japan tomorrow.
Are you going away?
Interested?
I didn't say I was.
You didn't say you weren't.
How long do you think you'll be here?
Not long. I've been assigned to work with some civilian aviation expert. But I don't want to get back in one of those desk jobs. I want to get in some action.
Do you think you can arrange it?
Sure. All I have to do is get on the good side of this guy, Witherspoon. He'll get me transferred.
Oh, I'm sure you won't. Did you say Witherspoon?
Yeah.
Oh. He's the man you're supposed to work for.
Know him?
10 minutes ago, I was engaged to him.
Yeah? Well, honey, what? You mean that withered goon was Witherspoon?
It certainly was. And you just threw him out on his ear.
Holy smoke. Wait here. I gotta find it. Hey, where's his tooth? Here. Mr. Witherspoon? Mr. Witherspoon? Mr. Witherspoon!
Thanks, Dinah Shore and George Montgomery. That sure was swell. Say, we got to be gluing down the envelope on this letter pretty soon. There's one more thing we want to send you first. It's a new song I think you're going to like, especially you Navy men. Meredith Wilson is the composer, and Well, he'll tell you about it. Come in here, Meredith.
Well, Bob, it's all about the famous mythical ship of the Navy, the USS Tuscarora. It's sort of the promised land to every gob. The one ship that's really got everything.
Well, let's hear it, Meredith.
Okay, Bob. I'll sing the first verse just to show you how it goes. Then after the first time, let's all join in on the chorus. Oh, I've sailed the Flying Dutchman. I've followed Jonah's whale. I rigged a seven-master with an old shirt tail. But I will be in heaven and never go ashore the day I swing my hammock on the old Tuscarora. I'm going to ship over mates like I told you before. Ship over mates on the old Tuscarora. So help me up the ladder. I'm a wiser man and sadder, and I won't leave the Navy anymore when I swing my hammock on the Tuscarora.
Dinah, you sing the next verse. All set?
Okay, let her ride. Oh, the engine room is furnished with moving picture screens, and you know where to find the latest magazines. A girl in every port doesn't mean a thing no more. There's a girl in every port, hold on the old Tuscarora.
And I'll never leave the Navy anymore.
Hey, Johnny Mercer. Why, don't tell me you want my dyspeptic baritone in this potpourri.
Well, why not? I'm going to take the next one myself.
All her stacks are made of rubber because they reach so high. They've got to stretch a point to let the moon get by. Her hosing and her swabbing's the automatic kind. You press a little button and your bright work is shined. I'm going to ship
over mates like I told you before, and I'll never leave the Navy anymore.
Now, if you can stand it, I'll tell you a little about the Tuscarora myself, and then wind up into Ozark Overture on the bazooka for the final chorus. Look out, Meredith, here it comes. Oh, she's got a beach for swimming, the artificial sand, and 40 little mermaids who will hold your hand. Her stewards are from Vassar, and navigators too. You ought to see the waiting list, the sign on the crew.
I'm gonna ship over mates like I told you before. Ship over mates on the old Tuscarora. So help me up the ladder, I'm a wiser man and sadder, and I won't leave the Navy anymore when I swing my hammock on the Tuscarora.
Well, I guess we'll never be able to top that, folks, so we better be going, but everybody here, Dinah Shore, George Montgomery, Johnny Mercer, Meredith Wilson, and me, well, we all wish you the very best of luck and good hunting. Yours truly, Bob Burns.
This is Del Sharbutt reminding you that another letter from home will be coming your way the next time you hear The Mail Call. The Mail Call is produced for the men of the Armed Forces of the United Nations by the Special Service Division of the War Department of the United States of America.
In the South Pacific jungles or the North Atlantic fogs, they're the same old roughed-up leathernecks, they're the same old devil dogs. Every doughboy in the Army who has known what fighting means will salute the strength and valor of the United States Marines. Yes, they fight their country's battles on the land as on the sea. And today they fly from earth to sky to engage the enemy. Let the stand on land be hand to hand or the clash of war machines. But the foe they meet will never beat the United States Marines.
From New York City, we bring you a new Dr. Christian prize play, starring Gene Hersholt as Dr. Christian, and presented for your enjoyment by the Cheese Bro Manufacturing Company, owners of the trademark Vaseline, and producers of Vaseline Petroleum Jelly, Vaseline Hair Tonic, and other Vaseline specialties. As the makers of Vaseline Hair Tonic, we're mighty proud of our customers. We think they're just about the best-looking group of men and women that you could find anywhere. If you're not yet using Vaseline Hair Tonic, consider what it can do for you. If you have a good-looking head of hair to start with, Vaseline Hair Tonic will top that by making your hair look even better. Or suppose you have dry scalp, as so many millions of men and women do. Vaseline Hair Tonic will fight dry scalp and many of the unattractive things that come with it. Loose dandruff, tight, itchy scalp, and brittle, lifeless, unmanageable hair. Vaseline Hair Tonic is the right thing to use because it actually supplements the natural scalp oils needed for good-looking, healthy-looking hair. Different from most preparations, it contains absolutely no drying ingredient. Here's how to get double care, both scalp and hair. Before every shampoo, massage the scalp briskly with plenty of Vaseline Hair Tonic. This loosens dandruff scales and relieves that dry, itchy feeling in the scalp. After the shampoo, rub a little Vaseline Hair Tonic directly on the scalp to check dryness and keep the hair naturally good-looking. For hair that looks good and a scalp that feels good, use Vaseline Hair Tonic right along. Get a bottle tonight, only 40 or 70 cents. The author of tonight's prize play, Fields of Corn, is a war worker employed as production clerk at the Lockheed plant in Los Angeles. His name is Clark Davis. He's 29 years old. He was born in Goliad, Texas, and attended high school and the University of Texas in that state. We think you'll all agree Fields of Corn is a splendid play. All the more so since it represents the author's first attempt at a radio play. He began trying to write in earnest after he was put in Class 4F for the Army. He tells us that he's already acquired enough rejection slips to paper a room. But he's kept doggedly at it, taking on such jobs as dishwashing when he had to keep the pot boiling. He sold a few short stories to the magazines and is now, in his spare time, engaged on a novel. The cast of the play includes Dr. Christian, played by Gene Hersholt, Judy Price, the doctor's secretary, Jim Brown, a farmer and veteran of World War I, with a well-known stage and radio star Jack Arthur in the role. And incidentally, Jack Arthur himself is a veteran of World War I. Jim Brown's son, Howard Brown, is played by Bill Quinn, and his wife, Martha, is played by Helen Clare, young Broadway star. The opening scene takes place in Dr. Christian's office, and the time is summer 1942. And so, the curtain rises.
Good morning, Mr. Brown.
Good morning. Is the doctor in?
Yes, he is. He'll be free any minute.
Thanks, Judy.
How does Howard like life on the farm?
He likes it okay.
Has he given up flying altogether?
I doubt it. He's been crazy about planes since he was born. But he's needed here now, on the farm.
Well, I suppose it is just as patriotic to raise food.
Well, good morning, Jim.
Morning.
How's the corn crop?
Oh, can't complain. Prospects never look better.
Mr. Brown always has the prize corn of River County.
Did you want to see me, Jim?
Yes.
Oh, come into my private office, then. Sit down that chair, Jim. Now, what brings you here on such a fine morning?
It's not me, Doctor. It's my boy, Howard. He's not well.
What seems to be the matter with Howard?
Well, you see, it's like this. Howard's not very strong, and lately he doesn't seem to have much pep.
What are you talking about? Why, that boy of yours is as strong as a young bull. And as far as pep is concerned, well, he's probably in love with that Lester girl.
No, it's not that at all, Doctor. I think maybe it might be his heart. You know, his mother died of heart trouble when he was born.
Yes, Jim, I know. I brought Howard into the world.
And now he's 24.
Bless me, is it possible?
Yes, Howard was a war baby, you know.
Yeah, so he was. Born while you were in France. Now he's a fine, upstanding young fellow. The picture of health.
That's what I always thought. Till lately.
What's the matter, Jim? Are you afraid this war is going to take your boy away from you? That's right, isn't it?
Well, partly. Howard's all I've got left to keep me close to Martha. And I just can't let him go through what I did.
I don't understand what you mean, Jim.
Remember, Doctor, how Martha and I had just gotten married when the war came on? I was young and full of patriotism, just like Howard is today. They were all my pals, Pete Smith, little Joey Edwards, Cran Thompson, and all the boys I was raised with. We all managed to get into the same company.
Yes, I remember.
Well, I was the only one to come back.
But, Jim,
now, wait.
you...
Let me finish. When I came back home, Martha was gone. And there was little Howard, the living image of his mother. If it hadn't been for that baby, I guess I would have gone crazy. There hasn't been a night since I came back that I haven't had horrible dreams. I wake up sweating and thinking I'm lying in the mud someplace in France with a bandit in my back or something worse. Oh, you just can't know what it is, Dr. Christian. And I'm not going to let my boy know either if I can help it.
What is it you want me to do, Jim?
I've got $1,000 in the bank, Dr. Christian. It's all yours if you'll just pronounce my boy unfit for military duty.
I'm sorry, Jim, but I can't do it.
Why not, Dr. Christian? Why not? No one will ever know I came here, and I'll do anything you say.
Someone will know you came here, Jim.
Who?
2 people. My conscience and I. You're one of my good friends, Jim. You were among my first patients when I hung out my shingle here in River's End. I knew your father and your mother. I would do anything in the world for you. But I can't do this. You see, Jim, I'm an American, same as you are. I love my home and my country. I owe them to you and all the men who fought and died in all the wars in the past so that I might have them. I know how you feel, but why don't you go home and think it over? I think you'll see it in a little different light then.
I've got my mind made up. If you won't do it for me, I guess some other doctor will.
All right, Jim. Some other doctor will have to, if that is the way it is to be.
Okay, if that's the kind of a friend you are.
Well, what did you do to Jim Brown? He flew out of here like crazy.
He was upset about something.
And you're upset, too. Can I help?
No, Judy. What else have we on the docket for today?
Oh, there's the Edwards there. Mr. Edwards called and says it looks like it'll be tonight.
Too bad I couldn't get her to come into the hospital.
Oh, but I can see their point. Mrs. Edwards is perfectly all right, and they do want their child born under the ancestral roof.
I'll have my bag ready. It's 10 miles out of the Edwards place, and as sure as you're alive, it'll be a midnight call.
Howard. Oh, Howard.
Here, Dad.
Storm coming up. Look at those dark clouds banked along the horizon.
I guess I'd better see to the stock.
Guess you better, son. Oh, the wind is coming up. Look at those leaves sailing by.
Yeah. Look like camouflaged airplanes, don't they?
Now, Howard.
Don't worry, Dad. I'm sorry about our quarrel this morning. If you don't want me to volunteer for the Air Corps, well, that's that. I'll do anything you say.
I hoped you'd see it that way. You know, you're all I've got, son.
Yes, Dad. I know.
Now, you'd better get your work done before it gets too dark. Come on. I'll give you a hand.
It's going to be a wet night for me to go courting.
Sarah?
Sure. Who else?
You and Sarah planning to get married, son?
Sure. She'll make up her mind.
And you talk about enlisting in the Air Corps. What does she think of that?
She wants me to go. I'm no slacker, Dad. She wants me to do my part.
Do your part? What does patriotism mean anymore, anyway? What is your duty? I went last time. What good did it do? This war is the same old story over again, only worse and more of it. Senseless slaughter for the benefit of power grabbers.
Let's not argue anymore, Dad. I told you I wouldn't go. The stock's all safe under cover now, Dad. Let's beat it for the house.
glad you're driving, Judy, in this storm. Your eyes are younger than mine.
You just sit back and relax, Dr. Christian. I know this old buggy like a book. Besides, you've done your good deed for tonight.
But what a fine, lusty boy. And the Edwards are so happy.
Dr. Christian, do you believe that saying that in a war year, the babies are all boys?
I don't know that I do, Judy. Since there always seemed to be a war going on somewhere.
Uh-oh. Dr. Christian, do you feel what I feel?
Don't tell me, Judy. It's a flat.
Yes, a flat. At 2 a.m. on the back mountain road, 10 miles from nowhere, in the middle of a thunderstorm, Judy gets a flat.
Well, fate is not too unkind, Judy, because I see a familiar fence there under the glow of the headlights.
Oh, every place around River's End's familiar to you. Whose is it?
Jim Brown's.
The man who stamped out of your office today?
Yes, the same, and I doubt if he'll let us in even on a night like this.
Well, which would you rather do? Change a tire in all this mud? Or walk up there and pound on Jim Brown's door?
All right, come on. Button your coat up tight.
Oh.
It's still raining some, though the clouds are breaking.
Listen to the wind and the corn. Isn't it eerie?
Looks eerie, too. Silhouetted against the stormy sky.
So tall. Like marching soldiers.
Well, here we are. We'll have to pound hard to wake them up.
Howard, is that you? Who's there?
We're here, Jim. Out here. Outside your window.
Who's there? What do you want? What is it?
We're here, Jim. Don't you remember us? Or have you forgotten so soon? It was only yesterday, Jim. Don't you remember? Try to think.
I can't see you.
But you're not trying to see us, Jim. Don't you want to see us?
Yes. Yes, your voices are familiar, but somehow I just can't remember.
Look again, Jim. Look closer now.
All I can see is the corn. Tall, waving stalks of corn. Oh, am I losing my mind?
No, Jim, but you almost lost your faith. We've come back to save you. Look again, Jim.
The corn. No. No, it can't be. It's changing. What's happening? There are men out there. Rows and rows of men dressed in khaki. I know now. No, you haven't come back. You couldn't. You're dead. Go back where you came from. Go back and let me forget.
Remember me, Jim? Pete Smith? I was your best friend, remember? You and me used to go fishing in Hamilton's pool.
Pete Smith. If I could only see you.
And remember me, Jim? Little Joey Edwards. I lent you the money to get married on. Remember? And remember me? Cran Thompson? I was the guy that pulled you out of that trench in the Marne. Just before a hand grenade blew it to bits.
Yes, I remember. But please, let me forget. Please go away. I did my part, too, didn't I? I was your buddy, wasn't I? Wasn't that enough?
No. It was not enough. The job isn't finished yet. The war isn't over yet. Take up where we left off, Jim. We didn't let you down. Don't let us down, Jim.
What am I to do now? What else can I do?
Look up here, my darling. No. Higher. Here in the clouds. See the moon now. Remember me. I'm Martha, your wife. Remember me.
Martha.
How you've suffered, my darling. It's been a long time since I've seen you. How I would love to feel the warmth of your arms. Just once again, Jim. To hear your voice and to hold my baby. But I'm glad you can do all these things, Jim.
Oh, Martha. I wish you were here. I need your counsel and common sense to help me over a ditch too wide for me to jump alone. Our boy wants to join the Air Corps, Martha.
But, Jim, he's no longer our boy. He belongs to something bigger and finer and greater than you and I. He's no longer a personal thing to us, Jim. He belongs to his people and his country and to the soil from which he came. We must give him gladly and willingly, Jim, so that his children and their children may have the fresh air, the peaceful countryside, and the fields of corn.
Martha, come back to me! Jim. It's Dr. Christian. Well, what are you doing here?
Jim, Judy and I, our car broke down. We had a flat.
We were coming back from a midnight call. The Edwards have a new baby.
Well, come in. Come in. I'll make a light. Oh, I still can't believe it's you, Doctor. Come in and sit down. I was dozing, and I thought I heard voices.
Judy and I talking, no doubt.
And I thought I heard marching feet.
It was the wind in the corn.
Yes, could be. And then again, I wonder.
Why, Jim, I believe you're not fully awake yet.
Oh, yes, I am, Dr. Christian. Awake to how unfair I've been to try to hold Howard. And what an insult I handed you this morning. Yesterday morning.
Well, forget my part of it. If it means you've changed your mind about Howard.
I have, Doctor. Howard went over to see Sarah Lester tonight, and her folks phoned that they keep him there on account of the storm. But he'll be back in the morning, and I'll tell him then.
Tell him what?
That there's more at stake in this war than my life or his life. That there's no compromise with treachery. And that if he wants to join up, my prayers and my heart will go with him.
Hello, Judy.
Oh, good evening, Dr. Christie. What have you got there?
Thanksgiving turkey. Jim Brown gave it to me.
How nice. Oh, by the way, have you seen tonight's Enterprise?
No, I haven't. Is there something special?
I should say so. You know, I never dreamed I'd live to see the day I'd believe in miracles.
Miracles?
Mm-hmm.
What leads you to that subject, Judy?
Oh, it's about young Howard Brown.
Oh, what's so miraculous about him?
Well, here in the paper, it says he's been given the Distinguished Flying Cross for his exploits in the Pacific.
Oh.
It says here he shot down more Jap planes than anyone else in the war and got a direct hit on an airplane carrier. He's been right in the thick of the fighting ever since he got his wings without once getting a scratch. That's what I meant by a miracle.
I think the real miracle occurred on the night you and I had a flat in front of Jim Brown's gate.
You mean the night Mr. Brown changed his mind about letting Howard go?
Yes.
It was never quite clear to me what happened. There we were, caught in the storm and pounding on Jim Brown's door. And when he let us in, he's had this change of heart about his son's enlistment.
Well, he explained to me later that he'd had a dream, as he called it. But I think it was only his true inner conscience urging him to the right course.
What kind of dream?
Well, he looked out of his window on his prize corn, on those tall waving rows of corn. And there seemed to him to be men dressed in khaki, his comrades in the last war, calling to him to carry on the fight for freedom they gave their lives for.
What a strange hallucination.
Never told you, Judy. You said yourself the corn looked like marching soldiers.
And the curtain comes down on another Dr. Christian Prize play. Our star, Jean Hersholt, will be back in a moment to tell you about next week's story. Remember the days when a woman's place was in the home? Now there are more than 14 million working girls in the country. 14 million women who have precious little time for beauty care. But no matter how rushed you may be, you can always squeeze time to look after your hair, especially when the Vaseline hair tonic treatment is so quick and easy. To keep your hair silky smooth and easy to arrange, here's all you do. Before every shampoo, give the scalp a good Vaseline hair tonic massage. Then wring out a piping hot towel and wrap it around your head. As the towel cools, repeat the process. Then wash your hair thoroughly. That's all. But what results? Your hair has a new softness and sheen, and it lends itself so easily to an attractive new hairdo. These treatments are most important before getting a permanent. Actually, they can make the difference between a dry, tight-looking permanent and one that's soft and flattering. That's because Vaseline hair tonic counteracts any tendency toward dryness. Why not start your Vaseline hair tonic beauty treatments at once? Get a bottle tonight. And now, here's our star, Jean Hersholt, on from Hollywood for a brief visit to New York, and the studio audience here in the heart of Times Square is giving him an enthusiastic hand.
Thank you, friends of the Dr. Christian program, but save your applause for the real star of tonight's play, Jack Arthur. And for that charming young actress, Helen Clare, who doubled in the roles of the wife in the play and Judy Price. Next week's program will be broadcast from Hollywood. The prize play selected is the work of Robert Barnes Tuttle, manager of the Adrian College Press at Adrian, Michigan. The play is called Bottled Up, and those of you who enjoy mystery plays have a thrill in store for you. It will be broadcast from Hollywood next Wednesday on these same stations at the same hour. And until then I'll say good night.
Mother, when baby is cross and cranky because of everyday rash or chafing, apply gentle Vaseline jelly. It will help to ease baby's discomfort, bring wonderfully soothing, healing relief. The trademark Vaseline is your guarantee of absolute purity. For baby's sake, get Vaseline jelly tonight. Warren Swinney speaking. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Suspense. The thrill of the nighttime, the hushed voice and the prowling step, the stir of nerves at the ticking of the clock, the rescue that might be too late, the crime that is almost committed, mystery and intrigue and dangerous adventures. We invite you to enjoy stories that keep you in suspense. Can a man stake his life against $25,000? Can another and cleverer man track him down like a hunter, stalking his prey and kill him within 5 hours? Can you make a bet with death and win?
For Suspense, tonight we present Will You Make a Bet with Death by John Dixon Carr.
Coney Island on a summer day. There's the beach, bright colored with bathing suits. There's the boardwalk, all straw hats and summer dresses. There's the Ferris wheel and the roller coasters. There is all humanity eating hot dogs and having a good time. And over there, beyond that souvenir shop, is the haunted mill. You get into a little boat. You float through a narrow tunnel into the dark while witches scream. But that fools nobody, does it? There couldn't be any real terror, could there? While the bands are playing and the crowd goes by and...
Ladies and gentlemen, a unique attraction. It hurts me to see you stand there and miss this. Only 10 cents, 1 dime, the 10th part of $1 to go through the old haunted mill and get the thrill of your lives.
An overstatement, if you ask me. 1 ticket, please.
Did you say 1 ticket, lady?
That's right, 1 ticket. What's the thrill?
Beg pardon, lady?
I said, what's the thrill?
Lady, the gals who come here with their boyfriends don't have to ask that. 10 cents, please, this way and mind the gate.
Thank you.
Step right up, ladies and gentlemen. Get your ticket for the old haunted mill, where ghosts will walk and corpses...
Give me some tickets. Hurry.
Just a minute, young fella. I know you want to get into the old haunted mill, but there's plenty of time. How many tickets?
I don't know. You better give me 10.
10 tickets. Do you hear that, ladies and gentlemen? Here's a young fella who likes the old haunted mill so much, he buys 10 tickets.
Don't call everybody's attention. Listen, I've got a better idea. Whatever boat comes after mine,
yeah,
I'll give you an extra $1 to send that boat through empty.
Now, what's the matter, son? The cops ain't after you, are they?
No. It's nothing like that. Will you do it?
Well, money talks, young fellow. Okay, go ahead.
Isn't there an empty boat here?
Well, really? You've got such a great objection to riding in the same boat with me?
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean that at all. Don't misunderstand.
Then you'd better get in if you want to go. This boat's starting to move.
Yeah, I better sit down.
You certainly had.
Look here, I want to apologize.
That's quite unnecessary. This place is rather childish anyway, isn't it?
Yes, isn't it?
But I've seen everything else, so I may as well see this. Here we go in the dark.
What was that?
One of the ghosts, I imagine, from a machine.
It sounded like him laughing. There isn't anybody in the boat behind us, is there?
Oh, I can't see. It's pitch dark.
Listen, Miss...
My name is Andrews, Betty Andrews, if it's customary to exchange names in a place like this.
Mine's Pendrell. Bob Pendrell.
Did you say Pendrell?
Yes. Do you know it?
Oh, no, not exactly. It's an unusual name, that's all.
I don't want you to think I'm out of my mind, though I very nearly am. But I've got 5 hours to go. Just 5 hours. At the end of that time, either I'll have won $25,000 or else...
Or else?
Or else I'll be dead.
You know, I wish I'd kept you away from this boat.
Well, there's nothing to get alarmed about. For you. I can't tell you much, but I had to tell somebody that or I'd have started yelling. There's just one other thing.
Is there?
In these places, they've usually got little dim-lighted rooms along the way.
Yes,
exhibits.
Boats and things.
Yes. Well, when we come to one, I'm going to get out of this boat and hide there. Just don't get alarmed, and don't tell anybody when you go out.
Why should you do that?
I think I see a light ahead.
There is a light, but...
Dim, too. That's all to the good. It's... Yes? We're coming around the corner. Look, I'm going to have company when I get off. A waxed dead man on a pile of straw. Oh, I hope I can stand these noises. Goodbye, Betty Andrews. I wish we'd met at a different time.
Mind the boat!
Here, what are you doing?
Getting out, too?
Don't be an idiot. What's the idea?
You need looking after, Mr. Pendrell. And if we must hide, I suppose this is as good a place as any.
I won't have it.
Quick. There'll be more boats along. Over behind that dead man on the straw. He'll hide us. Hurry.
Well,
Now, Mr. Pendrell, in the queerest place I ever get into, please tell me what this is all about.
I can't tell you.
You said it yourself. If you don't tell somebody, you'll go crazy.
Maybe you're right. It's against the strict terms of the bet. But this is the last day. And I tell you, I can't hold out any longer.
Lower your voice. There's a boat coming.
I wonder if you ever heard of my stepfather, John Destry.
Yes?
I imagine everybody has. He's a millionaire, and I'm not. I'm just a chemist. An analytical chemist. Not very successful. So if I'd had time, if I'd had money, I might have worked out a process that would have... Well, I think it would have helped in the war.
But he's got money.
Yes, he's got money. Well, my mother died years ago. This Destry's a big, white-haired, fine-looking fellow. You'd think butter wouldn't melt in his mouth. He's got an apartment in the East 60s, secretary, I never met her, valet, cook, that kind of thing. Well, he used to invite me there. I wouldn't go. Then he got hold of a book I had to have. A German work on chemicals. So I went. After dinner, in that study of his, over the brandy...
Oh, my dear Robert, you're quite welcome to the book. Don't mention it. Oh, what do you think of this brandy, by the way?
It's excellent, thanks.
Yes, I thought you'd like it. And now that we're all relaxed, comfortable after dinner, tell me something.
Yes, Mr. Destry?
You hate me, don't you?
Frankly, I do. And always have.
Good. Then you'll be relieved to hear I've always felt the same about you. But tell me something else. Did you ever know me to break my word?
No, I never did. I'll give you that.
I asked you, Robert, because I want to make a little bet with you. That is, if you have the nerve, which I doubt.
Well, I'm afraid I can't afford to make bets.
You were always careless with money, Robert. Well, I've been thrifty. I saw that when your mother was alive. But you can afford to make this bet. Look here, in my desk.
Well?
$25,000, Robert. $25,000 in 5 $100 bills.
And what would I have to bet against that?
Your life.
What? My life?
There's the money in the drawer. Look at it. What wouldn't you give for that money? What wouldn't you give to have it for this precious work of yours that you're so fond of and that you've failed in miserably?
So far I've failed, yes.
Oh, I've had a fairly good life as lives go. My heart isn't as good as it might be, but the doctors say I'll last a little while yet. But before I go, there's one pleasure, one little exquisite thrill for me to experience. I want to commit a murder. Yes, I said a murder. My bet is that I can kill you within 6 months, and that you can't stop me, and that I'll never be punished for it. What do you say? Yes or no?
I believe you mean that.
Of course I mean it.
And just how would you propose to kill me?
That would be telling.
You know, if I had time to think this thing over...
There's no thinking it over. Now. Yes or no?
Yes.
You must need the money badly, Robert.
I do need it. But oddly enough, Mr. Destry, that isn't why I'm doing this.
No?
No. I want to show you can't play the Lord Almighty and get away with it.
Are you challenging me?
Yes.
You don't think I can do it?
I know you can't.
We mustn't get excited, Robert. There will be conditions to the bet, you understand?
What conditions?
First of all, you'll never mention this matter to anyone.
All right. That seems fair enough.
You'll remain within the city limits of New York for 6 months. You'll spend at least 1 hour of every day walking the open streets alone.
All right.
You'll spend at least 1 hour every evening in your own room, alone. I may come to see you, or I may not.
Trying to scare me already, are you?
Finally, you'll write out a little note and give it to me. There's pen and paper on the desk in front of you. Write it now.
Let's hear what I have to write before I do anything like that.
You will write, I am a failure.
You can't stop harping on that, can you?
I am a failure, and this was the only way out. I wouldn't have done it otherwise.
A suicide note?
Yes. I intend to use it when I, operate.
And if I won't write it?
Ooh, then there's no bet.
All right, I'll do it.
It's now, let's see, 9 o'clock on the night of January the 10th. If you're alive and not in a madhouse...
Does that go into the bargain, too?
Yes. At 9 o'clock on the night of June 10th, given those conditions, you will receive $25,000. Can't you hear the dice rattle, Robert? You're playing with death now.
I know it.
Aren't you going to finish your brandy?
No, thank you.
Oh, then pour it back into the decanter. You heard me. Pour it back into the decanter. If you were as careful as I am, you wouldn't be where you are now. That's right. Always be thrifty. I can promise you, by the way, that you'll always be perfectly safe as long as you're in this apartment. But that's the only concession I make. I notice your hands are steady at the moment. I wonder what they'll be like a month from now.
So you were fool enough to make a bet with John Destry.
Listen, Betty. I want to tell you what else happened the same night. I got on a Fifth Avenue bus and started to look through that book that Destry gave me. It was a book that I wanted about poisons. Well, just as I opened it, I felt something sharp prick my fingers. I looked down, and my hands were covered with blood. He had sewn safety razor blades in a line down the inside edge of the cover.
Oh, no.
Yeah. A little white card fell out of the book, and I read it. It said, "See how easy it is to take you off guard? Those razor blades aren't poisoned, but they might have been. Take warning." Betty, that was 6 months ago. 6 months less 5 hours of careful, refined torture. And now, I've got only 5 hours to go.
What's he done in the meantime?
Nothing.
Nothing. I don't understand.
Nothing at all. That's the cleverness of it. He's left me waiting.
Expecting something.
Expecting it every hour of the day or night. Once at the laboratory where I work, I opened a box that I thought was from a chemical supply house. And a Mexican tarantula, one of those furry spiders about as big as your fist, ran out across my hand. It was a toy tarantula. He enclosed a card asking whether I didn't admire it.
Bob, this can't go on.
I used to think I didn't have a nerve in my body. I could hold the test tube at arm's length absolutely steady for minutes at a time. Now look at me.
Don't, please, don't.
But the waiting's almost over now. Walking the streets, wondering who's behind you. Sitting alone at night, listening for every step on the stair. He's got very little time left now, and he's got to do something. The question is, what's he going to do?
Well, maybe he doesn't mean it. Maybe he's only doing it to scare you.
And lose all that money? Oh, you don't know my stepfather.
Listen.
Huh? I don't hear anything.
That's just it. There's no sound of running water. The boats have stopped.
Then we're all by ourselves in here. Or with him.
Yes.
Oh, Lord, how I wish I hadn't gotten you into this.
Oh, I'm all right. Or at least I think I am.
I thought I saw him in the crowd outside, but I couldn't be sure. I'm seeing him everywhere.
Now, Bob, just a minute. Just tell me one more thing. Did you ever see Mr. Destry, I mean face to face, after that first night?
Oh, many times.
He came to see you?
He came to my laboratory once, yes, but mostly I went to see him. And why? Because it was the only place in the world I could feel safe.
He's promised that nothing should happen to you while you were in his apartment.
Don't you see it was part of the torture? Night after night he'd invite me, and I'd go, right up until last night. Last night, we were in that study of his, with the devil masks on the walls, and he was sitting behind the big mahogany desk.
My dear Robert, I'm pleased and even touched to have you here on the last night before you...
Why don't you say die and get it over with?
Oh, well, let's not say die.
No?
The clergy contend that we never die. We only change. No. Now let that be a consolation for you. Must you be going so early?
There's that 1 hour at home rule to our bet, if you remember.
I remember. You're keeping to the rule.
Yes, and I mean to beat you at this if it's the last thing I ever do.
The last thing I ever do? That's an unfortunate choice of phrase, Robert. My boy, you haven't a chance. Something's going to happen to you within the next 24 hours when you least expect it.
Will you answer me one question?
If I choose.
Have you decided how you mean to kill me?
I decided that 6 months ago.
And you still think you can get away with it?
It's a method which has never been known to fail. I give you my word of honor on that.
Is it sudden?
Yes, and no. Wouldn't you like to know what it is?
Good night, Mr. Destry. I think I'd better be leaving.
No, my dear boy, you mustn't go yet. Sit down. Pour yourself a glass of brandy.
No, thanks.
Then perhaps you wouldn't mind pouring me a little. My doctor allows brandy, though I'm forbidden spirits. I notice your hands are shaking quite a good deal. They weren't like that 6 months ago, were they? No. You were full of confidence then.
Oh.
And it grieves me to see you waste tobacco by lighting a cigarette and putting it out immediately.
Oh, it's no use lying to you. But I'm going to beat you just the same.
You wouldn't like to back out now?
After what I've been through?
You'd still have your life.
I'll keep it, thanks.
That's very unwise of you, Robert. Still, you must decide. Oh, I was expecting my secretary a little later to dictate some letters. But now, I think I'll leave her a message that I've gone to bed and turn in myself. Tomorrow is likely to prove an interesting day for both of us. Here's your hat, here's your briefcase, and let me wish you a fond, peaceful, and happy good night.
That was last night, Betty. I said I had 5 hours to go.
It's less than 4 hours now.
If I can keep away from the old devil until 9 o'clock.
I wish those boats would start running again.
Why?
Because it's almost as spooky in here as a real old mill.
I know.
Even that wax dummy on the straw. Any minute now.
You're expecting to see him move? So am I.
Now, don't stand up.
It doesn't matter. If the boats aren't running, we can hear anybody who comes along.
I hope so.
Do you think Destry's got in?
Bobby can't have got in. He can't even be here.
Why not?
Because Mr. Destry told me...
Mr. Destry told you?
I'm his secretary.
You know, Betty Andrews, I'm sorry it was you who did this.
Did what?
You can't guess, can you?
Oh, Bob, I didn't come here to trap you or spy on you. If that's what you're thinking, I swear I didn't.
No. You only got me to tell you the whole story and lose my bet.
I haven't heard a single word you said. Bob, please believe that.
He didn't send you here, of course.
No.
And of course you never saw me at his apartment last
No,
night.
I swear I didn't. I got there late. He'd gone to bed. I didn't even take off my hat or gloves before I left again. Don't you understand, Bob? I hate him, too. I want to see you beat him. You've got to beat him.
You mean that?
Look at me and see if I mean it.
Betty, I almost believe you.
You must believe me. And
Anything else?
we better hide behind that dead man. Hurry. Those boats have started up again.
I wish I could tell you, Betty, what that means to me.
Come on, hurry.
Wait a minute, you two.
What?
Stay just where you are.
Where's that voice coming from?
Along the tunnel, I think.
But it's not Destry's voice.
No, it's a man standing up in a boat. He's coming around the corner. I can see him now. Hurry.
The old haunted mill, eh? My golly, if this ain't some place to make a pinch, I never heard of one.
What do you mean? Make a pinch?
Just what I said. Your name, Robert Pendrell?
Yes. Who are you and what do you want?
Police headquarters. You're to come along with me. I want to see you over in New York.
About what?
I wouldn't know, lady, but it might be about the murder of John Destry.
Oh, no!
Did you say the murder of John Destry?
That's right. Somebody poisoned him last night with mercury cyanide. I wouldn't have got you at all, maybe, if the barker outside there hadn't thought the cops were after you to start with.
Betty,
Yes, Bob?
he's beaten me.
He hasn't beaten you.
Oh, yes, he has. And I know now the weapon Destry was going to use in killing me.
What weapon?
It never fails. The electric chair.
You mustn't talk like that.
Don't you see? He never once intended to kill me in the way I thought.
Are you coming quietly, Mr. Pendrell?
Just a minute.
He's poisoned himself. But he's left evidence to show I did it. He's killing me the worst way possible. He's won the bet. The money doesn't matter now. If I'm in the death house for murder, what use have I got for all the money in the world?
Pendrell, let me introduce myself. My name's Mullen, Inspector Mullen.
It's a pleasure to meet you, Inspector. It's a pleasure to be safe again.
I've had you brought here to my office for a little quiet talk. You're in a jam, son, and I want you to realize how bad it is.
You think I don't realize it?
John Destry was poisoned with mercury cyanide administered in a glass of brandy.
And only my fingerprints were on the glass besides his own. I can guess.
Mr. Destry's body was found this morning lying behind the desk in the study. There was an empty glass with traces of brandy and cyanide. Now, we haven't had the full autopsy report, but the smell of that stuff is pretty distinctive. They tell me you're a chemist, Mr. Pendrell.
That's right.
The boys find that 8 grains of mercury cyanide are missing from your laboratory.
Where he visited me a month ago.
And in your briefcase, which you took away from his apartment last night...
He handed it to me. I remember.
We found over $1,000 in cash. Now, take a look at this note. Did you ever see it before?
Well, yes. I wrote it.
You admit that?
Yes.
It says... I was a failure, and this was the only way out. I wouldn't have done it otherwise.
Where did you find it?
Torn up in little bits. You started to write a confession, and then you couldn't face the consequences. But you shouldn't have left the pieces behind. You're infinite, my boy. Unless...
Unless what?
Now, if you'd like to confess here and now, and maybe we did a little deal about second-degree murder...
Oh, Inspector, why bother to string me along?
What do you mean, string you along?
There's no second-degree murder on a poison charge. It's the death house or nothing. He saw to that.
It's too bad you had to go and kill him, son. Didn't you know he had an aneurysm?
A what?
Fatal heart disease.
He said that he had heart trouble, but...
Heart trouble? His doctor says he couldn't have lived 8 or 10 months anyway. And you might have got something in the will.
So that's why he did it.
Did what?
Killed himself.
You still stick to that crazy story you told the boy?
He's going to kill me, isn't he? With 3,000 volts of electricity.
Inspector Mullen.
What are you doing here, Sergeant? Didn't I say I wasn't to be disturbed?
All the same, Inspector. I thought I'd better do it. There's a young lady here, a Miss Betty Andrews. I think you'd better see her.
I'll see her when I'm good and ready.
And I think you'd better see her, Inspector. We've just heard from Mr. Destry's lawyer.
Well?
He said that young fellow there, Mr. Pendrell, inherits $25,000 in Mr. Destry's new will.
Did you hear that, son? Do you see what you'd have gotten if you hadn't gone and killed him?
He was keeping his promise, that's all. And a fine lot of good it'll do me now.
But look, Inspector, I've just talked to the medical examiner, and he says there's no poison in Mr. Destry's body.
Say that again?
There's no poison in the old man's body.
Somebody's kidding you. An empty glass with the smell of mercury cyanide and a dead man with a congested face behind the mask? What did kill him then?
Well, if you'd like to listen to Miss Andrews, Inspector, she's right here now.
I think you'd better listen, Inspector. I've been trying to tell you all afternoon.
Go ahead, Miss Andrews.
I've been over and over it. But until they got the medical report, nobody would listen.
Can you tell us what killed John Destry?
Yes. Poison killed him.
But the sergeant's just been saying there was no poison in the body.
Inspector, will you listen? I was at Mr. Destry's apartment late last night.
Well, so what? You didn't kill him, did you?
The servant said he'd gone to bed. So I looked into the study to see if there were any instructions.
Was Mr. Destry dead then?
I don't know. I couldn't see his body because it was hidden behind the desk. I didn't even learn he was dead until late this afternoon. But I did see a full glass of brandy.
A full glass, did you say?
Yes. So I picked up the glass and poured the brandy back into the decanter. That's what he always made us do. And I didn't leave any fingerprints because I was still wearing my gloves. And that was the same glass you later found empty.
But you still are not telling us what was the poison that killed John Destry.
It was the poison in his own system. He worked out this plot to convict Bob Pendrell. Only just as he stretched out his hand to drink the cyanide...
Inspector, I think I see it. It was his last great hour. He couldn't resist such gloating as he'd never known before.
That's it. His heart wouldn't stand it, and he fell dead behind the desk. And I think, if you study the expression on his face, you'll find he died laughing.
And so ends Will You Make a Bet with Death? Tonight's story of Suspense. The part of Bob Pendrell was played by Michael Fitzmaurice. Betty was played by Leslie Woods. John Destry was played by Nicholas Joy. And in supporting roles were Ted DeCorsia and Charles Slattery. Again next Tuesday at 9:30 p.m. Eastern Wartime, a story dedicated to the thrill of the nighttime, the hushed voice and the prowling step. Another adventure in Suspense. William Spear, the producer, Mark Slobe, the director in the absence of John Dietz, and John Dixon Carr, the author, are collaborators on Suspense.
This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.